Section 16 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, managed by Shaw, Portugal. Chapter 20. The Inner Life of Russian Jewry During the Reign of Alexander II. Part 1. 1. The Russification of the Jewish Intelligentsia. In the inner cultural life of Russian Jewry, a radical break took place during this period. True, the change did not affect the rank and file of Russian Jewry, being rather confined to its upper layers, to Jewish society or the so-called intelligentsia. But as far as the latter circles are concerned, the rapidity and intensity of their spiritual transformation may well be compared with the stormy eve of Jewish emancipation in Germany. This wild rush for spiritual regeneration was out of all proportion to the snail-like tardiness and piecemeal character of civil emancipation in Russia. However, the modern history of Western Europe has shown more than once that such pre-emancipation periods, including those that evidently prove abortive, offer the most favorable conditions for all kinds of mental and cultural revolutions. Liberty as a hope invariably arouses greater enthusiasm for self-rejuvenation than liberty as a fact when the romanticism of the unknown has vanished. Hurled into the abyss of despair by the last events of Nicholas' regime, the Russian Jews suddenly received what may be called an earnest of civil emancipation. The Jewish Pale knew but vaguely what was taking place in the recesses of St. Petersburg chancelleries during the decades of reforms, but that a striking change in the attitude of government had taken place was seen and felt by all. Freedom had been granted to the victims of the military inquisition, the Cantonists. The gates of the Russian interior had been opened to Jews possessing certain qualifications with regard to property, education, or labor. The educated Jews, in particular, were smiled upon benevolently from above. They were regarded by the government as a factor making for assimilation and as a connecting link with the lower Jewish classes. The vernal sun of Russian liberty, which flooded with its rays the social life of the whole country, just then emerging from serfdom, shone also for the hapless Jewish people and filled their hearts with cheer and hope. The blasts of revelry, which had been sounded in the best circles of Russian society by such humanitarians as Pirogov and such champions of liberty as Herzen, Chernyshevsky, and Dobrolov, were carried through the air into the huge Jewish ghetto of Russia. True, the Jewish question received, during the decades of reforms, but scanty attention in Russian press, but the little that was said about it was permeated by a friendly spirit. The former habit of making sports of the Zid was energetically repudiated. This change of attitude may well be illustrated by the following incident. In 1858, the magazine Illustratsia, Illustration of St. Petersburg, published an anti-Semitic article on the Zid of the Russian West. The article was answered by two cultured Jews, Chetskin and Horovitz, in the influential periodicals Ruski Vestnik, the Russian Herald, and Atiene, Athenaeum. In reply to this refutation, the Illustratsia showered a torrent of abuse upon the two authors who were contemptuously styled Rev. Chetskin and Rev. Horowitz, and whose pro-Jewish attitude was explained by motives of avarice. The action of the anti-Semitic journal aroused a storm of indignation in the literary circles of both capitals. The conduct of the Illustratia was condemned in a public protest which bore the signature of 140 writers, including some of the most illustrious names in the Russian literary world. The protest declared that in the persons of Horowitz and Chetskin, an insult has been offered to the entire Russian people, to all Russian literature, which has no right to let naked slander pass under the disguise of polemics. Though the protesting writers were wholly actuated by the desire to protect the moral purity of Russian literature and did not at all touch upon the Jewish question, the Jewish public workers were nevertheless enchanted by this declaration of literary Russia and were deeply gratified by the implied assumption that the Jews of Russia formed part of the Russian people. Several sympathetic articles in influential periodicals advocating the necessity of Jewish emancipation seemed to complete the happiness of the progressive section of Russian Jewry. Even the Slavophile publicist Ivan Aksakov, who subsequently joined the ranks of Jew baiters, recognized at that time in 1862 the need of a certain measure of emancipation for the Jews. The only thing that worried him was the danger that the admission of the Jews to the Russian civil service in all departments might result in filling with Jews the Senate and Council of State, not excluding the possibility of a Jew occupying the post of Procurator General of the Holy Synod. Unshakable in his friendship for the Jews was the physician and humanitarian N. Pirogov, who, in his capacity of superintendent of the Odessa school district, was largely instrumental in encouraging the Jewish youth in their pursuit of general culture and in creating a Russian Jewish press. The most efficient factor of cultural regeneration was the secular school, both the General Russian and the Jewish Crown School. A flood of young men, lured by the rosy prospects of a free human existence in the midst of a free Russian people, rushed from the farthermost nooks and corners of the Pale into the gymnasia and universities, whose doors were kept wide open for the Jews. Many children of the ghetto rapidly enlisted under the banner of the Russian youth and became intoxicated with the luxuriant growth of Russian literature, which carried to them the intellectual gifts of the contemporary European writers. The masters of thought in that generation, Chernyshevsky, Dobrolubov, Pizariev, Buckle, Darwin, Spencer, became also the idols of the Jewish youth. The heads which had but recently been bending over the Talmud folios in the stuffy atmosphere of the heders and yeshivas were now crammed with the ideas of positivism, evolution, and socialism. Sharp and sudden was the transition from rabbinic scholasticism and soporific Hasidic mysticism to this new world of ideas, flooded with the light of science, to these new revelations announcing the glad tidings of the freedom of thought, of the demolition of all traditional fetters, of the annihilation of all religious and national barriers, of the brotherhood of all mankind. The Jewish youth began to shatter the old idols, disregarding the outcry of the masses that had bowed down before them. A tragic war ensued between fathers and children, a war of annihilation where the belligerent parties were extreme obscurantism and fanaticism on the one hand and the negation of all historic forms of Judaism, both religious and national, on the other. In the middle between these two extremes stood the men of the transitional period, the adepts of Haskalah, those lovers of enlightenment who had in younger years suffered for their convictions at the hands of fanatics and now came forward to make peace between religion and culture. Encouraged by the success of the new ideas, the masculine became more aggressive in their struggle with obscurantism. They ventured to expose the tzaddiks who scattered the seeds of superstition, to ridicule the ignorance and credulity of the masses, and occasionally went so far as to complain of the burdensome ceremonial discipline, hinting at the need of moderate religious reforms. Their principal task, however, was the cultivation of the Neo-Hebraic literary style and the rejuvenation of the content of that literature. They were willing to pursue the road of the emancipated Jewry of Western Europe, but only to a certain limit, refusing to cut themselves adrift from the national language or the religious and national ideas. On the other hand, that section of the young generation which had passed through a Russian school refused to recognize any such barriers and rushed with elemental force on the road of self-annihilation. Russification became the war cry of these Jewish circles, as it had long been the watchword of the government. The one side was anxious to Russify, and the other was equally anxious to be Russified, and the natural result was an entente cordiale between the new Jewish intelligentsia and the government. The idea of Russification was marked by different stages, beginning with the harmless acquisition of the Russian language and culminating in a complete identification with Russian culture and Russian national ideals, involving the renunciation of the religious and national traditions of Judaism. The advocates of moderate Russification did not foresee that the latter was bound by the force of circumstances to assume a radical form, while the champions of extreme Russification saw no harm for Jewry in following the example of complete assimilation set by Western Europe. To the former, all that Russification implied was the removal of the obnoxious excrescences of Judaism, but not the demolition of the national organism itself. Progressive Jewry was rightly incensed against the obsolete forms of Jewish life which obstructed all healthy development, against the fierce superstition of the Hasidic environment, against the charlatanism of degenerating Tzaddikism, against the impenetrable religious fanaticism which was throttling the noblest strivings of the Jewish mind. But this struggle for freedom of thought should have been fought out within the confines of Judaism by means of a thoroughgoing cultural self-improvement and not on the soil of assimilation, nor in alliance with the powers that be, which were aiming not at the rejuvenation but at the obliteration of Judaism in accordance with the official program of fusion. At any rate, the league between the new Jewish intelligentsia and the government was an undeniable fact. The crown rabbis and school teachers from among the graduates of the rabbinical schools of Vilna and Zhytomyr played the role of government agents who were apt to resort to police force in their fight against orthodoxy. Feeling secure beneath the protecting wings of the Russian authorities, they often went out of their way to hurt the susceptibilities of the masses by their ostentatious disregard of the Jewish religious ceremonies. When the community refused to appoint rabbis of this class, the latter obtained their post either by direct appointment from the government or by bringing the pressure of the provincial administration to bear upon the elders. Needless to say, The Enlightenment propagated by these government underlings did not win the confidence of the Orthodox masses, who remembered vividly how official enlightenment was disseminated by the government of Nicholas I during the era of juvenile conscription. The new Jewish intelligentsia showed utter indifference to the sentiments of the Jewish masses and did not hesitate to induce the government to interfere in the affairs of inner Jewish life. Thus, by a regulation issued in 1864, all Hasidic books were subjected to a most rigorous censorship, and Jewish printing presses were placed under a more vigilant supervision than theretofore. The tzaddiks were barred from visiting their parishes for the purpose of working miracles and collecting tributes, a measure which only served to surround the Hasidic chieftains with the halo of martyrdom and resulted in the pilgrimage of vast numbers of Hasidim to the holy places, the capital of the tzaddiks. All this only went to intensify the distrust of the masses towards the college-bred, officially hallmarked Jewish intellectuals and to lower their moral prestige to the detriment of the cause of enlightenment of which they professed to be the missionaries. A peculiar variety of assimilationist tendencies sprang upon the upper class of Jews in the Kingdom of Poland, more especially in Warsaw. It was the most repellent variety of assimilation, exhibiting more flunkism than pursuit of culture. The Poles of the Mosaic persuasion, as these assimilationists styled themselves, had long been begging for admission into Polish society, though rudely repulsed by it. During the insurrection of 1861 to 1863, when they were graciously received as useful allies, they were indefatigable in parading their Polish patriotism. In the Polish Jewish weekly, Yudzenka, the Dawn, the organ of these assimilationists, the trite Western European theory, which looks upon Judaism as a religious sect and not as a national community, was repeated ad nauseum. One of the most prominent contributors to that journal, Ludwig Gublowicz, the author of monograph on the history of the Jews in Poland, who subsequently made a name for himself as a sociologist and after his conversion to Christianity received the professorship at an Austrian university, opened his series of articles on Polish Jewish history with the following observation. The fact that the Jews had a history was their misfortune in Europe, for their history inevitably presupposes an isolated life severed from that of the other nations. It is just this which constitutes the misfortune alluded to. After the insurrection, the Polonization of the Jewish population assumed menacing proportions. The upper layer of Polish Jewry consisted exclusively of Poles of the Mosaic persuasion who rejected all elements of Jewish culture, while the broad masses, following blindly the mandates of their tzaddiks, rejected fanatically even the most indispensable elements of European civilization. Riven between such monstrous extremes, Polish Jewry was unable to attain even to a semblance of normal development. 2. The Society for the Diffusion of Enlightenment. Though intensely engaged in these cultural movements, Russian Jewry did not yet command sufficient resources for carrying on a well-ordered and well-systematized activity. The only modern Jewish organization of that period was the Society for the Diffusion of Enlightenment amongst the Jews, which had been founded in 1867 by a small coterie of Jewish financiers and intellectuals of St. Petersburg. It would seem that the Jewish colony of the Russian metropolis, consisting of big merchants and university graduates who, by virtue of the laws of 1859 and 1861, enjoy the right of residence outside the Pale, did not yet contain a sufficient number of competent public workers. For during the first decade of the society, its executive committee included, apart from its Jewish founders, Baron Ginsburg, Leon Rosenthal, Rabbi Neumann, two apostates, Professor Daniel Chorson, and the court physician I. Bertensen. The purpose of the society was explained by one of the founders, Leon Rosenthal, in the following unsophisticated manner. We constantly hear men in high positions with whom we come in contact complain about the separatism and fanaticism of the Jews and about their aloofness from everything Russian, and we have received assurances on all hands that with the removal of these peculiarities, the condition of our brethren in Russia will be improved, and we shall all become full-fledged citizens of this country. Actuated by this motive, we have organized a league of educated men for the purpose of eradicating our above-mentioned shortcomings by disseminating among the Jews the knowledge of the Russian language and other useful subjects. What the society evidently aimed at was to place itself at the head of the Russian Jewish intelligentsia, which had undertaken to act as negotiators between the government and the Jews in the cause of Russification. In reality, the mission of the society was carried out within exceedingly narrow limits. Education for the sake of emancipation became the watchword of the society. It promoted higher education by granting monetary assistance to Jewish students, but it did nothing either for the upbuilding of a normal Jewish school or for the improvement of the heders and yeshivas. The dissemination of the knowledge of useful subjects reduced itself to the grant of a few subsidies to Jewish writers for translating a few books on history and natural science into Hebrew. Even more circumscribed and utilitarian was the point of view adopted by the Odessa branch of the society. This branch, founded in 1867, adopted as its slogan the enlightenment of the Jews through the Russian language and in the Russian spirit. The Russification of the Jews was to be promoted by translating the Bible and the prayer book into the Russian language, which must become the national tongue of the Jews. However, the headlong rush for assimilation was soon halted by the sinister spectacle of the Odessa pogrom of 1871. The moving spirits of the local branch could not help to use the language of its president, losing heart and becoming rather doubtful as to whether the goal pursued by them is in reality a good one, seeing that all the endeavors of our brethren to draw nearer to the Russians are of no avail, so long as the Russian masses remain in their present unenlightened condition and harbor hostile sentiments towards the Jews. The pogrom put a temporary stop to the activity of the Odessa branch. As for the Central Committee in St. Petersburg, its experience was not less disappointing. For despite all the endeavors of the society to adapt itself to the official point of view, it was regarded with suspicion by the powers that be, having been included by the informer Brafman among the constituent organization of the dreadful and mysterious Jewish Kahal. The Russian assimilators, now branded as separatists, found themselves in a tragic conflict. Moreover, the work of the society in promoting general culture among the Jews was gradually losing its raison d'etre, since without any effort on its part, the Jews began to flock to the gymnasia and universities. The former practical stimulus to general culture, the acquisition of a diploma for the sake of equal rights, was intensified by the promulgation of the Military Statute of 1874, which conferred a number of privileges in the discharge of military duty on those possessing a higher education. These privileges induced many parents, particularly among the merchant class, which was then drafted into the army for the first time, to send their children to the middle and higher educational institutions. As a result, the role of the society in the dissemination of enlightenment reduced itself to a mere dispensation of charity, and the great crisis of the 80s found this organization standing irresolute at the crossroads. 3. The Jewish press. In the absence of comprehensive network of social agencies, the driving force in this cultural upheaval came from the periodical Jewish press. The creation of several press organs in Hebrew and Russian in the beginning of the 60s was a sign of the times. Though different in their linguistic medium, the two groups of publications were equally engaged in the task of the regeneration of Judaism, each adapting itself to its particular circle of readers. The Hebrew periodicals, and partly also those in Yiddish, which addressed themselves to the masses, preached Haskalah in the narrower sense. They advocated the necessity of Russian elementary education and of secular culture in general. They emphasized the uselessness of the traditional Jewish school training and exposed superstition and obscurantism. The Russian publications, again, which were intended for the Jewish and the Russian intelligentsia, pursued in the main a political goal, the fight for equal rights and the defense of Judaism against its numerous detractors. In both groups, one can discern the gradual ripening of the social Jewish consciousness, the advance from elementary and often naive notions to more complex ideas. The two Hebrew weeklies founded in 1860, Ha Carmel, the Carmel in Vilna, and Ha Melitz, the interpreter in Odessa, the former edited by Fune and the latter by Zederbaum, were at first adapted to the mental level of grown-up children, expiating upon the benefits of secular education and the favors of the government consequent upon it. Ha Carmel expired in 1870, while yet in its infancy, though it continued to appear at irregular intervals in the form of booklets dealing with scientific and literary subjects. Ha Melitz was more successful. It soon grew to be a live and courageous organ which hurled its shafts at Hasidism and Tzaddikism, and occasionally even ventured to raise its hand against rabbinical Judaism. The Yiddish weekly Kol Mevaso, which was published during 1862 to 1871 as a supplement to Ha Melitz, and spoke directly to the masses in their own language, attacked the dark sides of the older order of things in publicistic essay and humoristic stories. Another step forward was the publication of the Hebrew monthly Ha-Shahar, the Dawn, which was founded by Peretz Smolenskin in 1869. This periodical, which appeared in Vienna but was read principally in Russia, pursued a twofold aim: to fight against the fanaticism of the benighted masses on the one hand, and combat the indifference to Judaism of the intellectuals on the other. Ha-Shahar exerted a tremendous influence upon the mental developments of the young generation, which had been trained in the heders and yeshivas. Here they found the response to the thoughts that agitated them. Here they learned to think logically and critically, and to distinguish between the essential elements in Judaism and its mere accretions. Ha-Shahar was the step of life for generations of that period of transition, which stood on the borderline dividing the old Judaism from the new. The various stages in Russification of the Jewish intelligentsia are marked by the changing tendencies of the Jewish periodical press in the Russian language. In point of literary form, it approached the European models more closely than the contemporary Hebrew press. The contributors to the three Russian Jewish weeklies, all of them issued in Odessa, had the advantage of having before them patterns of Western Europe. Jewish publicists of the type of Risser and Philipson served as living exemplars. They had blazed the way for Jewish journalism and had shown it how to fight for civil emancipation, to ward off anti-Semitic attacks, and strive at the same time for the advancement of inner Jewish life. However, as soon as the Russian researchers applied themselves to the task, they met with insurmountable difficulties. When the Gazette, which was edited by Osip Joseph Rabinovich, attempted to lay bare the inner wounds of Jewish life, it encountered the concerted opposition of all prominent Jews who were of the opinion that an organ employing the language of the country should not, on technical grounds, busy itself with self-revelations, but should rather limit itself to the fight for equal rights. The latter function again was hampered by the other side, the Russian censorship. Despite the moderate tone adopted by the Gazette in its articles on Jewish emancipation, the Russian censorship found them incompatible with the interests of the state. One circular set out by the government even went so far as to prohibit to discuss the question of granting the Jews equal rights with those of the other Russian subjects. On one occasion, the editor of Gazette, in appealing to the authorities of St. Petersburg against the prohibition of a certain article by the Odessa censor, had to resort to the sham arguments that the incriminated article referred merely to the necessity of granting the Jews equality in the rights of residence, but not in other rights. But even this stratagem failed of its object. After a year of bitter struggle against the interference of the censor and against financial difficulties, the number of Russian readers among Jews was still very small at the time the Gazette passed out of existence. Its successor, Zion, edited by Soloveitchik and Leon Pinsker, who subsequently became the exponent of pre-Hegelian Zionism, attempted a different policy, to prove the case of Jews by arraigning the anti-Semites and acquainting the Russian public with the history of Judaism. Zion, too, like its predecessors, had to give up the fight in less than a year. After an interval of 7 years, a new attempt was made in the same city. The DN, the Day, was able to muster a larger number of contributors from among the increased ranks of the titled intelligentsia than its predecessors. The new periodical was bolder in unfurling the banner of emancipation, but it also went much further than its predecessors in its championship of Russification and assimilation. The motto of the DN was complete fusion of the interests of the Jewish population with those of the other citizens. The editors looked upon the Jewish problem not as a national but as a social and economic issue, which, in their opinion, could be solved simply by bestowing upon their section of the Russian people the same rights which were enjoyed by the rest. The Odessa pogrom of 1871 might have taught the writers of the DN to judge more soberly the prospects of a fusion of interest, had not the meddlesome censorship forced this periodical to discontinue its publication after a short time. The next few years were a period of silence in the Russian Jewish press. The rank and file of the Russian Jewish intellectuals who formed the backbone of the reading public of this press, became indifferent to it. Living up conscientiously to the principle of fusion of interest, they failed to recognize the special interest of their own people, whose only duty, they thought, was to be Russified, i.e., obliterated and put out of existence. The better elements among the intelligentsia, however, looked with consternation upon this growing indifference to everything Jewish among the college-bred Jewish youth. As a result, a new attempt was made toward the very end of this period to restore the Russian Jewish press. Three weeklies, the Ruski Jewry, the Russian Jew, the Razet, the Dawn, and later on Foskot, the Sunrise, was started in St. Petersburg, all endeavoring to gain the hearts of the Russian Jewish intelligentsia. In the midst of this work, they were overwhelmed by the terrific cataclysm of 1881, which decided the further destinies of Jewish journalism in Russia. End of section 16. Section 17 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, managed by Portugal. Chapter 20. The Inner Life of Russian Jewry During the Reign of Alexander II. Part 2. 4. The Jews and the Revolutionary Movement. The Russian school and literature pushed the Jewish college youth head over heels into the intellectual current of progressive Russian society. Naturally enough, a portion of the Jewish youth was also drawn into the revolutionary movement of the 70s, a movement which, in spite of the theoretic materialism of its adepts, was of an essentially idealistic tendency. In joining the ranks of the revolutionaries, the young Jews were less actuated by resentment against the continued, though somewhat mitigated, rightlessness of their own people than by discontent with the general political reaction in Russia, that discontent which found expression in the movements of populism, of going to the people, and similar currents then in vogue. Jewish students attending the rabbinical and teachers' institutes of the government were autodidacts from among former Heder and Yeshiva pupils, also began to go to the people, the Russian people to be sure, not the Jewish. They carried on a revolutionary propaganda, both by direct and indirect means, among the Russian peasants and workingmen, known to them only from books. It was taken for granted at the time that the realization of the ideals of Russian democracy would carry with it the solution of Jewish as well as of all other sectional problems of Russian life, so that these problems might for the moment be safely set aside. As far as the Jewish youth was concerned, the whole movement was doubly academic, for the only points of contact of that youth with younger Russia was not living reality, but the book, Problems of the Intellect, the search for new ways, the attempt to work out a Weltanschauung. The fundamental article of faith of the Jewish socialists was cosmopolitanism, and they failed to discern in Russian populism the underlying elements of a Russian national movement. Jewry was not believed to be a nation, and as a religious entity, it was looked upon as a relic of the past, which was doomed to disappearance. One attempt of coupling socialism with Judaism ought not to be passed over in silence. In the beginning of the 70s, there exists in Vilna a Jewish revolutionary circle made up principally of the pupils of the rabbinical school and of the Teachers' Institute of the same city. In 1875, the police tracked the members of the circle. Some were arrested, others escaped. One of the refugees, A. Lieberman, managed to reach London, where he associated with the circle of Lavrov and the editors of the revolutionary journal Biferoid, Forward. In the following year, Lieberman founded in London the League of Jewish Socialists for the purpose of carrying on a propaganda among the Jewish masses. It was a small society of students and workingmen which busied itself with arranging lectures and debates and penning Hebrew appeals on the need of organizing the proletariat. The society was soon dissolved, and Lieberman emigrated to Vienna, where, under the name of Freeman, he started in 1877 a socialistic magazine in Hebrew under the name Ha-Emet, The Truth. The first two issues of Ha-Emet were admitted into Russia, but the third was confiscated by the censor. The magazine had to be discontinued. It yielded its place to a paper called Asefat Hakamim, the Assembly of Wise Men, published in Königsberg in 1878 by M. Binchevsky as a supplement to paper Ha-Kol, The Voice, which was issued there by Lotkinson. Soon, this whole species of socialistic literature was put out of existence. In 1879, Lieberman in Vienna and his comrades in Berlin and Königsberg were arrested and expelled from the borders of Austria and Prussia. They emigrated to England and America and lost touch with Russia. In Russia itself, the Jewish revolutionaries were heart and soul devoted to the cause. The children of the ghetto displayed considerable heroism and self-sacrifice in the revolutionary upheaval of the 70s. Jews figured in all important political trials and public manifestations. They languished in the jails and suffered as exiles in Siberia. But this idealistic fight for general freedom lacked a Jewish note, the endeavor to free their own nation, which lived in greater thraldom than any other. And no one at the time ever dreamt that after all these sacrifices, the Jews of Russia would be visited by still greater misfortunes, by pogroms and increased disabilities. 5. The Neo-Hebraic Renaissance. With all deflections from the course of normal development, such as are unavoidable in times of violent mental disturbances, the main line of the whole cultural movement, the resultant of the various forces within it, was headed toward the healthy progress of Judaism. The most substantial product of this movement was the Neo-Hebraic literary renaissance, which had already appeared in faint outlines on the somber background of external oppression and internal obscurantism during the preceding period. The Haskalah, formerly anathematized, was now able to unfold all its creative powers. What in the time of Isaac Bear Levinson had been accomplished stealthily by a few isolated conspirators of enlightenment in some petty society in Vilna or in some out-of-the-way town like Kamenets-Podolsky was now done in full light of the day. Instead of a few stray writers, the harbingers of the new literature, there now appeared this literature itself, new both in form and content. The restoration of the Hebrew language to its biblical purity and the removal of the linguistic excrescences of the later rabbinic idiom became for some writers an end itself, for others a weapon in the fight for the Enlightenment. Melitza, a conventionalized style which, moving strictly within the confines of the biblical diction, endeavored to adapt the form of an ancient language to the contents of a modern life, became the fashion of the day. In point of content, rejuvenated Hebrew literature was of necessity elementary. Mental restlessness and naiveness of thought were not conducive to the development of that science of Judaism which had attained to such luxurious growth in Germany. The Hebrew writers of Russia during that period had no means of propagating their ideas except through the medium of poetry, fiction, or journalism. The result of historic research was squeezed into the mold of a poem or a novel, or it furnished the material for a press article in which the Jewish past was considered from the point of view of the present. Objective scientific investigation could find no place, and the little that was accomplished in that direction did not bear the character of a living account of the past, but was rather in the nature of crude archaeological material. At the same time, as the crest of the social progress was rising, the borderline between poetry and fiction on the one hand and topical journalism on the other was gradually obliterated. The poet or novelist was often turned into a fighter who attacked the old order of things and defended the new. Even before the first blush of dawn, when everyone in Russia was yet groaning under the strokes of an autocratic tyranny, which the presentiment of its speed end had driven into madness, the bewitching strains of the new Hebrew lyre resounded through Lithuania. They came from Micah Joseph Levinson, the son of Adam Levinson, author of high-flown Hebrew odes, a contemplative Jewish youth suffering from tuberculosis and Weltschmerz. He began his poetic career in 1840 by a Hebrew adaptation of the second book of Virgil's Aeneid, but soon turned to Jewish motifs. In the musical rhymes of the Songs of Daughter of Zion, Shire Bet Zion, Vilna, 1851, the author poured forth the anguish of his suffering soul, which was torn between faith and science, weighted down by the oppression from without, and stirred to its depths by the tragedy of his homeless nation. A cruel disease cut short the poet's life in 1852 at the age of 24. A small collection of lyrical poems, published after his death under the title Kinnor Zion, the harp of the daughter of Zion, exhibited even more brilliantly the wealth of creative energy which was hidden in the soul of this prematurely cut off youth who, on the brink of the grave, sang so touchingly of love, beauty, and pure joys of life. A year after the death of our poet in 1853, there appeared in the same capital of Lithuania the historic novel Ahavat Zion, Love of Zion. Its author, Abraham Mapu of Kovno, 1808 to 1867, was a poor Melamed who had by his own endeavors and without the help of a teacher raised himself to the level of a modern Hebrew pedagogue. He lived in two worlds, in the valley of tears such as the ghetto presented during the reign of Nicholas, and in the radiant recollections of the far-off biblical past. The inspired dreamer, while strolling on the banks of the Niemen along the hills which skirt the city of Kovno, was picturing to himself the luminous dawn of the Jewish nation. He published these radiant descriptions of ancient Judea in the dismal ears of the captured recruits. The youth of the ghetto, who had been poring over Talmudic folios, fell eagerly upon this little book which breathed the perfumes of Sharon and Carmel. They read it in secret. To read a novel openly was not a safe thing in those days, and their hearts expanded with rapture over the enchanting idylls of the time of King Hezekiah, the portrayal of tumultuous Jerusalem and peaceful Bethlehem. They sighed over the fate of the lovers Amnon and Tamar, and in their flight of imagination were carried far away from painful reality. The naive literary construction of the plot was of no consequence to the reader who tasted a novel for the first time in his life. The naivety of the plot was in keeping with the naive, artificially reproduced language of the prophet Isaiah and the biblical annals, which intensified the illusion of the antiquity. Several years after the publication of his Love of Zion, when social currents had begun to stir Russian Jewry, Map began his five-volume novel of contemporary life under the title Ait Zabua, The Speckled Bird or The Hypocrite, 1857 to 1869. In his naive diction, which is curiously out of harmony with the complex plot in sensational French style, the author pictures the life of an obscure Lithuanian townlet, the Kahal bosses who hide their misdeeds beneath the cloak of piety, the fanatical rabbis, the Tartuffes of the Pale of Settlement who persecute the champions of enlightenment. As an offset against these shadows of the past, Map lovingly paints the barely visible shoots of the new life, the maskil, who strives to reconcile religion and science, the misty figure of Jewish youth who goes to the Russian school in the hope of serving his people, the profile of Russian Jewish intellectuals, and the captains of industry from among the rising Jewish plutocracy. Toward the end of his life, Mapu returned to his historical novel, and in the Transgression of Samaria, Ashmat Shomnon, 1865, he attempted to draw a picture of ancient Hebrew life during the declining years of the Northern Kingdom. But this novel, appearing as it did at the height of the cultural movement, failed to produce the powerful effect of his Ahabat Zion, although its charming biblical diction enraptured the lovers of Melitza. The noise of the new Jewish life, with its constantly growing problems, invaded the precincts of literature, and even the poets were impelled to take sides in the burning questions of the day. The most important poet of that era, Judah Leib Gordon, 1830 to 1892, who began by composing biblical epics and moralistic fables, soon entered the field of intellectual poetry and became the champion of enlightenment and the trenchant critic of old-fashioned Jewish life. As far back as 1863, while active as a teacher at a crown school in Lithuania, he composed his Marseillaise of Enlightenment, Hakitza Amni, Awake My People. In it he sang of the sun shedding its rays over the land of Eden, where the neck of the enslaved was freed from the yoke, and where the modern Jew was welcomed with a brotherly embrace. The poet calls upon his people to join the ranks of their fellow countrymen, the hosts of cultured Russian citizens who speak the language of the land, and offers his Jewish contemporaries the brief formula: be a man on the street and a Jew in the house, i.e., be a Russian in public and a Jew in private life. Gordon himself defined his function in the work of Jewish regeneration to be that of exposing the inner ills of the people, of fighting rabbinical orthodoxy and the tyranny of ceremonialism. This carping tendency, which implies a condemnation of the whole historic structure of Judaism, manifested itself as early as 1868 in his Songs of Judah, Shireh Yehuda, in strophes radiant with the beauty of the Hebrew diction. To live by soulless rights hast thou been taught, to swim against life and the lifeless letter to keep, to be dead upon earth and in heaven alive, to dream while awake and to speak while asleep. During the 70s, Gordon joined the ranks of the official agents of enlightenment. He removed to St. Petersburg and became secretary of the Society for the Diffusion of Enlightenment. The new Hebrew periodical Ha-Shahar published several of his contemporary epics in which he vented his wrath against petrified rabbinism. He portrays the misery of a Jewish woman who is condemned to enter married life at the bidding of the marriage broker without love and without happiness, or he describes the tragedy of another woman whose future is wrecked by a dot over the eye. He lashes furiously the Orthodox spiders, the official leaders of the community, who catch the young pioneers of enlightenment in the meshes of Kahal authority, backed by police force. Climbing high upon the ladder of history, the poet registers his protest against the predominance of the spiritual over the worldly elements in the whole evolution of Judaism. He assails the prophet Jeremiah, who, in beleaguered Jerusalem, preaches submission to the Babylonians and strict obedience to the law. The prophet, dressed up in the garb of a contemporary Orthodox rabbi, was to be exhibited as a terrifying incarnation of the soulless formula, law above life. The implication is obvious. The power of orthodoxy must be broken and Jewish life must be secularized. But while unmasking the old, Gordon could not fail to perceive the sore spots in the new enlightened generation. He saw the flight of the educated youth from the Jewish camp, its ever-growing estrangement from the national tongue in which the poet uttered his songs, and the cry of anguish burst from his lips, "For whom do I labor?" It seemed to him that the rising generation, detached from the fountainhead of Jewish culture, would no more be able to read the songs of Zion, and that the poet's rhymes were limited in their appeal to the last handful of worshippers of the Hebrew muse. Who knows, but I am the last singer of Zion, and you are the last who my songs understand. These lines were penned on the threshold of the new era of the 80s. The exponent of Jewish self-criticism lived to see not only the horrors of the pogroms, but also the misty dawn of the national movement, and he could comfort himself with the conviction that he was destined to be the singer for more than one generation. The question, "For whom do I labor?" was approached and solved in a different way by another writer, whose genius expanded with the increasing years of his long life. During the first years of his activity, Shalom Jacob Abramovich, born 1836, tried his strength in various fields. He wrote Hebrew essays on literary criticism, Mishpat Shalom, 1859, adapted books on natural science written in modern language, Toldot HaTeva, Natural History, 1862, composed a social tendency roman under the title Fathers and Children, Ha'abot ve'Ha'banim, 1868, but all this left him dissatisfied. Pondering over the question, "For whom do I labor?" he came to the conclusion that his labors belonged to the people at large, to the downtrodden masses, instead of being limited to the educated classes who understand the national tongue. A profound observer of Jewish conditions in the Pale, he realized that the concrete life of the masses should be portrayed in their living daily speech, in the Yiddish vernacular, which was treated with contempt by nearly all the masculine of that period. Accordingly, Abramovich began to write in the dialect of the people under the assumed pen name of Mendele Mokher Shvorim, Mendele the bookseller. Choosing his subject from the life of the lower classes, he portrayed the pariahs of Jewish society and their oppressors. Das kleine Menschele, a humble man, the life of Jewish beggars and vagrants, Fischke the Krummer, Fischke the cripple, and the immense cobweb which had been spun around the destitute masses by the contractors of the meat tax and their accomplices, the alleged benefactors of the community, the Taxe oder die Bande Stott Balle Teufels, the meat tax or the gang of town benefactors. His trenchant satire on the tax hit the mark, and the author had reason to fear the ire of those who who were hurt to the quick by his literary shafts. He had to leave the town of Berdichev, in which he resided at the time, and removed to Zhytomyr. Here he wrote in 1873 one of his ripest works, The Mayor, or Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, Die Klache. In his allegorical narrative, he depicts a homeless mare, the personification of the Jewish masses, which is pursued by the bosses of the town, who do not allow her to graze on the common pasture lands with the town cattle, and who set street loafers and dogs at her heels. The Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, the government, cannot make up its mind whether the mare should be granted equal rights with the native horses or should be left unprotected, and the matter is submitted to a special commission. In the meantime, certain horsemen from among the communal benefactors jump upon the back of the unfortunate mare, beat and torment her well nigh to death, and drive her for their pleasure until she collapses. Leaving the field of polemical allegory, Abramovich published the humorous description of the travels of Benjamin III, Maseot Benjamin ha-Shalish, 1878, portraying a Jewish Don Quixote and Sancho Panza who make an overseas journey to the mystical river Sembation on the way from Berdichev to Kiev. A subtle observation of existing conditions combined with a profound analysis of the problems of Jewish life, artistic power matched with publicistic skill, such are the salient features of the first phase of Abramovich's literary activity. In the following period, beginning with the 80s, his literary creations exhibit greater artistic harmony in their content. As far as their linguistic garb is concerned, they combine the Yiddish vernacular with the Hebrew national tongue, which are employed side by our author as the vehicles of his thought, and reach at his hand an equally high state of perfection. End of section 17. Section 18 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlander. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manik de Baixo, Portugal. Chapter 20. The Inner Life of Russian Jewry During the Reign of Alexander II, Part 3. 6. The Harbinger of Jewish Nationalism, Perez Smolenskin. The artistic portrayal of life was, however, a rare exception in the literature of the Haskalah. Riven by social and cultural strife, the period of enlightenment called rather for theories than for art, and the novelist, no less than the publicist, was called upon to supply the want. This theoretic element was paramount in the novels of Perez Smolenskin, 1842 to 1885, the editor of the popular Hebrew magazine Ha-Shahar. The pupil of a white Russian yeshiva, he afterwards drifted into frivolous Odessa until later to Vienna, suffering painfully from the shock of the contrast. Personally, he had emerged unscathed from this conflict of ideas, but round about him he witnessed the dead bodies of enlightenment, which are just as numerous as the victims of ignorance. He saw the Jewish youth fleeing from its people and forgetting its national language. He saw Reform Judaism of Western Europe, which had retained nothing of Jewish culture except the modernized superficialities of synagogues. Repelled by this spectacle, Smolenskin decided from the very beginning to fight on two fronts: against the fanatics of orthodoxy in the name of European progress, and against the champions of assimilation in the name of national Jewish culture, and more particularly of the Hebrew language. You say, Smolensky exclaims, addressing himself to the assimilators, let us be like the other nations. Well and good. Let us indeed be like the other nations, cultured men and women, free from superstition, loyal citizens of the country. But let us also remember, as the other nations do, that we have no right to be ashamed of our origin, that it is our duty to hold dear our national language and our national dignity. In his first great novel, A Rover on Life's Path, 하토의 베드라케 하하임, 1869 to 1876, Smolensky carries his hero through all the stages of cultural development, leading from an obscure White Russian hamlet to the centers of European civilization in London and Paris. But at the end of his rovings, the hero ultimately attains a synthesis of Jewish nationalism and European progress and ends by sacrificing his life while defending his brethren during the Odessa pogrom of 1871. The other tendency novels of Smolensky reflect the same double-fronted struggle against the stagnation of the Orthodox, particularly the Hasidim, and against the disloyalty of the enlightened. Smolensky's theory of Judaism is formulated in two publicistic works, The Eternal People, Amolam, 1872, and There is a Time to Plant, Elata'at, 1875 to 1877. As a counterbalance to the artificial religious reforms of the West, he sets up the far-reaching principle of Jewish evolution, of a gradual amalgamation of the national and humanitarian elements within Judaism. The Messianic dogma, which the Jews of the West had completely abandoned because of its alleged incompatibility with Jewish citizenship in the diaspora, is warmly defended by Smolensky as one of the symbols of national unity. In the very center of his system stands the cult of Hebrew as a national language, without which there is no Judaism. In order the more successfully to demolish the idea of assimilation, Smolensky bombards its structure, the theory of enlightenment as formulated by Moses Mendelssohn, with its definition of the Jews as a religious community and not as a nation, though in his polemic ardor he often goes too far and does occasional violence to historic truth. In both works, one may discern, though in vague outlines only, the theory of a spiritual nation. However, Smolensky did not succeed in developing and consolidating his theory. The pogroms of 1881 and the beginning of the Jewish exodus from Russia upset his equilibrium once more. He laid aside the question of the national development of Jewry in the diaspora and became an enthusiastic preacher of the restoration of the Jewish people in Palestine. In the midst of this propaganda, the life of the talented publicist was cut short by a premature death. The same conviction was finally reached after a prolonged inner struggle by Moses' wife Lillian Blum, 1843 to 1910, who might well be called a martyr of enlightenment. However, during the period under consideration, he moved entirely within the boundaries of the Haskalah, of which he was the most radical exponent. Persecuted for his harmless liberalism by the fanatics of his native town of Vilkomir, Lillian Blum began to ponder over the question of Jewish religious reforms. In advocating the reform of Judaism, he was not actuated, as were so many in Western Europe, by the desire of adapting Judaism to the non-Jewish environment, but rather by the profound and painful conviction that dominant rabbinism in its medieval phase does not represent the true essence of Judaism. Reform of Judaism, as interpreted by Lillian Bloom, does not mean a revolution, but an evolution of Judaism. Just as the Talmud had once reformed Judaism in accordance with the requirement of its time, so must Judaism be reformed by us in accordance with the demands of our own times. When the youthful writer embodied these views in a series of articles published in the Ha-Melitz under the title Orhat Ha-Talmud, The Ways of the Talmud, 1868 to 1869, his Orthodox townsmen were so thoroughly aroused that his further stay in Vilkomir was not free from danger, and he was compelled to remove to Odessa. Here he published in 1870 his rhymed satire Kahal Rephaim, in which the dark shadows of a Jewish town, the Kahal elders, the rabbis, the tzaddiks, and other worthies move weirdly about in the gloom of the netherworld. In Odessa, Lillian Bloom joined the ranks of the Russified college Jews and became imbued with the radical ideas of Chernyshevsky and Pizariev, gaining the reputation of a nihilist. His theory of Jewish reform, superannuated by his new materialistic worldview, was thrown aside, and a gaping void opened in the soul of the writer. This frame of mind is reflected in Lillian Bloom's self-revelation, The Sins of Youth, Hatot Nerium, 1876. This agonizing cry of one of the many victims of the mental cataclysm of the 60s. The book made a tremendous impression, for the mental torture depicted in it were typical of the whole age of transition. However, the final note of the confession, the shriek of a wasted soul, which, having overthrown the old idols, has failed to find a new God, did not express the general trends of that period, which was far from despair. As for our author, his tempestuous soul was soon set at rest. The events which filled the minds of progressive Jewry with agitation, the horrors of the pogroms and the political oppression of the beginning of the 80s, brought peace to the aching heart of Lillian Bloom. He found the solution of the Jewish problems in the love of Zion, of which he became the philosophic exponent. At a later stage, he became an ardent champion of political Zionism. 7. Jewish literature in the Russian language. The left wing of Enlightenment was represented during this period by Jewish literature in the Russian language, which had several noteworthy exponents. It is interesting to observe that whereas all the prominent writers in Hebrew were children of profoundly nationalistic Lithuania, those that wrote in Russian, with the sole exception of Levanda, were natives of South Russia, where the two extremes, stagnant Hasidism and radical Russification, fought for supremacy. The founder of this branch of Jewish literature was Osip Joseph Rabinovich, 1817 to 1869, a southerner, a native of Poltava, and a resident of Odessa. Alongside of journalistic articles, he wrote protracted novels. His touching pictures of the past, his stories, The Penal Recruits and The Inherited Candlestick, 1859 to 1860, called up before the generation living at the dawn of the new era of reforms, the shadows of the passing night, the tortures of Nicholas' conscription, and the degrading forms of Jewish rightlessness. The fight against the rightlessness was the goal of his journalistic activity, which, prior to the publication of the Razziet, he had carried on in the columns of the liberal Russian press. The problems of inner Jewish life had but little attraction for him. Like Risser, he looked upon civil emancipation as a panacea for all Jewish ailments. He was snatched away by death before he could be cured of this illusion. Rabinovich's work was continued by a talented youth, the journalist Elias Orshansky of Yekaterinoslav, 1846 to 1875, who was the main contributor to the DN of Odessa and to the Yevreyskaya Biblioteka. To fight for Jewish rights, not to offer humble apologies, to demand emancipation, not to beg for it, this attitude lends a charm of its own to Orshansky's writings. His brilliant analysis of Russian legislation concerning the Jews offers a complete anatomy of Jewish disfranchisement in Russia, beginning with Catherine II and ending with Alexander II. Nevertheless, being a child of his age, he preached its formula. While a passionate Jew at heart, he championed the cause of Russification, though not in the extreme form of spiritual self-effacement. The Odessa pogrom of 1871 staggered his impressionable soul. He was tossing about restlessly, seeking an outlet for his resentment, but everywhere he knocked his head against the barriers of censorship and police. Had he been granted longer life, he might, like Smolenskin, have chosen the road of nationalistic progressive synthesis, but the white plague carried him off in his 29th year. The literary work of Leon Levanda, 1835 to 1888, was of a more complicated character. A graduate of one of the official rabbinical schools, he was first active as teacher in a Jewish ground school in Minsk, and afterwards occupied the post of one learned Jew under Muravyov, the Governor-General of Vilna. He thus moved in the hotbed of official enlightenment and in the headquarters of the policy of Russification, as represented by Muravyov, a circumstance which left its impress upon all the products of his pen. In his first novel, The Grocery Store, 1860, of little merit from the artistic point of view, he still appears as the naive bard of that shallow enlightenment, the champion of which is sufficiently characterized by wearing a European costume, calling himself by a well-sounded German or Russian name. In the novel under discussion, the hero goes by the name of Arnold, cultivating friendly relations with the noble-minded Christians and making a love match unassisted by the marriage broker. During this stage of his career, Levanda was convinced that no educated Jew could help being a cosmopolitan. But a little later, his cosmopolitanism displayed a distinct propensity toward Russification. In his novel A Hot Time, 1871 to 1872, Levanda renounces his former Polish sympathies and, through the mouth of his hero Sarin, preaches the gospel of the approaching cultural fusion between the Jews and the Russians, which is to mark a new epoch in the history of the Jewish people. Old-fashioned Jewish life is cleverly ridiculed in the sketches of the past, the earlocks of my Melamed, Judaeophobia, etc., 1870 to 1875. His peace of mind was not even disturbed by the manifestation, towards the end of the 60s, of the anti-Semitic reaction in those very official circles in which the learned Jew moved and in which Brahman was looked up to as an authority in matters appertaining to Judaism. But the catastrophe of 1881 dealt a staggering blow to Levanda's soul and forced him to overthrow his former idol of assimilation. With his mind not yet fully settled on the new theory of nationalism, he joined the Palestine movement toward the end of his life and went down to his grave with a clouded soul. One who stuck fast in his denial of Judaism was Grigory Bogrov, 1825 to 1885. The descendant of a family of rabbis in Poltava, he passed from darkness to light by way of the curious educational institution of Nicholas Brandt, the office of an excise farmer, in which he was employed for a number of years. The enlightened Aksanik became conscious of his literary talent late in his life. His protracted Memoirs of a Jew, largely made up of autobiographical material, was published in a Russian magazine as late as 1871 to 1873. They contain an acrimonious description of Jewish life in the time of Nicholas I. No Jewish artist had ever yet dipped his brush in colors so dismal and had displayed so ferocious a hatred as did Pogrom in painting the old Jewish mode of life within the Pale, with its poverty and darkness, its hunters and victims, its demoralized car rule of the days of conscription. Pogrom's account of his childhood and youth is not relieved by a single cheerful reminiscence except that of a young Russian girl. The whole patriarchal life of Jewish townlet of that period is transformed into a sort of inferno teeming with criminals or idiots. To the mind of Pogrom, only two ways promised an escape from this hell: the way of cosmopolitanism and rationalism, opening up into humanity at large, or the way leading into the midst of the Russian nation. Pogrom himself stood irresolute on this fateful borderline. In 1879, he wrote to Levanda that, as an emancipated cosmopolitan, he would long ago have crossed over to the opposite shore, where other sympathies and ideals smiled upon him, were he not kept within the Jewish fold by 4 million people innocently suffering from systematic persecutions. Pogrom's hatred of the persecutors of the Jewish people was poured forth in his historic novel, A Jewish Manuscript, 1876, the plot of which is based on events of the time of Khmelnytsky. But even here, while describing, as he himself puts it, the history of the struggle between the spider and the fly, he finds in the life of the fly nothing worthy of sympathy except its sufferings. In 1879, Pogrom began a new novel, The Scum of the Age, picturing the life of the modern Jewish youth who were engulfed in the Russian revolutionary propaganda. But the hand which knew how to portray the horrors of the old conscription was powerless to reproduce, except in very crude outlines, the world of political passions which was foreign to the author, and the novel remained unfinished. The reaction of the 80s produced no change in Pogrom's attitude. He breathed his last in a distant Russian village and was buried in a Russian cemetery, having embraced Christianity shortly before his death as a result of a sad concatenation of family circumstances. Before the young generation which entered upon active life in the 80s lay the broken tablets of Russian Jewish literature. New tablets were needed, partly to restore the commandment of the preceding period of enlightenment, partly to correct its mistakes. End of section 18. Section 19 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, from 1825 to 1894, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlander. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manikт Baisho, Portugal. Chapter 21. The Accession of Alexander III and the Inauguration of Pogroms. 1. The Triumph of Autocracy. On March 1, 1881, Alexander II met his death on one of the principal thoroughfares of St. Petersburg, smitten by dynamite bombs hurled at him by a group of terrorists. The Tsar, who had freed the Russian peasantry from personal slavery, paid with his life for refusing to free Russian people from political slavery and police tyranny. The red terrorism of the revolutionaries was the counterpart of the white terrorism of the Russian authorities, who for many years had suppressed the faintest striving for liberty and had sent to jail and prison or deported to Siberia the champions of a constitutional form of government and the spokesmen of social reforms. Forced by the persecution of the police to hide beneath the surface, the revolutionary societies of underground Russia found themselves compelled to resort to methods of terrorism. This terrorism found its expression during the last years of Alexander II in various attempts on the life of the ruler and culminated in the catastrophe of March 1st. Among the members of these revolutionary societies were also some representatives from among the young Jewish intelligentsia. They were in large part college students who had been carried away by the ideals of their Russian comrades, but few of them were counted among the active terrorists. The group, which prepared the murder of the Tsar, comprised but one Jewish member, a woman by the name of Hesia Helpman, who moreover played but a secondary role in the conspiracy by keeping a secret residence for two revolutionaries. Nevertheless, in the official circles, which were anxious to justify the oppression of the Jews, it became customary to refer to the important role played by the Jews in the Russian Revolution. It was with preconceived notion of this kind that Alexander III ascended the throne of Russia, a sovereign with unlimited power, but with a very limited political horizon. Being a Russian of the old-fashioned type and a zealous champion of the Greek Orthodox Church, he shared the anti-Jewish prejudices of his environment. Already as Crown Prince, he ordered that a monetary reward be given to the notorious Lutostansky, who had presented him with his libellous pamphlet concerning the use of Christian blood by the Jews. During the Russo-Turkish War of 1877, when as heir apparent he was in command of one of the Balkan armies, he allowed himself to be persuaded that the abuses in the Russian commissariat were due to the Jewish purveyors who supplied the army. This was all that was known about Judaism in the circles from which the ruler of 5 million Jews derived his information. In March and April 1881, the destinies of Russia were being decided at secret conferences which were held between the Tsar and the highest dignitaries of state in the palace of the quiet little town of Katsina, whither Alexander III had withdrawn after the death of his father. Two parties and two programs were struggling for mastery at these conferences. The party of the liberal minister Loris Melikov, championing a program of moderate reforms, pleaded primarily for the establishment of an advisory commission to be composed of the deputies of the rural and urban administration for the purpose of considering all legal projects prior to their submission to the Council of States. This plan of paltry popular representation, which had obtained the approval of Alexander II during the last days of his life, assumed in the eyes of the reactionary party the proportions of a dangerous constitution and was execrated by it as an encroachment upon the sacred prerogatives of autocracy. The head of this party was the Procurator General of the Holy Synod, Konstantin Petrovich Pobedonostsev, a former professor at the University of Moscow, who had been Alexander III's tutor in the political sciences when the latter was crown prince. As the exponent of ecclesiastical police state, Pobedonostsev contended that enlightenment and political freedom were harmful to Russia and that the people must be held in a state of patriarchal submission to the authority of the Church and of the temporal powers, and that the Greek Orthodox masses must be shielded against the influence of alien religion and races, which should accordingly occupy in the Russian monarchy a position subordinate to that of the dominant nation. The ideas of this fanatic reactionary, who was dubbed the Grand Inquisitor and whose name was popularly changed into Pobedonostsev, carried the day at the Gatchina conferences. The deliberations culminated in the decision to refrain from making any concessions to the revolutionary element by granting reforms, however modest in character, and to maintain at all cost the regime of a police state as counterbalance to the idea of a legal state prevalent in the rotten West. Accordingly, the Imperial Manifesto, promulgated on April 29, 1881, proclaimed to the people that the voice of God had commanded us to take up vigorously the reins of government, inspiring us with belief in the strength and truth of autocratic power, which we are called upon to establish and safeguard. The manifesto calls upon all faithful subjects to eradicate the hideous sedition and to establish faith and morality. The methods whereby faith and morality were to be established were soon made known in the police constitution, which was bestowed upon Russia in August 1881 under the name of the Statute Concerning Enforced Public Safety. This statute confers upon the Russian satraps of the capitals St. Petersburg and Moscow and of many provincial centers, the governors general and the governors, the power of issuing special enactments and thereby setting aside the normal laws, as well as of placing under arrest and deporting to Siberia without the due process of law all citizens suspected of political unsafety. This travesty of a habeas corpus act, ensuring the inviolability of police and gendarmerie, and practically involving the suspension of the current legislation in a large part of the monarchy, has ever since been annually renewed by special imperial enactments and has remained in force until our own days. The genuine police constitution of 1881 has survived the civil sham constitution of 1805, figuring as a symbol of legalized lawlessness. 2. The initiation of the pogrom policy. The catastrophe of March 1st had the natural effect of pushing not only the government but also a large part of the Russian people who had been scared by the specter of anarchy in the direction of reactionary politics. This retrograde tendency was bound to affect the Jewish question. The bacillus of Judaeophobia became astir in the politically immature minds which had been unhinged by the act of terrorism. The influential press organs which maintained more or less close relations with the leading government spheres adopted more and more a hostile attitude toward the Jews. The metropolitan newspaper Novaya Vremya, the New Time, which at that time embarked upon its infamous career as the semi-official organ of Russian reaction, and the number of provincial newspapers subsidized by the government suddenly began to speak of the Jews in a tone which suggested that they were in the possession of some terrible secret. Almost on the day following the attempt on the life of the Tsar, the papers of this ilk began to insinuate that the Jews had a hand in it, and shortly thereafter, the South Russian press published alarming rumors about the proposed organized attacks upon the Jews of that region. These rumors were based on facts. A sinister agitation was rife among the lowest elements of the Russian population, while invisible hands from above seemed to push it on toward the commission of a gigantic crime. In the same month of March, mysterious emissaries from St. Petersburg made their appearance in the large cities of South Russia, such as Elizabethgrad, Kiev, and Odessa, and entered into secret negotiations with the highest police officials concerning a possible outburst of popular indignation against the Jews, which they expected to take place as a part of the economic conflict, intimating the undesirability of obstructing the will of the Russian populace by police force. Figures of great Russian tradesmen and laborers, or Katsavs, as the Great Russians are designated in the Little Russian South, began to make their appearance in the railroad cars and at the railroad stations, and spoke to the common people of the summary punishment soon to be inflicted upon the Jews, or read to them anti-Semitic newspaper articles. They further assured them that an imperial ukase had been issued calling upon the Christians to attack the Jews during the days of the approaching Greek Orthodox Easter. Although many years have passed since these events, it had not yet been possible to determine the particular agency which carried on this pogrom agitation among the Russian masses. Nor has it been possible to find out to what extent the secret society of high officials, which had been formed in March 1881 under the name of the Sacred League, with the object of defending the person of the Tsar and engaging in a terroristic struggle with the enemies of the public order, was implicated in the movements. But the fact itself that the pogroms were carefully prepared and engineered is beyond doubt. It may be inferred from the circumstance that they broke out almost simultaneously in many places of the Russian South, and that everywhere they followed the same routine, characterized by the well-organized activity of the mob and the deliberate inactivity of the authorities. The first outbreak of the storm took place in Elizabethgrad, a large city in New Russia with a Jewish population of 15,000 souls. On the eve of the Greek Orthodox Easter, the local Christians, meeting on the streets and in the stores, spoke to one another of the fact that the Zid are about to be beaten. The Jews became alarmed. The police, prepared to maintain public order during the first days of the Passover, called out a small detachment of soldiers. In consequence, the first days of the festival passed quietly, and on the fourth day, on April 15, the troops were removed from the streets. At that moment, the pogrom began. The organizers of the riot sent a drunken Russian into a saloon kept by a Jew, where he began to make himself obnoxious. When the saloon keeper pushed the troublemaker out into the street, the crowd, which were waiting outside, began to shout, "The Zids are beating our people," and threw themselves upon the Jews who happened to pass by. This evidently was the prearranged signal for the pogrom. The Jewish stores in the marketplace were attacked and demolished, and the goods looted or destroyed. At first, the police, assisted by the troops, managed somehow to disperse the rioters. But on the second day, the pogrom was renewed with greater energy and better leadership amidst the suspicious inactivity both of the military and police authorities. The following description of the events is taken from the records of the official investigation, which were not meant for publication and are therefore free from the bureaucratic prevarications characteristic of Russian public documents. During the night from the 15th to the 16th of April, an attack was made upon Jewish houses, primarily upon liquor stores on the outskirts of the town, on each occasion one Jew was killed. About 7 o'clock in the morning on April 16, the excesses were renewed, spreading with extraordinary violence all over the city. Clerks, saloon and hotel waiters, artisans, drivers, flunkies, day laborers in the employ of the government, and soldiers on furlough, all of these joined the movement. The city presented an extraordinary sight, streets covered with feathers and obstructed with broken furniture which had been thrown out of the residences, houses with broken doors and windows, a raging mob running about yelling and whistling in all directions and continuing its work of destruction without let or hindrance, and as a finishing touch to this picture, complete indifference displayed by the local non-Jewish inhabitants to the havoc wrought before their eyes. The troops which had been summoned to restore order were without definite instructions, and at each attack of the mob on another house would wait for orders of the military or police authorities without knowing what to do. As a result of this attitude of the military, the turbulent mob, which was demolishing the houses and stores of the Jews before the eyes of the troops, without being checked by them, was bound to arrive at the conclusion that the excesses in which it indulged were not an illegal undertaking, but rather a work which had the approval of the government. Towards evening, the disorder increased in intensity owing to the arrival of a large number of peasants from the adjacent village who were anxious to secure part of the Jewish loot. There was no one to check these crowds. The troops and police were helpless. They had all lost heart and were convinced that it was impossible to suppress the disorder with the means at hand. At 8 o'clock at night, a rain came down accompanied by a cold wind, which helped in a large measure to disperse the crowd. At 11 o'clock, fresh troops arrived on the spot. On the morning of April 17, a new battalion of infantry came, and from that day on, public order was no longer violated in Elizabethgrad. The news of the victory so easily won over the Jews of Elizabethgrad aroused the dormant pogrom energy in the unenlightened Russian masses. In the latter part of April, riots took place in many villages of the Elizabethgrad district and in several towns and townlets in the adjoining government of Kherson. In the villages, the work of destruction was limited to the inns kept by Jews, many peasants believing that they were acting in accordance with imperial orders. In the towns and townlets, all Jewish houses and stores were demolished and their goods looted. In the town of Ignatyev, in the government of Kherson, the people were incited by a resident named Lashchenko, who assured his townsmen that the central government had given orders to massacre the Jews because they had murdered the Tsar, and that these orders were purposely kept back by the local administration. The instigator was seized by the police, but was wrested from it by the crowd, which thereupon threw itself upon the Jews. The riots resulted in some 200 ruined houses and stores in the outskirts of the town, where the Jewish proletariat was cooped up. The central part of the town, where the more well-to-do Jews had their residences, was guarded by the police and by a military detachment, and therefore remained intact. 3. The pogrom at Kiev. The movement gained constantly in momentum, and the instincts of the mob became more and more unbridled. The mother of Russian cities, ancient Kiev, where at the dawn of Russian history, the Jews, together with the Khazars, had been the banner-bearer of civilization, became the scene of the lawless fury of savage hordes. Here, the pogrom was carefully prepared by a secret organization which spread the rumor that the new Tsar had given orders to exterminate the Jews who had murdered his father, and that the civil and military authorities would render assistance to the people, whilst those who would fail to comply with the will of the Tsar would meet with punishment. The local authorities, with the Governor-General Treteln at their head, who was a reactionary and a fierce Jew-hater, were aware not only of the imminence of the pogrom, but also of the day selected for it, Sunday, April 26. As early as April 23rd, a street fight took place which was accompanied by assaults on Jewish passers-by, a prelude to the pogrom. On the day before the fateful Sunday, the Jews were warned by the police not to leave their houses nor to open their stores on the morrow. The Jews were nonplussed. They failed to understand why in the capital of the Governor-General, with its numerous troops, which, at a hint from their commander, were able to nip in the bud disorders of any kind, peaceful citizens should be told to hide themselves from an impending attack instead of taking measures to forestall the attack itself. Nevertheless, the advice of the police was heeded, and on the fateful day no Jews were to be found on the streets. This, however, did not prevent the numerous bands of rioters from assembling on the streets and embarking upon their criminal activities. The pogrom started in Podol, a part of the town densely populated by Jews. The following is the description of an eyewitness. At 12 o'clock at noon, the air suddenly resounded with wild shouts, whistling, jeering, hooting, and laughing. An immense crowd of young boys, artisans, and laborers was on the march. The whole city was obstructed by the barefooted brigade. The destruction of Jewish houses began. Window panes and doors began to fly about, and shortly thereafter, the mob, having gained access to the houses and stores, began to throw upon the streets absolutely everything that fell into their hands. Clouds of feathers began to whirl in the air. The din of broken window panes and frames, the crying, shouting, and despair on the one hand, and the terrible yelling and jeering on the other, completed the picture which reminded many of those who had participated in the last Russo-Turkish War of the manner in which the Bash Buzuks had attacked Bulgarian villages. Soon afterwards, the mob threw itself upon the Jewish synagogue, which, despite its strong bars, locks, and shutters, was wrecked in a moment. One should have seen the fury with which the riffraff fell upon the Torah scrolls, of which there were many in the synagogue. The scrolls were torn to shreds, trampled in the dirt, and destroyed with incredible passion. The streets were soon crammed with the trophies of destruction. Everywhere, fragments of dishes, furniture, household utensils, and other articles lay scattered about. Barely 2 hours after the beginning of the pogrom, the majority of the barefooted brigade were transformed into well-dressed gentlemen, many of them having grown excessively stout in the meantime. The reason for this sudden change was simple enough. Those that had looted the stores of ready-made clothes put on 3 or 4 suits, and, not yet satisfied, took under their arms all they could lay their hands on. Others drove off in vehicles, carrying with them bags filled with loot. The Christian population saved itself from the ruinous operations of the crowd by placing holy icons in their windows and painting crosses on the gates of their houses. While the pogrom was going on, troops were marching up and down the streets of the Podol districts. Cossacks were riding about on their horses, and patrols on foot and horseback were moving to and fro. Here and there, army officers would pass through, among them generals and high civil officials. The cavalry would hasten to a place whence the noise came. Having arrived there, it would surround the mob and order it to disperse, but the mob would only move to another place. Thus, the work of destruction proceeded undisturbed until 3 o'clock in the morning. Drums were beaten, words of command were shouted. The crowd was encircled by the troops and ordered to disperse, while the mob continued its attacks with ever-increasing fury and savagery. While some of the robber bands were busy in Podol, others were active in the principal thoroughfares of the city. In each case, the savage and drunken mob, not a single sober person could be found among them, is the testimony of an eyewitness, did its hideous work in the presence of soldiers and policemen, who in a few instances drove off the rioters, but more often accompanied them from place to place, forming, as it were, an honorary escort. Occasionally, Governor General Stratton himself would appear on the streets, surrounded by a magnificent military suite, including the governor and chief of police. These representatives of state authority admonished the people, and the latter, preserving a funeral silence, drew back, only to resume their criminal task after the departure of the authorities. In some places, there were neither troops nor police on the spot, and the rioters were able to give full vent to their beastly instincts. Demyovka, a suburb of Kiev, was invaded by a horde of rioters during the night. They first destroyed the saloons, filling themselves with alcohol, and then proceeded to lay fire to the Jewish houses. Under the cover of night, indescribable horrors were perpetrated. Numerous Jews were beaten to death or thrown into the flames, and many women were violated. A private investigation carried on subsequently brought out more than 20 cases of rape committed on Jewish girls and married women. Only 2 of the sufferers confessed their misfortune to the public prosecutor. The others admitted their disgraces in private or concealed it altogether for fear of ruining their reputation. It was only on April 27, when the pogrom broke out afresh, that the authorities resolved to put a stop to it. Wherever a disorderly band made its appearance, it was immediately surrounded by soldiers and Cossacks and driven off with the butt ends of their rifles. Here and there, it became necessary to shoot at these human beasts, and some of them were wounded or killed. The rapidity with which the pogrom was suppressed on the second day showed incontrovertibly that if the authorities had only been so minded, the excesses might have been suppressed on the first day and the crime nipped in the bud. The indifferences of the authorities was responsible for the demolition of about 1,000 Jewish houses and business places, involving a monetary loss of several millions of rubles, not to speak of the scores killed and wounded Jews and a goodly number of violated women. In the official reports, these orgies of destruction were politely designated as disorders, and the imperial messenger limited its account of the horrors perpetrated at Kiev to the following truth-perverting dispatch. On April 26, disorders broke out in Kiev, which were directed against the Jews. Several Jews received blows, and their stores and warehouses were plundered. On the morning of the following day, The disorders were checked with the help of the troops, and 500 men from among the rioters were arrested. The later laconic reports are nearer to the facts. They set the figures of arrested rioters at no less than 1,400 and make mention of a number of persons who had been wounded during the suppression of the excesses, including one gymnasium and one university student. Yet, even these later dispatches contain no reference to Jewish victims. 4. Further outbreaks in South Russia. The barbarism displayed in the metropolis of the southwest communicated itself with the force of an infectious disease to the whole region. During the following days, from April to May, some 50 villages and a number of townlets in the government of Kiev and the adjacent governments of Volhynia and Podolia were swept by the pogrom epidemic. The Jewish population of the town of Smyela and the surrounding villages, amounting to some 10,000 souls, experienced on a smaller scale all the horrors perpetrated at Kiev. It was not until the second day, May 4th, that the troops proceeded to put an end to the violence and pillage which had been going on in the town and which resulted in a number of killed or wounded. In a nearby village, a Jewish woman of 30 was attacked and tortured to death, while the 7-year-old son of another woman, who had saved herself by flight, was killed in beastly fashion for his refusal to make the sign of the cross. In many cases, the pogroms had been instigated by the newly arrived Great Russian Barefooted Brigade, who, having accomplished their work, vanished without a trace. A similar horde of tramps arrived at the railway station of Berdichev, but in this populous Jewish center they were met at the station by a large Jewish guard who, armed with clubs, did not allow the visiting performers to leave the railway cars, with the result that they had to turn back. This rare instance of self-defense was only made possible by the indulgence of the local police commissioner, or ispravnik, who, for large consideration, blinked at the endeavor of the Jews to defend themselves against the rioters. In other places, similar attempts at self-defense were frustrated by the police. Occasionally, they made things worse. Such was the case in the town of Konotov, in the government of Chernigov, where, as a result of self-defense of the Jews, the mob passed from plunder to murder. In the villages, the ignorant peasants scrupulously discharged their pogrom duty in the conviction that it had been imposed upon them by the Tsar. In one village in the government of Chernigov, the following characteristic episode took place. The peasants of the village had assembled for their work of destruction. When the rural chief or elder called upon the peasants to disperse, the latter demanded a written guarantee that they would not be held to account for their failure to comply with the imperial order to beat the Jews. This guarantee was given to them. However, the skeptical rustics were not yet convinced, and to make assurance doubly sure, destroyed 6 Jewish houses. In various villages, the priests found it exceedingly difficult to convince the peasants that no order had been issued to attack the Jews. The series of spring pogroms were capped by a 3-day riot in the capital of the south, in Odessa, May 3rd to 5th, which harbored a Jewish population of 100,000. In view of the immense riffraff which is generally found in a port of entry of this size, the excesses of the mob might have assumed terrifying dimensions had not the authorities remembered that the task entrusted to them was not exactly that of forming an honorary escort for the rioters, as had actually been the case in Kiev. The police and military forces of Odessa attacked the rioting hordes which had spread all over the city and in most cases succeeded in driving them off. The Jewish self-defense, organized and led by Jewish students of the University of Odessa, managed in a number of cases to beat off the bloodthirsty crowds from the gates of Jewish homes. However, when the police began to make arrests among the street mob, they drew no line between the defenders and the assailants, with the result that among the 800 arrested persons, there were 150 Jews who were locked up on the charge of carrying firearms. In point of fact, the arms of the Jews consisted of clubs and iron rods, with the exception of a very few who were provided with pistols. Those arrested were loaded on 3 barges which were towed out to sea and for several days were kept in that swimming jail. The Odessa pogrom, which had resulted in the destruction of several city districts populated by poor Jews, did not satisfy the appetites of the savage crowd, whose imagination had been fired by stories of the successes attained at Kiev. The mob threatened the Jews with a new riot and even with a massacre. The panic resulting from this threat induced many Jews to flee to more peaceful places or to leave Russia altogether. The same lack of completeness marked the pogroms which took place simultaneously in several other cities within the jurisdiction of the Governor-General of New Russia. In the beginning of May, the destructive menace characterizing the first pogrom period began to ebb. A lull ensued in the military operations of the Russian barbarians, which continued until the month of July of the same year. End of section 19. Section 20 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manikdbaisho, Portugal. Chapter 22, The Anti-Jewish Policies of Ignatyev. Part 1. 1. The vacillating attitude of the authorities. In the beginning of May 1881, the well-known diplomatist Nicholas Pavlovich Ignatyev was called by the Tsar to the post of Minister of the Interior. At one time, ambassador in Constantinople, and at all times a militant pan-Slavist, Ignatyev introduced a system of diplomatic intrigues into the inner politics of Russia, earning thereby the unenviable nickname of Father of Lies. A programmatic circular issued by him on May 6th declared that the principal task of the government consisted in the extirpation of sedition, i.e., in carrying on a struggle not only against the revolutionary movement, but also against the spirit of liberalism in general. In this connection, Ignatyev took occasion to characterize the anti-Jewish excesses in the following typical sentences. The movement against the Jews which has come to light during the last few days in the South is a sad example showing how men, otherwise devoted to throne and fatherland, yet yielding to the instigations of ill-minded agitators who fan the evil passions of the popular masses, giving way to the self-will and mob rule, and without being aware of it, act in accordance with the designs of the anarchist. Such violation of the public order must not only be put down vigorously, but must also be carefully forestalled, for it is the first duty of the government to safeguard the population against all violence and savage mob rule. These lines reflect the theory concerning the origin of the pogrom, which was originally held in the highest government spheres of St. Petersburg. This theory assumed that the anti-Jewish campaign had been entirely engineered by revolutionary agitators and that the latter had made deliberate endeavors to focus the resentment of the popular masses upon the Jews as a preeminently mercantile class for the purpose of subsequently widening the anti-Jewish campaign into a movement directed against the Russian mercantile class, landowners, and capitalists in general. Be this as it may, there can be no question that the government was actually afraid lest the revolutionary propaganda attach itself to the agitation of those devotees to throne and fatherland for the purpose of giving the movement a more general scope in accordance with the designs of the anarchists. As a matter of fact, even outside the government circles, the apprehension was voiced that the anti-Jewish movement would, of itself, without any external stimulus, assume the form of a mob movement, directed not only against the well-to-do classes but also against the government officials. On May 4, 1881, Baron Horace Ginzburg, a leading representative of the Jewish community of St. Petersburg, waited upon Grand Duke Vladimir, a brother of the Tsar, who expressed the opinion that the anti-Jewish disorders, as has now been ascertained by the government, are not to be exclusively traced to the resentment against the Jews, but are rather due to the endeavor to disturb the peace in general. A week after this visit, the deputies of Russian Jewry had occasion to hear the same opinion expressed by the Tsar himself. The Jewish deputation, consisting of Baron Günzburg and the banker Sack, the lawyers Passover and Bank, and the learned Hebraist Berlin, was awaiting this audience with considerable trepidation, anticipating an authoritative imperial verdict regarding the catastrophe that had befallen the Jews. On May 11th, the audience took place in the palace at Katsina. Baron Ginsburg voiced the sentiments of boundless gratitude for the measures adopted to safeguard the Jewish population at this sad moment, and added, "One more imperial word, and the disturbance will disappear." In reply to the euphemistic utterances concerning the measures adopted, the Tsar stated in the same tone that all Russian subjects were equal before him, and expressed the assurance that in the criminal disorders in the south of Russia, the Jews merely served as a pretext, and that it is the work of anarchists. This pacifying portion of the Tsar's answer was published in the press. What the public was not allowed to learn was the other portion of the answer, in which the Tsar gave utterance to the view that the source of the hatred against the Jews lay in their economic domination and exploitation of the Russian population. In reply to the arguments of the talented lawyer Passover and the other deputies, the Tsar declared, "State all this in a special memorandum." Such a memorandum was subsequently prepared, but it was not submitted to the Tsar. For only a few months later, the official attitude towards the Jewish question took a turn for the worse. The government decided to abandon its former view on the Jewish pogroms and to adopt, instead, the theory of Jewish exploitation, using it as a means of justifying not only the pogroms which had already been perpetrated upon the Jews, but also the repressive measures which were being contemplated against them. Under these circumstances, Ignatyev did not see his way clear to allow the memorandum in defense of Jewry to receive the attention of the Tsar. It is not impossible that the pacifying portion of the imperial reply, which had been given at the audience of May 11th, was also prompted by the desire to appease the public opinion of Western Europe, for at that time, European opinion still carried some weight with the bureaucratic circles of Russia. Several days before the audience at Katsina, the English Parliament discussed the question of Jewish persecution in Russia. In the House of Commons, the Jewish members, Baron Henry de Worms and Sir H. D. Wolfe, calling attention to the case of an English Jew who had been expelled from St. Petersburg, interpellated the Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Sir Charles Dilke, whether Her Majesty's government have made any representations to the government at St. Petersburg with regard to the atrocious outrages committed on the Jewish population in southern Russia. Dilke replied that the English government was not sure whether such a protest would be likely to be efficacious. A similar reply was given by the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Lord Granville, to a joint deputation of the Anglo-Jewish Association and the Board of Deputies, two leading Anglo-Jewish bodies which waited upon him on May 13, 2 days after the Katsina audience. After expressing his warm sympathy with the object of the deputation, the Secretary pointed out the inexpediency of any interference on the part of England at a moment when the Russian government itself was adopting measures against the pogroms, referring to the cordial reception lately given by the Emperor to a deputation of Jews. Subsequent events soon made it clear that the government represented by Ignatyev was far from harboring any sympathy for the victims of the pogroms. The public did not fail to notice the fact that the Russian government, which was in the habit of rendering financial help to the population in the case of elemental catastrophe, such as conflagrations or inundations, had refrained from granting the slightest monetary assistance to the Jewish sufferers from the pogroms. Apart from its material usefulness, such assistance would have had an enormous moral effect, inasmuch as it would have stood forth in the public eye as an official condemnation of the violent act perpetrated against the Jews, particularly if the Tsar himself had made a large donation for that purpose, as he was wont to do in other cases of this kind. As it was, the authorities not only neglected to take such a step, but they even went so far as to forbid the Jews of St. Petersburg to start a public collection for the relief of the pogrom victims. Nay, the Governor General of Odessa refused to accept the large sum of money offered to him by well-to-do Jews for the benefit of the sufferers. Nor was this the worst. The local authorities did everything in their power to manifest their solidarity with the enemies of Judaism. The street pogroms were followed by administrative pogroms sui generis. Already in the month of May, the police of Kiev began to track all the Jews residing illegally in the city and to expel these criminals by the thousands. Similar wholesale expulsions took place in Moscow, Oryol, and other places outside the pale of settlement. These persecutions constituted evidently an object lesson in religious toleration, and the Russian masses, which had but recently shown to what extent they respected the inviolability of Jewish life and property, took the lesson to heart. One hope was still left to the Jews. The law courts, at least being the organs of the public conscience of Russia, were bound to condemn severely the sinister pogrom heroes. But this hope too proved illusory. In the majority of cases, the judges treated acts of open pillage and of violence committed against life and limbs as petty street brawls, as disturbance of the public peace, and imposed upon their perpetrators ridiculous slight penalties such as 3 months imprisonment, penalties moreover which were simultaneously inflicted upon the Jews who, as in the case of Odessa, has resorted to self-defense. When the terrible Kiev pogrom was tried in the local military circuit court, the public prosecutor, Strelnikov, a well-known reactionary who subsequently met his fate at the hands of the revolutionary, delivered himself on May 18 of a speech which was rather an indictment against the Jews than against the rioters. He argued that these disorders had been called forth entirely by the exploitation of the Jews who had seized the principal economic positions in the province, and he conducted his cross-examination of the Jewish witnesses in the same hostile spirit. When one of the witnesses retorted that the aggravation of the economic struggle was due to the artificial congestion of the Jews in the pent-up Pale of Settlement, the prosecutor shouted, "If the eastern frontier is closed to the Jews, the western frontier is open to them. Why don't they take advantage of it?" This summons to leave the country, doubly revolting in the mouth of a guardian of the law, addressed to those who, under the influence of the pogrom panic, had already made up their minds to flee from the land of slavery, produced a staggering effect upon the Jewish public. The last ray of hope, the hope for legal justice, vanished. The courts of law had become a weapon in the hands of the anti-Jewish leaders. 2. The pogrom panic and the beginning of the Exodus. The feeling of safety which had been restored by the published portion of the imperial reply at the audience of May 11th was rapidly evaporating. The Jews were again filled with alarm, while the instigators of the pogrom took courage and decided that the time had arrived to finish their interrupted street performance. The early days of July marked the inauguration of the second series of riots, the so-called summer pogroms. The new conflagration started in the city of Pereyaslav, in the government of Poltava, which had not yet discarded its anti-Jewish Cossack traditions. Pereyaslav at that time harbored many fugitives from Kiev who had escaped from the spring pogroms in that city. The increase in the Jewish population of Pereyaslav was evidently displeasing to the local Christian inhabitants. 420 Christian burghers of Pereyaslav, avowed believers in the Gospels which enjoin Christians to love those that suffer, passed a resolution calling for the expulsion of the Jews from their city, and in anticipation of this legalized violence, they decided to teach the Jews a lesson on their own responsibility. On June 30th and July the 1st, Pereyaslav was the scene of a pogrom marked by all the paraphernalia of the Russian ritual, though unaccompanied this time by human sacrifices. The epilogue to the pogrom was marked by an originality of its own. A committee consisting of representatives of the municipal administration, 4 Christians and 3 Jews, was appointed to inquire into the causes of the disorders. This committee was presented by the local Christian burghers with a set of demands, some of which were in substance as follows: that the Jewish aldermen of the town council, as well as the Jewish members of the other municipal bodies, shall voluntarily resign from these honorary posts as men deprived of civic honesty, that the Jewish women shall not dress themselves in silk, velvet, and gold, that the Jews shall refrain from keeping Christian domestics who are corrupted in the Jewish homes religiously and morally, that all Jewish strangers who had sought refuge in Pereyaslav shall be immediately banished, that the Jews shall be forbidden to buy provisions in the surrounding villages for reselling them, also to carry on business on Sundays and Russian festivals, to keep salons and so on. Thus, in addition to being ruined, the Jews were presented with an ultimatum implying the threat of further military operations. As in previous cases, the example of the city of Pereyaslav was followed by the townlets and villages in the surrounding region. The unruliness of the crowd, which had been trained to destroy and plunder with impunity, knew no bounds. In the neighboring town of Borispol, a crowd of rioters, stimulated by alcohol, threatened to pass from pillage to murder. When checked by the police and Cossacks, they threw themselves with fury upon these untoward defenders of the Jewish population and began to maltreat them until a few rifle shots put them to flight. The same was the case in Niezhin, where a pogrom was enacted on July 20 and 22nd. After several vain attempts to stop the riots, the military was forced to shoot at the infuriated crowd, killing and wounding some of them. This was followed by the cry, "Christian blood is flowing, beat the Jews," and the pogrom was renewed with redoubled vigor. It was stopped only on the third day. The energy of the July pogroms had evidently spent itself in these last ferocious attempts. The murderous hordes realized that the police and military were fully in earnest, and this was enough to sober them from their pogrom intoxication. Towards the end of July, the epidemic of vandalism came to a stop, though it was followed in many cities by a large number of conflagrations. The cowardly rioters, deprived of the opportunity of plundering the Jews with impunity, began to set fire to Jewish neighborhoods. This was particularly the case in the northwestern provinces, in Lithuania and White Russia, where the authorities had from the very beginning set their faces firmly against all organized violence. The series of pogroms perpetrated during the spring and summer of that year had inflicted its sufferings on more than 100 localities populated by Jews, primarily in the south of Russia. Yet, the misery engendered by the panic, by the horrible apprehension of unbridled violence, was far more extensive, for the entire Jewish population of Russia proved its victim. Just as in the bygone Middle Ages, whenever Jewish suffering had reached a sad climax, so now too the persecuted nation found itself face to face with the problem of emigration. And as if history had been anxious to link up the end of the 19th century with that of the 15th, the Jewish affliction in Russia found an echo in that very country, which in 1492 had herself banished the Jews from her borders. The Spanish government announced its readiness to receive and shelter the fugitives from Russia. Ancient Catholic Spain held forth a welcoming hand to the victims of modern Greek Orthodox Spain. However, the Spanish offer was immediately recognized as having but little practical value. In the forefront of Jewish interest stood the question as to the land toward which the emigration movement should be directed, towards the United States of America, which held out the prospect of bread and liberty, or toward Palestine, which offered a shelter to the wounded national soul. While the Jewish writers were busy debating the question, life itself decided the direction of the emigration movement. Nearly all fugitives from the south of Russia had left for America by way of the Western European centers. The movement proceeded with elemental force and entirely unorganized, with the result that in the autumn of that year, some 10,000 destitute Jewish wanderers found themselves huddled together at the first halting place, the city of Brody, which is situated on the Russo-Austrian frontier. They had been attracted hither by the rumor that the agents of the French Alliance Israelite Université would supply them with the necessary means for continuing their journey across the Atlantic. The Central Committee of the Alliance, caught unprepared for such a huge emigration, was at its wits' end. It sent out appeals warning the Jews against the wholesale emigration to America by way of Brody, but it was powerless to stem the tide. When the representatives of the French Alliance, the well-known Charles Netter and others, arrived in Brody, they beheld a terrible spectacle. The streets of the city were filled with thousands of Jews and Jewesses who were exhausted from material want, with hungry children in their arms. From early morning until late at night, the French delegates were surrounded by a crowd clamoring for help. Their way was obstructed by mothers who threw their little ones under their feet, begging to rescue them from starvation. The delegates did all they could, but the number of fugitives was constantly swelling, while the process of dispatching them to America went on at a snail's pace. The exodus of the Jews from Russia was due not only to the pogroms and the panic resulting from them, but also to the new blows which were falling upon them from all sides, dealt out by the liberal hand of Ignatyev. End of section 20. Section 21 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlander. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manik-Tbaisho, Portugal. Chapter 22. The Anti-Jewish Policy of Ignatyev. Part 2. 3. The Gubernatorial Commissions. After wavering for some time, the anti-Semitic government of Ignatyev finally made up its mind as to the attitude it was henceforth to adopt toward the Jewish problem. Taken aback at the beginning of the Pogrom movement, the leading spheres of Russia were first inclined to ascribe it to the effects of the revolutionary propaganda, but they afterwards came to the conclusion that, in the interest of the reactionary policies pursued by them, and as a means of justifying the disgraceful anti-Jewish excesses before the eyes of Europe, it was more convenient to throw the blame upon the Jews themselves. With this end in view, a new theory that was put forth by the Russian government, the quasi-economic doctrine of the exploitation of the original population by the Jews. This doctrine consisted of two parts, which, properly speaking, were mutually exclusive. First, the Jews, as a preeminently mercantile class, engage in unproductive labor and thereby exploit the productive classes of Christian population, the peasantry in particular. Second, the Jews, having captured commerce and industry, here the large participation of the Jews in industrial life, represented by handicrafts and manufactures, is tacitly admitted, compete with the Christian urban estates, in other words, interfere with them in their own exploitation of the population. The first part of this strange theory is based upon primitive economic notions, such as are in vogue during the periods of transition, when natural economic production gives way to capitalism, and when all complicated forms of mediation are regarded as unproductive and harmful. The thoughts expressed in the second part of the thesis is implied in the makeup of a police state, which looks upon the occupation of certain economic positions by a given national group as an illegitimate capture and regard it as functions to check this competition for the sole purpose of ensuring the success of the dominant nationality. The Russian government was disturbed neither by the primitive character of this theory nor by the resort to brutal police force implied in it, the idea of supporting the exploitation practiced by the Russians at the expense of that carried on by the Jews. Nor was it abashed by its inner logical contradictions. What the government needed was some means whereby it could throw off the responsibility for the pogroms and prove to the world that they were a popular judgment, the vengeance wreaked upon the Jews either by the peasants, the victims of exploitation, or by the Russian burghers, the unsuccessful candidates for the role of exploiters. This point of view was reflected in the reports of Count Kutaisov, who had been sent by the Tsar to the South Russia to inquire into the causes of the disorders. Ignatyev seized upon this flimsy theory and embodied it in more elaborate form in his report to the Tsar of August 22nd. In this report, he endeavored to prove the futility of the policy hitherto pursued by the Russian governments, which for the last 20 years during the reign of Alexander II had made efforts to bring about the fusion of the Jews with the remaining population and had nearly equalized the rights of the Jews with those of the original inhabitants. In the opinion of the minister, the recent pogroms had shown that the injurious influence of the Jews could not be suppressed by such liberal measures. The principal source of this movement, the pogroms, which is so incompatible with the temper of the Russian people, lies, according to Ignatyev, in circumstances which are of an exclusively economic nature. For the last 20 years, the Jews have gradually managed to capture not only commerce and industry, but they have also succeeded in acquiring, by means of purchase and lease, a large amount of landed property. Owing to their cleanliness and solidarity, they have, with few exceptions, directed their efforts not towards the increase of the productive forces of the country, but towards the exploitation of the original inhabitants, primarily of the poorest classes of the population, with the result that they have called forth a protest from this population, manifesting itself in deplorable forms in violence, having taken energetic means to suppress the previous disorders and mob rule and to shield the Jews against violence. The government recognizes that it is justified in adopting, without delay, no less energetic measures to remove the present abnormal relations that exist between the original inhabitants and the Jews, and to shield the Russian population against this harmful Jewish activity, which, according to local information, was responsible for the disturbances. Alexander III hastened to express his agreement with these views of his minister, who assured him that the government had taken energetic measures to suppress the pogroms, which was only true in 2 or 3 recent cases. At the same time, he authorized Ignatyev to adopt energetic measures of genuine Russian manufacture against those who had but recently been ruined by these pogroms. The imperial ukase, published on August 22, 1831, dwells on the abnormal relations subsisting between the original population of several governments and the Jews. To meet this situation, it provides that in those governments which have a considerable Jewish population, special commissions should be appointed consisting of representatives of the local estates and communes to be presided over by the governors. These commissions were charged with the task of finding out which aspect of the economic activity of the Jews in general have exerted an injurious influence upon the life of the original population, at what measures, both legislative and administrative, should be adopted for the purpose of weakening that influence. In this way, the UK's, in calling for the appointment of the commissions, indicated at once the goal towards which their activity was to be directed, to determine the injurious influence of the Jews upon Russian economic life. The same thought was expressed even more directly by Ignatyev, who in his circular to the Governors General dated August 25 reproduced his report to the Tsar and firmly established the dogma of the harmful consequences of the economic activity of the Jews for the Christian population, their racial separatism and religious fanaticism. We are thus made the witness of a singular spectacle, the ruined and plundered Jewish population, which had the right to impeach the government for having failed to protect it from violence, was itself put on trial. The judges in this legal action were none other than the agents of the ruling powers. The governors, some of whom had been guilty of connivance at the pogroms on the one hand, and on the other hand, the representatives of the Christian estates, urban and rural, who were mostly the appointees of these governors. In addition, every commission was allotted 2 Jewish representatives who were to act in the capacity of expert, but without voting power. They were placed in the position of defendants and were made to listen to continuous accusation against the Jews, which they were constantly forced to deny. Altogether, there were 16 such commissions, one in each of the 15 governments of the Pale of Settlement, exclusive of the Kingdom of Poland, and one in the government of Kharkov. The commissions were granted a term of 2 months within which to complete their labors and present the results to the minister. The prisoner at the bar was the Jewish people, which was tried on the charges contained in the official bill of indictment, the Imperial ukase as supplemented and interpreted in the ministerial circular. A well-informed contemporary gives the following description of these sessions in an official memorandum. The first session of each commission began with the reading of the ministerial circular of August 25th. The reading invariably produced a strong effect in 2 different directions, on the members from among the peasantry and on those from among the Jews. The former became convinced of the hostile attitude of the governments towards the Jewish population and of their leniency toward the instigators of the disorders, which, according to an assertion made in Ignatyev's circular, were due exclusively to the Jewish exploitation of the original inhabitants. Needless to say, the peasants did not fail to communicate this conviction, which was strengthened at the subsequent sessions by the failure to put any restraint upon the wholesale attacks on the Jews on the part of the anti-Semitic members to their rural communes. As for the Jewish members of the commissions, the effect of the ministerial circular upon them was staggering. In their own persons, they beheld the 3 millions of Russian Jewry placed at the prisoners' bar, one section of the population put on trial before another. And who were the judges? Not the representatives of the people, duly elected by all the estates of the population, such as rural assemblies, but the agents of the administration, bureaucratic office holders who were more or less subordinate to the government. The court proceedings themselves were carried on in secret, without a sufficient number of counsel for the defendants, who in reality were convicted beforehand. The attitude adopted by the presiding governors, the speeches delivered by the anti-Semitic members, who were in an overwhelming majority and characterized by attacks, derisive remarks, and subtle affronts, subjected the Jewish members to moral torture and made them lose all the hope that they could be of any assistance in attempting a dispassionate, impartial, and comprehensive consideration of the question. In the majority of the commissions, their voice was suppressed and silenced. In these circumstances, the Jewish members were forced, as a last resort, to defend the interests of their co-religionists in writing by submitting memoranda and separate opinions. However, the instances were rare in which these memoranda and protests were dignified by being read during the sessions. This being the case, it is not to be wondered at that the Commission brought in their verdict in the spirit of the indictment framed by the authorities. The anti-Semitic officials exhibited their learning in ignorant criticisms of the spirit of Judaism, of the Talmud and the national separatism of the Jews, and they proposed to extirpate all these influences by means of cultural repression, such as the destruction of the autonomy of the Jewish communities, the closing up of all special Jewish schools, and the placing of all phases of the inner life of the Jews under government control. The representatives of the Russian burghers and peasants, many of whom had but recently cooperated or at least sympathized with the perpetrators of the pogroms, endeavored to prove the economic injuriousness of the Jews and demanded that they should be restricted in their urban and rural pursuits as well as in their right of residence outside the cities. Notwithstanding the prevailing spirit, 5 commissions voiced the opinion which, from the point of view of the Russian government, seemed rank heresy, that it was necessary to grant the Jews the right of domicile all over the empire so as to relieve the excessive congestion of Jewish population in the Pale of Settlement. 4. The spread of anti-Semitism. While the gubernatorial commissions, gubernatorial in the literal sense of the word, because entirely dominated by the governors, were holding their sessions, the satraps-in-chief of the Pale of Settlement, the governors-general, were busy sending their expressions of opinion to St. Petersburg. The governor-general of Kiev, Dredlin, who himself was liable to prosecution for allowing a 2-day pogrom in his own residential city, condemned the entire Jewish people in emphatic terms and demanded the adoption of measures calculated to shield the Christian population against so arrogant a tribe as the Jews, who refuse on religious grounds to have close contact with the Christians. It was necessary, in his opinion, to resort to legal repression in order to counteract the intellectual superiority of the Jews, which enables them to emerge victorious in the struggle for existence. Similar condemnations of Judaism came from the governors-general of Odessa, Vilna, and Kharkov, although they disagreed as to the dimensions which their repression should assume. Tot-Levin, the master of the Vilna province, who had refused to countenance the perpetration of pogroms in Lithuania, nevertheless agreed that the Jews should henceforth be forbidden to settle in the villages, though he was generous enough to add that he found it somewhat inconvenient to rob the whole Jewish nation of the possibility of earning a livelihood by its labor. The impression prevailed that militant Judaeophobia was determined to deprive the Jews even the right of securing a piece of bread. The government was well aware beforehand that the labors of the gubernatorial commissions would yield results satisfactory to it, therefore found it unnecessary to wait for their reports and resolutions, and proceeded to establish in St. Petersburg on October 19 a Central Committee for the Revision of the Jewish Question. The committee was attached to the Ministry of the Interior and consisted of several officials under chairmanship of Assistant Minister Gotovtsev. The officials were soon busy framing temporary measures in the spirit of their patron Ignatyev, and as the resolutions of the gubernatorial commissions were coming in, they were endeavoring to strengthen the foundations for the projected enactment. In January 1882, the machinery for the manufacture of Jewish disabilities were in full swing. This organized campaign of the enemies of Judaism, who were preparing administrative pogroms as a sequel to the street pogroms, met with no organized resistance on the part of Russian Jewry. The small conference of Jewish notables in St. Petersburg, which met in September in secret sessions, presented a sorry spectacle. The guests from the provinces who had been invited by Baron Ginsburg engaged in discussion about the problem of emigration, the struggle with the anti-Semitic press, and similar questions. After being presented to Ignatyev, who assured them in diplomatic fashion of the benevolent intentions of the government, they returned to their homes without having achieved anything. The only social factor in Jewish life was the press, particularly the three periodicals published in Russian, the Razviet, the Dawn, the Ruski Yevrey, the Russian Jew, and the Voskot, the Sunrise, but even they revealed the lack of well-defined policy. The political movements in Russian Jewry were yet in an embryonic stage, and their rise and development were reserved for a later period. True, the Russian Jewish press applied itself assiduously to the task of defending the rights of the Jews, but its voice remained unheard in those circles of Russia in which the poisonous waters of Judaeophobia gushed forth in a broad current from the columns of semi-official Novoye Vremya, the Pan-Slavic Rus, and many of their anti-Semitic contemporaries. While the summer pogroms were in full swing, the Novoye Vremya, reflecting the views of the official spheres, seriously formulated the Jewish question in the paraphrase of Hamlet, to beat or not to beat. Its conclusion was that it was necessary to beat the Jews, but in view of the fact that Russia was a monarchical state with conservative tendencies, this function ought not be discharged by the people, but by the government, which, by its method of legal repression, could beat the Jews much more effectively than the crowds on the streets. The editor of the Moscow newspaper Rus, Ivan Aksakov, attacked the Russian liberal press for expressing its sympathy with the Jewish pogrom victims, contending that the Russian people demolished Jewish houses under the effect of righteous indignation, though he failed to explain why that indignation also took the form of plundering and stealing Jewish property or violating Jewish women. Throwing into one heap the arguments of the medieval church and those of modern German anti-Semitism, Aksakov maintained that Judaism was opposed to Christian civilization and that the Jewish people were striving for world domination, which they hoped to attain through their financial power. The bacillus of German anti-Semitism had penetrated even into the circles of the Russian radical intelligentsia. Among the populists, who were wont to idealize the Russian peasantry, it became the fashion to look upon the Jews as an economic exploiter, with this distinction, however, that they bracketed him with the host of Russian exploiters from among the bourgeois class. This resulted in a most unfortunate misunderstanding. A faction of South Russian revolutionaries among the party known as the People's Freedom conceived the idea that the same peasants and laborers who had attacked the Jews as the representatives of the non-Russian bourgeoisie might easily be directed against the representatives of the ruling classes in general. During the spring and summer pogroms, several attempts were made by mysterious persons through written appeals and oral propaganda to turn the pogrom movement also against the Russian nobles and officials. Towards the end of August 1881, the Executive Committee of the People's Freedom issued an appeal in which it voiced the thought that the Tsar had enslaved the free Ukrainian people and had distributed the lands rightfully belonging to the peasants among the pans and officials who extended their protection to the Jews and shared the profits with them. Therefore, the people should march against the Jews, the landlords, and the Tsar. Assist us, therefore, the appeal continues. Arise, laborers, avenge yourselves on the landlords, plunder the Jews, and slay the officials. True, the appeal was the work of only a part of the Revolutionary Executive Committee, which at that time had its headquarters in Moscow. It failed to obtain the approval of the other members of the committee and of the party as a whole, and being a document that might compromise the revolutionary movement was withdrawn and destroyed after a number of copies had been circulated. Nevertheless, the champions of the people's freedom continued for some time to justify theoretically the utilization of the anti-Jewish movement for the aims of the general social revolution. Only at a later stage did this section of the Revolutionary Party realize that these tactics were not only mistaken but also criminal. For events soon made it clear that the anti-Jewish movement served as an unfailing device in the hands of the black reactionaries to divert the popular wrath from the source of all evil, the rule of despotism, and direct it towards the most unfortunate victims of that despotism. 5. The pogrom at Warsaw. When the July pogroms were over, it seemed as if the pogrom epidemic had died out, and no one expected that it would soon break out afresh. The greater was the surprise when, in December 1881, the news spread that a pogrom lasting 3 days had taken place in the capital of the Kingdom of Poland, in Warsaw. Least of all was this pogrom expected in Warsaw itself, where the relations between the Poles and the Jews were not yet marked by the animosity they assumed subsequently. But the organizers of the pogrom, who received their orders from above, managed to adapt themselves to local conditions, and the unexpected came to pass. On the Catholic Christmas Day, when the Church of Holy Cross in the center of the town was crowded with worshippers, somebody suddenly shouted, "Fire!" The people rushed to the doors, and in the terrible panic that ensued, 29 persons were crushed to death, and many others were maimed. The alarm proved a false one. There was no trace of fire in the church, and nobody doubted that the alarm had been given by pickpockets. There were a goodly number of them in Warsaw, who had resorted to this well-known trick to rob the public during the panic. But right there among the crowd, which was assembled in front of the church, gazing in horror at the bodies of the victims, some unknown persons spread the rumor, which, it may be parenthetically remarked, proved subsequently unfounded, that 2 Jewish pickpockets had been caught in the church. At the moment, whistles were suddenly heard. Nobody knew whence they came, which served as the signal for a pogrom. The street mob began to assault the Jews who happened to pass by, and then started, according to the established procedure, to attack the Jewish stores, saloons, and residences in the streets adjoining the church. The hordes were under the command of thieves, well known to the police, and of some unknown strangers who from time to time gave signals by whistling and directed the mob into this or that street. As in all other cases in which the danger did not threaten the authorities directly, there were but few policemen and soldiers on hand, which circumstance stimulated the rioters in their further activity. On the following day, the rioters were busy on many other streets, both in the center of the town and in its outskirts, except for the streets, which were densely populated by Jews, where they were afraid of meeting with serious resistance. The police and the troops arrested many rioters and carried them off to the police stations. But for some unknown reason, they did not summon enough courage to disperse the crowd, so that the mob frequently engaged in its criminal work in the very presence of the guardians of public safety. In accordance with the well-known pogrom routine, the authorities remembered only on the third day that it was time to suppress the riots, the lesson being over. On December 15th, the Governor-General of Warsaw, Albedinsky, issued an order dividing the town into 4 districts and placing every district under the command of a regimental chief. Troops were stationed in the streets and ordered to check all crowds, with the result that on the same day the disorders were stopped. This, however, came too late, for in the meantime some 1,500 Jewish residences, business places, and houses of prayer had been demolished and pillaged, and 24 Jews had been wounded, while the monetary loss amounted to several million rubles. Over 3,000 rioters were arrested, among them a large number of underage youth. On the whole, the rioters were recruited from the dregs of the Polish population, but there were also found among them a number of unknown persons that spoke Russian. The Novoe Vremya, in commenting upon the pogrom, made special reference to the friendly attitude of the Polish hooligans to the Russians in general, and to the officers and soldiers in particular, a rather suspicious attitude, considering the inveterate hatred of the Poles toward the Russians, especially towards the military and official class. Here and there, the soldiers themselves got drunk in the demolished saloons and took part in looting Jewish property. The Polish patriots from among the higher classes were shocked by this attempt to engineer a barbarous Russian pogrom in Warsaw. In an appeal which the representatives of the Polish intellectuals addressed to the people not later than on the second day of the pogrom, they protested emphatically against the hideous scenes which had been disgracing the capital of Poland. The Archbishop of Warsaw acted similarly, and the Catholic priests frequently marched through the streets with crosses in their hands, admonishing the crowds to disperse. It is interesting to note that while the pogrom was going on, the Governor-General of Warsaw refused to comply with the request of a number of Poles who applied for permission to organize a civil guard, pledging themselves to restore order in the city in one day. It would seem as if the official pogrom ritual did not allow of the slightest modification. The disorder had to proceed in accordance with the established routine, so as not to violate the humane commandment. 2 days shalt thou plunder, and on the third day shalt thou rest. Evidently, someone had an interest in having the capital of Poland repeat the experiment of Kiev and Odessa, and in seeing to it that the cultured Poles should not fall behind the Russian barbarians in order to convince Europe that the pogrom was not exclusively a Russian manufacture. As a matter of fact, the opposite result was attained. The revolting events at Warsaw, which completed the pogrom cycle of 1881, made a much stronger impression upon Europe and America than all the preceding pogroms, for the reason that Warsaw stood in close commercial relations with the West, and the havoc wrought there had an immediate effect upon the European market. End of section 21. Section 22 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, managed by Shaw, Portugal. Chapter 23. New Measures of Oppression and Public Protests. Part 1. 1. The Despair of Russian Jewry. The civil new year of 1882 found the Jews of Russia in a depressed state of mind. They were under the fresh impression of the excesses at Warsaw and were harassed by rumors of new measures of oppression. The sufferings of the Jewish people, far from stilling the anti-Jewish fury of the government, had merely helped to fan it. You are maltreated, although you are guilty. Such was the logic of the ruling spheres of Russia. The official historian of that period is honest enough to confess that the enforced role of a defender of the Jews against the Russian population by suppressing the riots weighed heavily upon the government. Upon reading the report of the Governor General of Warsaw for the year 1882, in which references were made to the suppression of the anti-Jewish excesses by military force, Alexander III appended the following marginal note: "This is the sad thing in all these Jewish disorders." Those among Russian Jewry who could look further ahead were not slow in realizing the consequences which were bound to result from this hostile attitude of the ruling classes. Those of a less sensitive frame of mind found it necessary to inquire of the government itself concerning the Jewish future and received unequivocal replies. Thus, in January 1882, Dr. Orshansky, a brother of the well-known publicist, approached Count Ignatyev on the subject and was authorized to publish the following statement: "The western frontier is open for the Jews. The Jews have already taken ample advantage of this right, and their emigration has in no way been hampered. As regards your question concerning the transplantation of Jews into the Russian interior, the government will, of course, avoid everything that may further complicate the relations between the Jews and the original population. For this reason, though keeping the pale of Jewish settlement intact, I have already suggested to the Jewish committee attached to the ministry to indicate those localities which, being thinly populated and in need of colonization, might admit the settlement of the Jewish element without injury to the original population." This reply of the all-powerful minister, which was published as a special supplement to the Jewish weekly Razviet, increased the panic among the Jews of Russia. The Jews were publicly told that the government wished to get rid of them, and that the only right they were to be granted was the right to depart, that no enlargement of the pale of settlement could possibly be hoped for, and that only as an extreme necessity would the government allow groups of Jews to colonize the uninhabitable steppes of Central Asia or the swamps of Siberia. Well-informed people were in possession of much more serious information. They knew that the Jewish committee attached to the Ministry of the Interior was preparing a monstrous plan of reducing the territory of the Pale of Settlement itself by expelling the Jews from the villages and driving them into the overcrowded cities. The soul of the Jewish people were filled with sorrow, and yet there was no way of protesting publicly in the land of political slavery. The Jews had to resort to the old medieval form of a national protest by pouring forth their feeling in the synagogue. Many Jewish communities seem to have come to an understanding to appoint the 18th of January as a day of mourning to be observed by fasting and by holding religious services in the synagogues. This public mourning ceremony proved particularly impressive in St. Petersburg. On the appointed day, the whole Jewish population of the Russian capital, with its numerous Jewish professionals, assembled in the principal synagogue and in the other houses of prayer, reciting the hymns of perpetual Jewish martyrdom, the Seliot. In the principal synagogue, the rabbi delivered a discourse dealing with the Jewish persecutions. When the preacher, an eyewitness narrates, began to picture in a broken voice the present position of Jewry, one long moan, coming as it were from one breast, suddenly burst forth and filled the synagogue. Everybody wept, the old, the young, the long-robed paupers, the elegant dandies dressed in latest fashion, the men in government service, the physicians, the students, not to speak of the women. For 2 or 3 minutes did these heart-rending moans resound, this cry of common sorrow which had issued from the Jewish heart. The rabbi was unable to continue. He stood upon the pulpit, covered his face with his hands, and wept like a child. Similar political demonstrations in the presence of the Almighty were held during those days in many other cities. In some places, the Jews observed a 3 day fast. Everywhere, the college youth, otherwise estranged from Judaism, took part in the national mourning, full of presentiment that it too was destined to endure decades of sorrows and tears. 2. The voice of England and America. The political protest, which could not be uttered in Russia, was soon to be heard in England. During the very days on which the Russian Jews were weeping in their synagogues, their English co-religionists, in conjunction with prominent English political leaders, organized indignation meetings to protest against the horrors of Russian Judaeophobia. Already at an earlier date, shortly after the pogrom of Warsaw, the London Times had published a series of articles under the heading "The Persecutions of the Jews in Russia," containing a heartrending description of the pogroms of 1881 and an account of the anti-Semitic policy of the Russian rulers. The articles produced a sensation. Reprinted in the form of a special publication, which in a short time went through 3 editions, they spread far beyond the confines of England. Numerous voices were soon to be heard demanding diplomatic intercession in favor of the oppressed Jews and calling for the organization of material relief for the victims of the pogroms. Russian diplomacy was greatly disconcerted by the growth of this anti-Russian agitation in a country whose government, headed at the time by Gladstone, endeavored to maintain friendly relations with Russia. The organ of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Journal de St. Petersburg, published 2 articles attempting to refute the most revolting facts contained in the articles of the Times. It denied that there had been cases of rape and asserted that murders were exceedingly rare. The official organ further stated that the government has already begun to consider new legislative measures concerning the Jews, without mentioning, however, that these measures were of a repressive character. The mouthpiece of Russian diplomacy asked in an irritated tone whether the pro-Jewish agitators wished to sow discord between the Russian and the English people and spoil the friendly relations between these two powers which Gladstone's government had established, reversing the contrary policy of Beaconsfield. However, these diplomatic polemics were unable to restrain the English political leaders from proceeding with the arrangements for the projected demonstrations. After a whole series of protest meetings in various cities of England, a large mass meeting was called at the Mansion House in London under the chairmanship of the Lord Mayor. The elite of England was represented at the meeting, including members of Parliament, dignitaries of the Church, the titled aristocracy, and men of learning. A number of prominent persons who were unable to present sent letters expressing their warm sympathy with the aims of the gathering, Among them were Tennyson, Sir John Lubbock, and others. The first speaker, the Earl of Shaftesbury, pointed out that the English people did not wish to meddle in the inner affairs of Russia, but desired to influence it by moral weapons in the name of the principle of the solidarity of nations. The official deniers of the atrocities he brushed aside with the remark that if but a tenth part of the reports were true, it is sufficient to draw down the indignation of the world. It was necessary, in the opinion of Shaftesbury, to appeal directly to the Tsar and ask him to be a Cyrus to the Jews and not an Antiochus Epiphanes. The Bishop of London, speaking in the absence of the Archbishop of Canterbury, the primate of the Anglican Church, reminded his audience that only several years previously England had been horrified by the outrages perpetrated by the Turkish Başbuzuks upon the Bulgars, who were then defended by Russia, and it had now a right to protest against Christian Russia as it had formerly done against Mohammedan Turkey. The most powerful speech was delivered by Cardinal Manning, the great Catholic divine. He pointed to the fact that the Russian Jews were not only the object of temporary pogroms, but that they constantly groaned under the yoke of a degrading legislation which says to the Jews, "You may not pass beyond that boundary. You must not go within 18 miles of that frontier. You must not dwell in that town. You must live only in that province." He caused laughter in the audience by quoting from Ignatiev's famous circular concerning the appointment of the gubernatorial commissions, in which, commenting upon the terrible atrocities recently perpetrated upon the Jews, the minister lamented the sad condition of the Christian inhabitants of the southern provinces. Cardinal Manning concluded his eloquent address with the following words, marked by a lofty prophetic strain. "There is a book which is common to the race of Israel and to us Christians. That book is the bond between us, and in that book I read that the people of Israel are the eldest people upon the earth. Russia and Austria and England are of yesterday, compared with the imperishable people, which, with an inextinguishable life and immutable traditions, and faith in God and in the laws of God, scattered as it is all over the world, passed through the fires unscathed, trampled into the dust, and yet never combining with the dust into which it is trampled, lives still, a witness and warning to us." After several more speeches by Canon Farrer, Professor Bryce, and others, the following resolutions were adopted. 1. That in the opinion of this meeting, the persecution and the outrages which the Jews in many parts of the Russian dominions have for several months past suffered are an offense to the Christian civilization and to be deeply deplored. 2. That this meeting, while disclaiming any rights or desire to interfere in the internal affairs of another country, and desiring that the most amicable relations between England and Russia should be preserved, feels it a duty to express its opinion that the laws of Russia relating to Jews tend to degrade them in the eyes of the Christian population and expose Russian Jewish subjects to the outbreaks of fanatical ignorance. 3. That the Lord Mayor be requested to forward a copy of these resolutions to the Right Honorable W.B. Gladstone and the Right Honorable Earl Granville in the hope that Her Majesty's government may be able, when an opportunity arises, to exercise a friendly influence with the Russian government in accordance with the spirit of the preceding resolutions. Finally, a resolution was adopted to open a relief fund for the sufferers of the pogroms and for improving the conditions of Russian Jewry by emigration as well as by other means. The committee chosen by the meeting for this purpose included the Lord Mayor, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Cardinal Manning, the Bishop of London, Nathaniel de Rothschild, and others. A few days after the Mansion House meeting, the English government responded to the resolutions adopted on that occasion. The following dispatch, dated London, February 9th, appeared in the Russian papers. In the House of Commons, Gladstone, replying to the interpellation of Sir John Simon, stated that reports concerning the persecutions of the Jews in Russia had been received from the English consuls and could not but inspire sentiments of the utmost pain and horror. But the matter being an internal affair of another country, it could not become the object of official correspondence or inquiry on the part of England. All that could be done was to make casual and unofficial representations. All other actions touching the question of the relations of the Russian government to the Jews were more likely to harm than to help the Jewish population. Footnote: on this occasion, Gladstone merely repeated the words of the Russian official communication, which had been published on the eve of the Mansion House meeting, in the hope of scaring the organizers of the protest. The Russian government, which has always most scrupulously refrained from interfering in the inner affairs of other countries, is correspondingly unable to allow a similar violation of international practice by others. Any attempt on the part of another government to intercede on behalf of the Jewish people can only have the result of calling forth the resentment of the lower classes and thereby affect unfavorably the conditions of the Russian Jews. In addition to this threat, the imperial messenger endeavored to prove that the measures adopted by the government against the pogroms were not weak, as may be seen from the large numbers of those arrested by the police after the disorders, which amounted to 3,675 in the south and to 3,151 in Warsaw. End of footnote. Another telegram sent from London on February 14 contained the following communications. In the House of Commons, Gladstone, replying to Baron Worms, stated that no humane purposes would be achieved by parliamentary debates about the Jews of Russia. Such debates were rather likely to arouse the hostility of a certain portion of the Russian population against the Jews, and that therefore no day would be appointed for the debate, as requested by Worms. In this way, matters were smoothed over to the great satisfaction of Russian diplomacy. The public and government of England confined themselves to expressing their feelings of disgust at the treatment of the Jews in Russia, but no immediate representations to St. Petersburg were attempted by Gladstone's cabinet. For the same reason, the English Prime Minister refused to forward to its destination a petition addressed to the Russian government by the Jews of England, with Baron Rothschild at their head. Count Ignatyev had no cause for worry. The misunderstanding with the friendly government had been removed, and the fiery protest at the English meetings interfered but little with his peace of mind. He pursued his course, unabashed by the disgust which it aroused in the whole civilized world. The voice of protest against the Russian barbarities which resounded throughout England was seconded in far-off America. Long before the accession of Alexander III, the government of the United States had repeated occasion to make representations to the Russian government with reference to its treatment of the Jews. These representations were prompted by the fact that American citizens of the Jewish faith were subjected during their stay in Russia to the same disabilities and discriminations which the Russian government imposed upon its own Jews. Yet, actuated by broader humanitarian considerations, the United States government became interested in the general question of the position of Russian Jewry and invited reports from its representatives at St. Petersburg on the subject. On April 14, 1880, the Secretary of State, William M. Evarts, responding to a petition of the Union of American Hebrew Congregations, who had complained about the extraordinary hardships which the Jews of Russia were made to suffer at that time, directed the United States Minister at St. Petersburg, John W. Foster, to bear in mind the liberal sentiments of this government and to express its views in a manner which will subserve the interest of religious freedom. Acting upon these instructions, Foster took occasion to discuss the Jewish question in his conversations with leading Russian officials, about which he reported fully to his government. On May 22nd of the same year, a resolution was passed by the House of Representatives requesting the President to lay before it all available information relating to the cases of expulsion of American citizens of the Jewish faith from Russia, and at the same time to communicate to this House all correspondence in reference to the proscription of Jews by the Russian government. The pogroms of 1881 and the indignation they aroused among the American people induced the United States government to adopt a more energetic form of protest. In his dispatch to the United States Minister at St. Petersburg, dated April 15, 1882, the new Secretary of State, Frederick T. Frelinghuysen, takes account of the prevailing sentiment in the country in these words: "The prejudice of race and creed having in our day given way to the claims of our common humanity, the people of the United States have heard with great regret the stories of the sufferings of the Jews in Russia." He therefore notifies the minister that the feeling of friendship which the United States entertains for Russia prompts this government to express the hope that the imperial government will find means to cause the persecution of these unfortunate beings to cease. A more emphatic note of protest was sounded in the House of Representatives by Samuel S. Cox of New York, who, in his lengthy speech delivered on July 31, 1882, scathingly denounced the repressive methods practiced by the Russian government against the Jews, and more particularly the outrages which had been perpetrated upon them during the preceding year. He makes the former directly responsible for the latter. In his opinion, the pogroms were not merely a spontaneous and sudden outburst of the Russian populace against the Jews, but rather the slow result of the disabilities and discriminations which are imposed upon the Jews by the Russian government and are bound to degrade them in the eyes of their fellow citizens. It is said that the Russian peasantry, not the government, are responsible. I answer, if the peasantry of Russia are too ignorant or debased to understand the nature of this cruel persecution, they have warrant for their conduct in the customs and laws of Russia to which I have referred. These discriminate against the Jews. They have reference to their isolation, their separation from Russian protection, their expulsion from certain parts of the empire, and their religion. When a peasant observes such forceful movements and authoritative discrimination in a government against the race, it arouses his ignorance and inflames his fanatical zealotry. Adding this to the jealousy of the Jews as middlemen and businessmen, and you may account for, but not justify, these horrors. The Hebraic-Russian question has been summed up in a few words: extermination of 2.5 millions of mankind because they are Jews. After giving an elaborate account of the horrors which had taken place in Russia during 1881, he wound up his speech with the following eloquent appeal. This people is one of the survivors, with Egypt, China, and India, of the infancy of mankind. It is at the mercy of the cruel despot of the North. With a lineage unrivaled for purity, a religious sentiment and ethics drawn out of the glory and greatness of Mount Sinai, with an eternal influence from its lawgivers, prophets, and psalmists, never vouchsafed to any language, race, or creed, it outlives the philosophies and myths of Greece and the grandeur and power of Rome. It is this race, broken-hearted and scattered, to which the Tsar of all the Russias adds the enormity of his rule upon the victims of the ignorance and slander of the ages. The birthright of this race is thus despoiled. And so, have we no words of protest? Struggling against adversities which no other people have encountered, do they not yet survive? The wine from the crushed grape? The resolution introduced by him on that occasion was to the following effect. Whereas the government of the United States should exercise its influence with the government of Russia to stay the spirit of persecution as directed against the Jews and protect the citizens of the United States resident in Russia and seek redress for injuries already inflicted, as well as to secure by wise and enlightened administration the Hebrew subject of Russia and the Hebrew citizens of the United States resident in Russia against the recurrence of wrongs. Therefore, resolved that the President of the United States, if not incompatible with the public service, report to this House any further correspondence in relation to the Jews in Russia not already communicated to this House. The resolution, which was referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs, was finally passed by the House on February 23, 1883. The sentiments of the broad masses of the American people had found utterance somewhat earlier at a big protest meeting which was held in February 1882 in the city of New York, where the first refugees from Russia had begun to arrive. A resolution was adopted protesting against the spirit of medieval persecution thus revived in Russia and calling upon the government of the United States to make energetic representations to St. Petersburg. One of the speakers at the New York meeting, Judge Noah Davis, said amidst the enthusiastic applause of the audience, "Let them come. I would to heaven it were in our power to take the whole 3,000,000 Jews of Russia. The valley of the Mississippi alone could throw her strong arms around and draw them all to her opulent bosom, and bless them with homes of comfort, prosperity, and happiness. Thousands of them are praying to come. The throne of Jehovah is besieged with prayers for the powers of escape, and if they cannot live in peace under Russian laws without being subject to these awful persecutions, let us aid them in coming to us." These words of the speaker, uttered in a moment of oratorial exhortation, voiced the sacred wish cherished by many enthusiasts of the Russian ghetto. End of section 22. Section 23 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon Dubnow, translated by Israel Friedlander. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manik Bishop, Portugal. Chapter 23. New Measures of Oppression and Public Protests. Part 2. 3. The problem of emigration and the pogrom at Balta. In Russia itself, A large number of emigration societies came into being about the same time, which had for their object the transfer of Russian Jews to the United States, the land of the free. The organizers of these societies evidently relied on some miraculous assistance from the outside, such as the Alliance Israélite of Paris and similar Jewish bodies in Europe and America. Under the immediate effect of Ignatiev's statement to Dr. Orshansky, in which the Russian minister referred to the western frontier as the only escape for the Jews, the Russian Jewish press was flooded with reports from hundreds of cities, particularly in the south of Russia, telling of the formation of emigrant groups. Our poor classes have only one hope left to them, that of leaving the country. Emigration, America are the slogans of our brethren. This phrase occurs at a time with stereotyped frequency in all the reports from the provinces. Many Russian Jewish intellectuals dreamed of establishing Jewish agricultural and farming colonies in the United States, where some batches of emigrants who had left during the year 1881 had already managed to settle on the land. A part of the Jewish youth was carried away by the idea of settling in Palestine and conducted a vigorous propaganda on behalf of this national idea among the refugees from the modern Egypt. There was urgent need of uniting these emigration societies scattered all over the Pale of Settlement and of establishing central emigration committees to regulate the movement which had gripped the people with elemental force. Unfortunately, there was no unity of purpose among the Jewish leaders in Russia. The intellectuals who stood nearer to the people, such as the well-known oculist Professor Mandelstam, who enjoyed great popularity in Kiev, and others like him, as well as a section of the Jewish press, particularly the Basviet, insisted continually on the necessity of organizing the immigration movement, which they regarded as the most important task confronting Russian Jewry at the time. The Jewish oligarchy in St. Petersburg, on the other hand, was afraid lest such an undertaking might expose it to the charge of disloyalty and of a lack of Russian patriotism. Others again, whose sentiments were voiced by the Russian Jewish periodical Voskot and who were of more radical turn of mind, looked upon the attempt to encourage a wholesale emigration of Jews as a concession to the government of Ignatyev and as an indirect abandonment of the struggle for emancipation in Russia itself. In the spring of 1882, the question of organizing the immigration movement had become so pressing that it was decided to convene a conference of provincial Jewish leaders in St. Petersburg to consider the problem. Before the delegates had time to arrive in the capital, the sky of South Russia was once more lit up by a terrible flare. Balta, a large Jewish center in Podolia, where a Jewish emigration society had sprung into being shortly before the catastrophe, became the scene of a frightful pogrom. It was shortly before the Russian Passover, the high season of pogroms, when the Russian public was startled by a strange announcement published towards the end of March in the Imperial Messenger, to the effect that from now on it would accurately report all cases of Jewish disorders in accordance with the official information received from the governors. The announcement clearly implied that the government knew beforehand the imminence of new pogroms. Even the conservative Moscow News commented on the injudicious statement of the official organ in emphatic and sarcastic terms. The Imperial Messenger is comforting the public by the announcement that it would in due time and at due length report all cases of excesses perpetrated upon the Jews. One might think that these are everyday occurrences forming part of the natural course of events which demand nothing else than timely communication to the public. Is there indeed no means to put a stop to this crying scandal? Events soon made it clear that there was no desire to put a stop to this scandal, as the Moscow paper politely termed the exploits of the Russian rubber bands. The local authorities of Balta were forewarned in time of the approaching pogroms. Beginning with the middle of March, the people in Balta and the surrounding country were discussing them openly. When the Jews of that town made their apprehensions known to the local police commissioner, they received from him an evasive reply. In view of the fact that the Jewish population of Balta was 3 times as large as the Christian, it would not have been difficult for the Jews to organize some sort of self-defense. But they knew that such an organization was strictly forbidden by the government, and realizing the consequences, they had to confine themselves to a secret agreement entered into by a few families to stand up for one another in the hour of distress. On the second day of the Russian Easter, corresponding to the seventh day of the Jewish festival on March 29, the pogrom began, surpassing by the severity of the mob and the criminal conduct of the authorities all the bacchanalia of 1881. A contemporary observer, basing his statements on the result of a special investigation, gives the following account of the events in Balta. At the beginning of the pogrom, the Jews got together and forced a band of rioters to draw back and seek shelter in the building of the fire department. But when the police and soldiers appeared on the scene, the rioters decided to leave their place of refuge. Instead of driving off the disorderly band, the police and soldiers began to beat the Jews with their rifle butts and swords. This served as a signal to start the pogrom. At that moment, somebody sounded an alarm bell, and in response, the mob began to flock together. Fearing the numerical superiority of the Jews in that part of the town, the crowd passed across the bridge to the so-called Turkish side, where there were fewer Jews. The crowd was accompanied by the military commander, the police commissioner, and the burgomaster, and a part of the local battalion, which in fact, however, did not prevent the mob, while passing the Cathedral Street, from demolishing a Jewish store and breaking the windows in the house of another Jew, a member of the town council. After the mob had crossed over to the Turkish side, the authorities drew up military cordons on all the 3 bridges leading from that side to the rest of the town, with the order not to allow any Jews to pass. Needless to say, the order was carried out. At the same time, the Christians of remaining sections of the town and of the village of Alexandrovka were allowed to pass unhindered. Thanks to these arrangements, the Turkish side was sacked in the course of 3 to 4 hours, so that by 1 o'clock in the morning, the rioters found nothing left to do. During the night, the police and military authorities arrested 24 rioters and a much larger number of Jews. The latter were arrested because they ventured to stay near their homes. The following morning, the Christians were released and allowed to swell the ranks of the pillaging mob, while the Jews were kept in jail until the following day and freed only when the governor arrived. On the following day, March 30th, at 4 o'clock in the morning, a large number of peasants, amounting to about 5,000 and armed with clubs, began to arrive in town, having been summoned by the ispravnik from the adjacent villages. The arrival of the peasants were welcomed by the Jews, who thought that they had been called to come to their aid. But they soon found out their mistake, for the peasants declared that they had come to beat and plunder the Jews. Simultaneously with the arrival of the peasants, large numbers from among the local mob began to assemble around the cathedral, and 8 o'clock in the morning, signals were given to renew the pogrom. First, this was prevented. The officers of the local battalion who patrolled the city ordered the soldiers to surround the mob and hold it off for about an hour, during which time the Greek Orthodox Bishop Rajanovsky admonished the rioters and tried to make them understand that such doings were contrary to the laws of the church and the state. But when the police commissioner, the military chief, and Ispravnik arrived before the cathedral, the military cordon was withdrawn, and the crowd, now let loose, threw itself upon a nearby liquor store, and after demolishing it and filling itself with alcohol, resumed its work of destruction with the cooperation of the peasants, who had been summoned by the Ispravnik and the assistance of the soldier and policemen. It was on this occasion that those wild, savage scenes of murder, rapine, and plunder took place, the account of which, as published in the newspapers, is but the pale shadow of the real facts. The pogrom of Balta was called forth not by the mere inactivity, but by the direct activity of the local authorities. What these savage scenes were we did not learn from the newspapers, which were forbidden by the censor to report them, but we know of them partly from unpublished sources and partly from the later court proceedings. Aside from the demolition of 1,250 houses and business places, and the destruction and pillage of property and merchandise, according to a statement of the local rabbi, all well-to-do Jews were turned into beggars, and more than 15,000 people were sent out into the wide world. A large number of people were killed and maimed, and many women were violated. 40 Jews were slain and dangerously wounded. 170 received slight wounds. Many Jews, and particularly Jewesses, became insane from the fright. There were more than 20 cases of rape. The 17-year-old daughter of a poor polisher, Eda Malis by name, was attacked by a horde of bestial lads before the eyes of her brother. When the mother of the unfortunate girl ran into the street and called to her aid a policeman who was standing nearby, the latter followed the woman into the house and then, instead of helping her, dishonored her on the spot. The fiendish hordes invaded the homes of the Baruch Shlakovsky and began their bloody work by slaying the master of the house, whereupon his wife and daughter fled and hid themselves in a nearby orchard. Here, a Russian neighbor lured them into his house under the pretext of defending their honor against the rioters, but once in his house, he disgraced the daughter in the presence of her mother. In many cases, the soldiers of the local garrison assaulted and beat the Jews who showed themselves on the streets while the military operations of the mob were going on. In accordance with the customary pogrom ritual, the human fiends were left undisturbed for 2 days, and only on the third day were troops summoned from a nearby city to put a stop to the atrocities. On the same day, the governor of Podolia arrived to make an investigation. It was soon learned that the local authorities, the police commissioner, the ispravnik, the military commander, the burgomaster, and the president of the nobility had either directly or indirectly abetted the pogrom. Many rioters who had been arrested by the police were soon released because they threatened otherwise to point out to the higher authorities the ringleaders from among the local officials and the representatives of Russian society. The Jews, again, were constantly terrorized by these scoundrels and cowed by the fear of massacres and complete annihilation in case they dared to expose their hangmen before the courts. The pogrom of Balta found but a feeble echo in the immediate neighborhood, in a few localities of the government of Podolia and Kherson. It seemed as if the energy of destruction and savagery had spent itself in the exploits at Balta. On the whole, the pogrom campaign conducted in the spring of 1882 covered but an insignificant territory when compared with the pogrom enterprise of 1881, though surpassing it considerably in point of quality. The horrors of Balta were a substantial earnest of the Kishinev atrocities of 1903 and the October pogroms of 1905. 4. The Conference of Jewish Notables at St. Petersburg. The horrors of Balta cast their shadow upon the Conference of Jewish Delegates, which met in St. Petersburg on April 8 to 11, 1882. The conference, which had been called by Baron Horace Ginzburg with the permission of Ignatyev, was made up of some 25 delegates from the provinces, among them Dr. Mandelstam of Kiev, Rabbi Isaac Elahan, Spector of Kovno, and 15 notables from the capital, including Baron Ginzburg himself, the railroad magnate Polakov, and Professor Bakst. The question of Jewish emigration was the central issue of the conference, although in connection with it, the general situation of Russian Jewry came up for discussion. There was a mixed element of tragedy and timidity in the deliberations of this miniature congress, at which neither the voice of the masses nor that of the intelligentsia were given a full hearing. On the one hand, the conference listened to heart-rending speeches picturing the intolerable position of the Jews, and one of the delegates, Schmeling from Mogilev, who had just delivered such a speech, was so overcome that he fainted and died in a few hours. On the other hand, the most influential delegates, particularly those from the capital, were looking about timorously, fearing lest the government suspect them of a lack of patriotism. Others again looked upon emigration as an illicit form of protest, as sedition, and they clung to this conviction even when the conference had been told, in the name of the Minister of the Interior, that it was expected to consider the question of thinning out the Jewish population in the Pale of Settlement, in view of the fact that the Jews will not be admitted into the interior governments of Russia. At the second meeting of the conference, the rabbi of St. Petersburg, Dr. Drapkin, reported to the delegates about his last conversation with Ignatyev. In reply to the rabbi, who had stated that the Jews were waiting for an imperial word ordering the suppression of the pogroms and were anticipating the removal of their legal disabilities, the minister had characterized these assertions as commonplaces and had added, in an irritated tone, the Jews themselves were responsible for the pogroms. By joining the nihilists, they thereby deprived the government of the possibility of sheltering them against violence. The sophistry of the minister was refuted on the spot by his own confession that the Balta pogrom was due to a false rumor charging the Jews with having undermined the local Greek Orthodox Church. In other words, that the cause of the Balta pogrom was not to be traced to any tendencies within Jewry, but rather to the agitation of evil-minded Jew-baiters. At the same session, the discussion of the emigration question was sidetracked by a new design of the slippery minister. The financier Samuel Polakov, who was close to Ignatyev, declared in a spirit of base flunkism that the labors of the conference would prove fruitless unless they were carried on in accordance with government instructions. On this occasion, he informed the conference that in a talk which he had with the minister, the latter had branded the endeavors to stimulate emigration as an incitement to sedition, on the ground that emigration does not exist for Russian citizens. Asked by the minister for suggestions as to the best means of relieving the congestion of Jews in the Pale, Polakov replied, by settling them all over Russia. To this, the minister had retorted that he could not allow the settlement of Jews except in Central Asia and in the newly conquered oasis of Teke. In obedience to these ministerial utterances, the obscure financier sharply opposed the plan of Jewish emigration to foreign lands and seriously recommended to the conference to consider the proposal made by Ignatyev. The minister's suggestion was bitterly attacked by Dr. Mandelstam, who saw in it a new attempt to make sport of the Jews. Even Professor Bakst, who objected to emigration on principle, declared that the proposed scheme of settling the Jews amounted in reality to a deportation to far-off places and was tantamount to an official classification of the Jews as criminals. From the project of deportation, which failed to meet with the sympathy of the conference, the delegates proceed to discuss the burning question of pogroms. It was proposed to send a deputation to the Tsar, appealing to him to put a stop to the legislative restrictions which were bound to inspire the Russian population with the belief that the Jews were outside the pale of the law. In the question of foreign emigration, the majority of the conference voted against the establishment of emigration committees on the ground that the latter might give the impression as if the Jews were desirous of leaving Russia. After a debate lasting 4 days, the following resolutions were adopted. First, to reject completely the thought of organizing emigration as being subversive of the dignity of the Russian body politic and of the historic rights of the Jews to their present fatherland. Second, to point to the necessity of abolishing the present discriminating legislation concerning the Jews, this abolition being the only means to regulate the relationship of the Jewish population to the original inhabitants. Third, to bring to the knowledge of the government the passive attitude of the authorities which had clearly manifested itself during the time of the disorders. Fourth, to petition the government to find means for compensating the Jewish population which had suffered from the pogroms as a result of inadequate police protection. At the same time, the conference took occasion to refute the old accusation which had again been brought up in the gubernatorial commissions that the Jews still retained their ancient autonomous Kahal organization and that the latter was operating secretly and was fostering Jewish separatism to the detriment of the other elements of the population. The resolution of the conference on this score read as follows. We, the undersigned, the representatives of various centers of Jewish settlement in Russia, rabbis, members of religious organizations and synagogue boards, consider it our sacred duty, calling to witness God omniscient, to declare publicly in the presence of the whole of Russia that there exists neither an open nor a secret Kahal administration among the Russian Jews. That Jewish life is entirely foreign to any organization of this kind and to any of the attributes ascribed to such an organization by evil-minded persons. The signers of this solemn pronouncement were evidently unaware of the degrading renunciation of the national rights, which was implied in the declaration that not only had the Jews lost their former comprehensive communal organization, this was in accordance with the facts, but that were such an inner autonomous organization to exist, they would regard it as a criminal offense, subversive of the public order and punishable by the forfeiture of the civil rights. End of section 23. Section 24 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlander. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, managed by Shaw, Portugal. Chapter 24. Legislative Pogroms. 1. The Temporary Rules of May 3, 1882. During the interval between the pogrom of Warsaw and that of Balta, the government was preparing for the Jews a series of legislative pogroms. In the recesses of the Russian government offices, which served as the laboratories of police barbarism, the authorities were busy forging a chain of legal and administrative restrictions in order to regulate Jewish life in the spirit of complete civil disfranchisement. The Central Committee on Jewish Affairs, attached to the Ministry of the Interior, which was called for short the Jewish Committee, but might far more appropriately have been called the Anti-Jewish Committee, was basing its labors upon the opinions submitted by the gubernatorial commissions and rearing on this foundation a monstrous structure of disabilities. The new project was based upon the following theory. The old Russian legislation was marked by its hostility to the Jews as a secluded group of alien faith and race. A departure from this attitude was attempted during the reign of Alexander II, when the rights of certain categories of Jews were enlarged and the period of toleration was inaugurated. But subsequent experience proved the inexpediency of this tolerant attitude towards the Jews, as has been demonstrated by the recent manifestation of an anti-Jewish movement abroad, German anti-Semitism, and the popular protest in Russia itself, where it assumed the form of pogroms. Since Russia has now chosen the path of a national policy, it follows also in regard to the Jewish question that this country cannot but turn to its ancient tradition, throw aside the innovations which have proved useless, and follow vigorously the principles evolved by the whole past history of the monarchy, according to which the Jews must be regarded as aliens and therefore can lay no claim to full toleration. This barbarous theory, which brought Russia back to the traditions of ancient Muscovy, was expounded elaborately in the protocol of the session of the Anti-Jewish Committee as a sort of preamble to the legal project submitted by it. While engaged in these labors, the members of the committee received the news from the pogrom in Warsaw and were greatly heartened by it. They did not fail to make an entry in the protocol to the effect that the disorders which had taken place in the Kingdom of Poland, where the Jews enjoyed equal rights, i.e., the right of residence, tend to support the theory of the injuriousness of the Jewish people. Official pens began to scribble more rapidly, and within a short time, by the spring of 1882, a project was ready to be inflicted as a severe punishment upon the Jews for the atrocities perpetrated upon them. The Concord Four, represented by the Jewish population, was to be dislodged from a large area within the Pale of Settlement, overcrowded though the latter had become, by forbidding the Jews to settle anew outside the cities and towns, i.e., in the countryside. Those already settled there were either to be evicted by the verdict of the rural communes or to be deprived of livelihood by the prohibition to buy or lease immovable property and to trade in liquor. This project was submitted by Ignatyev to the Committee of Ministers, accompanied by the suggestion that the new disabilities be enacted not in due legal procedure by the Council of State, but in the form of temporary rules to be sanctioned in an extra-legal way by the Tsar, with the end in view to do away with the aggravated relations between the Jews and the original population. However, Even the members of the reactionary committee of ministers were embarrassed by Ignatiev's project. The committee felt that it was impossible to carry out the expropriation of personal and property rights on so extensive a scale without the due process of law, and that the permission to be granted on rural communes of expelling the Jews from the villages was tantamount to leaving the latter to the tender mercies of the benighted Russian masses, which would thus more than ever be strengthened in their conviction that the Jews might be expelled and assaulted with impunity, so that the relations between the two elements of the population, instead of improving, would only become more aggravated. On the other hand, the Committee of Ministers went on record that it considered it necessary to adopt rigorous measures against the Jews in order that the peasants should not think that the Tsar's will in ridding them of Jewish exploitation was not put into execution. As a result of these contentions, several concessions were made by Ignatyev, and following compromise was reached. The clause ordering the expulsion of the hundreds of thousands of Jews already settled in the villages were eliminated, and the prohibition was restricted to the Jews who wished to settle outside the towns and townlets anew. In turn, the Committee of Ministers yielded to Ignatiev's demand that the project should be enacted with every possible dispatch without preliminary submission to the Council of State. Such was the genesis of the famous temporary rules, which were sanctioned by the Tsar on May 3, 1882. Shorn of all bureaucratic rhetoric, the new law may be reduced to the following laconic provisions. First, to forbid the Jews henceforth to settle anew outside the towns and townlets. Second, to suspend the completion of instruments of purchase of real property and merchandise in the name of Jews outside the towns and townlets. Third, to forbid the Jews to carry on business on Sundays and Christian holidays. The first two rules contained in their harmless wording a cruel punitive law which dislodged the Jews from 9/10 of the territory hitherto accessible to them, and tend to coop up millions of human beings within the suffocating confines of the towns and townlets of the western region. And yet, notwithstanding its tremendous implication, the law was passed outside the ordinary course of legal procedure under the disguise of temporary rules, which, in spite of their title, have been enforced with merciless cruelty for more than a generation. 2. Abandonment of the pogrom policy. After imposing a severe and immediately effective penalty upon Russian Jewry for having been ruined by the pogroms, the government suddenly remembered its duty and dangled the threat of future penalties before the prospective instigators of Jewish disorders. On the same fateful 3rd of May, the Tsar sanctioned the decision of the Committee of Ministers concerning the necessity of declaring solemnly that the government is firmly resolved to prosecute invariably any attempt at violence on the person and property of the Jews who are under the protection of the general laws. In accordance with this declaration, a senatorial ukase dated May 10th was sent out to the governors, warning them that the heads of the gubernatorial administrations would be held responsible for the adoption of timely measures looking to the prevention of the conditions leading to similar disorders and for the suppressions of these disorders at the very outset, and that any negligence in this regard on the part of the administration and the police authorities would result in the dismissal from office of those found guilty. This warning was accompanied by the following confession. In view of the fact that said occurrences in the past have made it evident that the local population, incited by evil-minded persons from covetous or other motives, has taken part in the disorders, It is the duty of the gubernatorial administration to make it clear to the local communes that they are obliged to adopt measures for the purpose of impressing upon the inhabitants the gross criminal offense implied in willfully perpetrating violent act against anybody's person and property. It would almost seem as if the government, by promulgating on one and the same day the temporary rules against the Jews and the circular against the pogroms, wished to intimate to the Russian people that, inasmuch as the Jews were now being exterminated through the agency of the law, there was no further need to exterminate them on the streets. The originators of the temporary rules did not seem to realize that the latter were nothing but a variation of those violent acts against person and property from which the street mob was warned to refrain, for the loss of the freedom of movement is violence against the person, and the denial of the right of purchasing real estate is violence against property. Even the Russian press, though held at that time in the grip of censorship, could not help commenting on the fact that the effect of the official circular against the pogroms had been greatly weakened by the simultaneous promulgation of the temporary rules. It would seem as if the terrible atrocities at Balta had made the highest government spheres realize that the previous policy of connivance at the pogroms, which had been practiced for a whole year, could not but disgrace Russia in the eyes of the world and undermine public order in Russia itself. As soon as this was realized, the luckless minister, who had been the pilot of Russian politics throughout that terrible year, was bound to disappear from the scene. On May 30th, Count Ignatyev was made to resign, and Count Dmitrius Tolstoy was appointed Minister of the Interior. Tolstoy was a grim reactionary and the champion of autocracy and police power, but he was at the same time an enemy of all manifestations of mob rule, which tended to undermine the authority of the state. A few days after his appointment, the new minister issued a circular in which he reiterated the recent declaration of his predecessor concerning the resolve of the government to prosecute every kind of violence against the Jews, announcing emphatically that any manifestation of disorders would unavoidably result in the immediate prosecution of all official persons who are in duty bound to concern themselves with the prevention of disorders. This energetic pronouncement of the government had a magic effect. All provincial administrators realized that the central government of St. Petersburg had ceased to trifle with the promoters of the pogroms, and the pogrom epidemic was at an end. Beginning with June 1882, the pogroms assumed more and more a sporadic character. Here and there, sparks of the old conflagration would flare up again, but only to die out quickly. In the course of the next 20 years, until the Kishinev massacre of 1803, no more than about 10 pogroms of any consequence may be enumerated, and these disorders were all isolated movements with a purely local coloring and without the earmarks of a common organization or the force of an epidemic, such as characterized the pogrom campaigns of 1881 or those of 1903 to 1905. This is an additional proof for the contention that systematic pogroms in Russia are impossible as long as the central government and the local authorities are honestly and firmly set against them. The stringent measures adopted by Tolstoy were soon reflected in the legal trials arising out of the pogroms. Formerly, the local authorities refrained, as a rule, from putting the rioters on trial, lest their testimony might implicate the local administration, and even when action was finally brought against them, the culprits mostly escaped with slight penalties, such as imprisonment for a few months. But after the declaration of the government in June, the courts adopted a more rigorous attitude towards the rioters. In the summer of 1882, a number of cases arising out of the pogroms at Balta and in other cities were tried in the courts. The penalties imposed by the courts were frequently severe, though fully deserved, such as deportation and confinement at hard labor, drafting into penal military companies, etc. In one case, two soldiers, having been convicted of pillage and murder, were court-martialed and sentenced to death. When the sentence was submitted for ratification to Drentlen, Governor-General of Kiev, the Rabbi of Balta, acting on behalf of the local Jewish community, betook himself to Kiev to support the culprits in their petition for pardon. It was strange to listen to this appeal for mercy on behalf of criminals guilty of violence and murder, coming from the camp of their victims, from the demolished homes, which still resounded with the moans of the wounded and with the weeping over lost lives and dishonored women. One finds it difficult to believe that this appeal for mercy was due entirely to an impulse of forgiveness. Associated with it was probably the apprehension that the deaths of the murderers would be avenged by their like-minded accomplices who were still at liberty. Footnote. This, by the way, was not always the case. The court of Chernigov, which was compelled to bring in a verdict of guilty against the perpetrators of the pogrom in the townlet of Kharkovitsin, the same government decided to recommend the culprits to the clemency of the superior authorities in view of the dissatisfaction of the people with the exploitation of the Jews. There were many instances of these anti-Jewish political manifestations in the lower courts. End of footnote. The Jews of Balta were soon to learn that their humility was ill-requited by the highly placed promoters of the riots. In the beginning of August, Governor-General Drentlen came to Balta. He was exceedingly irritated, not only on account of the recent circular of Tolstoy, which implied a personal threat against him as one who had connived at the number of pogroms within his dominions, but also because of the steps taken by the representatives of the Balta Jewish community at St. Petersburg in the direction of exposing the spiritual fathers of the local riots. Having arrived in the sorely stricken city, the head of the province, who ex officio should have conveyed his expression of sympathy to the sufferers, summoned the rabbis and the leaders of the Jewish community and, in the presence of his official staff, treated them to a speech full of venomous hatred. He told them that by their actions the Jews had armed everybody against themselves, that they were universally hated, that they lived nowhere as happily as in Russia, and that the deputation they had sent to St. Petersburg for the purpose of presenting their complaints and slandering the city authorities and representatives as if they had incited the tumultuous mob against the Jews, had been of no avail. In conclusion, he branded the petition of the Balta community for a commutation of the death sentence passed upon the rioters as an act of hypocrisy, adding impressively that these persons have been pardoned irrespective of the request of the Jews. The speech of the bureaucratic Jew baiter, whose proper place was in the dock, side by side with the convicted murderers, produced a terrible panic in the whole region of Kiev. The militant organ of the Jewish press, the Voskot, properly remarked, after the speech of General Adjutant Drentlen, our confidence in the impossibility of a repetition of the pogroms has been decidedly shaken. Of what avail can ministerial circulars be when the highest administrator on the spot paralyzed their actions in public by the living word? The apprehension voiced by the Jewish organ were fortunately unfounded. True, The minister Tolstoy was not able to punish the criminal harangue of the savage governor-general who had powerful connections at the Russian court. But the firm resolution of the central government to hold the heads of the administration to account for their connivance at pogroms had the desired effect. All that the snarling dogs could do was to bark. 3. Disabilities and Emigration. The pogrom machinery was thus stopped by a word of command from St. Petersburg. As a counterbalance, the machinery for the manufacture of Jewish disabilities continued in full operation. The temporary rules of May 3rd established a system of legal persecutions which were directed against the Jews on the ground of their economic injuriousness. The fact that the Jewish population was in many regards outside the operation of the general law of Russia opened up a wide field for grossest forms of arbitrariness and lawlessness. At one stroke, all the exit from the overcrowded cities into the villages within the pale of settlement were tightly closed. All branches of industry connected with Jewish land ownership outside the cities were curtailed and in some places entirely cut off. In many villages, the right bestowed on the rural communes of ostracizing vicious members by a special verdict was used as a weapon to expel those Jews who had long been settled there. It will be remembered that Ignatyev had proposed to encourage the peasants officially in the use of this weapon against the Jews, and that the Committee of Ministers had rejected his proposal. There were now administrators who did the same thing unofficially. Prompted by selfish motives, the local kulaks, or bosses, from among the Russian tradesmen, acting in conjunction with the rural elders, would convene peasants' assemblies which were treated to liberal doses of alcohol. The intoxicated, half-illiterate muzhiks would sign a verdict demanding the expulsion of the Jews from their village. The verdict would be promptly confirmed by the governors and would immediately become law. Such expulsions were particularly frequent in the governments under the jurisdiction of Drentlen, Governor-General of Kiev, and no one doubted but that this ferocious Jew baiter had passed the word to that effect throughout his dominions. The economic misery within the Pale drove a number of Jews into the Russian interior, but here they were met by the whip of the law, made doubly painful by the scorpions of administrative caprice. Wholesale expulsions of Jews took place in St. Petersburg, Moscow, Kiev, Kharkov, and other forbidden centers. The effect of these expulsions upon the commercial life of the country was so disastrous that the big Russian merchants of Moscow and Kharkov appealed to the government to relax these restrictions surrounding the visits of Jews to these cities. The civil authorities were now joined by the military powers in hounding the Jews. There were in the Russian army a large number of Jewish physicians, many of whom had distinguished themselves during the preceding Russo-Turkish War. The reactionary government at the helm of Russian affairs could not tolerate the sight of a Jewish physician exercising the right of an army officer, which were otherwise utterly unattainable for Jewish soldiers. Accordingly, the Minister of War, Panovsky, issued a rescript dated April 10, 1882, to the following effect. First, to limit the number of Jewish physicians and feldsheriffs in the military department to 5% of the general number of medical men. Second, to stop appointing Jews on the medical service in the military districts of Western Russia and to transfer the surplus over and above 5% into the Eastern districts. Third, to appoint Jewish physicians only in those contingents of the army in which the budget calls for at least 2 physicians, with the proviso that the second physician must be a Christian. The reason for these provisions was stated in the most offensive form. It is necessary to stop the constant growth of the number of physicians of the Mosaic persuasion in the military department in view of their deficient conscientiousness in discharging their duties and their unfavorable influence upon the sanitary service in the army. This revolting affront had the effect that many Jewish physicians handed in their resignations immediately. The resignation of one of these physicians, the well-known novelist Yaroshevsky, was couched in such emphatic terms and parried the moral blow directed at the Jewish professional man with such dignity that the Minister of War deemed it necessary to put the author on trial. Among other things, Yaroshevsky wrote, "So long as the aspersions cast upon the Jewish physicians so pitilessly are not removed, every superfluous minute spent by them in serving this department will merely add to their disgrace. In the name of their human dignity, they have no right to remain there where they are held in abhorrence." Under these circumstances, it seemed quite natural that the tendency towards emigration, which had called forth a number of emigration societies as far back as the beginning of 1882, took an ever stronger hold upon the Jewish population of Russia. The disastrous consequences of the resolution adopted by the Conference of Notables in St. Petersburg were now manifest. By rejecting the formation of a central agency for regulating the emigration, the conference had abandoned the movement to the blind elemental forces, and the catastrophe was bound to follow. The pogrom at Balta called forth a new outburst of the emigration panic, and in the summer of 1882, some 20,000 Jewish refugees were again huddled together in the Galician border town of Brody. They were without means for continuing their journey to America, having come to Brody in the hope of receiving help from the Jewish societies of Western Europe. The relief committees established in the principal cities of Europe were busily engaged in evacuating Brody of these destitute mass of fugitives. In the course of the summer and autumn, this task was successfully accomplished. A large number of emigrants were dispatched to the United States, and the rest were dispersed over the various centers of Western Europe. Aside from the highway of American emigration went, along a tiny parallel path, the Jewish emigration to Palestine. The Palestine movement, which had shortly before come into being, attracted many enthusiasts from among the Jewish youth. In the spring of 1882, a society of Jewish young men, consisting mostly of university students, was formed in Kharkov under the name Bilu, from the initial letters of their Hebrew motto, Bet Yaakov Leku We Nelka, O house of Jacob, come ye, and let us go. The aim of the society was to establish a model agricultural settlement in Palestine and to carry on a widespread propaganda for the idea of colonizing the ancient homeland of the Jews. As a result of this propaganda, several hundred Jews in various parts of Russia joined the Bilu Society. Of these, only a few dozen pioneers left for Palestine between June and July of 1882. At first, the leaders of the organization attempted to enter into negotiations with Turkish government with a view to obtaining from it a large tract of land for colonizing purposes, but the negotiations fell through. The handful of pioneers were obliged to work in the agricultural settlements near Jaffa in Mikwe, Israel, a foundation of the Alliance Israélite in Paris, and in the colony Rishon LeZion, which had been recently established by private initiative. The youthful idealists had to endure many hardships in an unaccustomed environment and in a branch of endeavor entirely alien to them. A considerable part of the pioneers was soon forced to give up the struggle and make way for the new settlers who were less intelligent, perhaps, but physically better fitted for their task. The foundations of Palestinian colonization had been laid, though within exceedingly narrow limits, and the very idea of the national restoration of the Jewish people in Palestine was then, as it was later, a much greater social factor in Jewish life than the practical colonization of a country which could only absorb an insignificant number of laborers. At those moments, when the Russian horrors made life unbearable, the eyes of many sufferers were turned eastward, towards the tiny strip of land on the shores of the Mediterranean, where the dreams of a new life upon the resuscitated ruins of grey antiquity held out the promise of fulfillment. A contemporary writer, in surveying recent events in the Russian Valley of Tears, makes the following observations. Jewish life during the latter part of 1882 has assumed a monotonous, gloomy, oppressive, dull aspect too. The streets are no longer full of whirling feathers from torn beddings. The window panes no longer crash through the streets. The thunder and lightning which were recently filling the air and gladdening the hearts of Greek Orthodox people are no more. But have the Jews actually gained by the change from the illegal persecutions in the form of pogroms to the legal persecutions of the 3rd of May? Maltreated, plundered, reduced to beggary, put to shame, slandered, and dispirited, the Jews have been cast out of the community of human beings. Their destitution, amounting to beggary, has been firmly established and definitely affixed to them. Gloomy darkness without a ray of light has descended upon that bewitched and narrow world in which this unhappy tribe has been languishing so long, gasping for breath in the suffocating atmosphere of poverty and contempt. Will this go on for a long time? Will the light of day break at last? End of section 24. Section 25 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon DUBNOW. Translated by Israel Friedlander. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manik Baisha, Portugal. Chapter 25. Inner Upheavals. 1. Disillusionment of the intelligentsia and the national revival. The catastrophe at the beginning of the 80s took the Jews of Russia unawares and found them unprepared for spiritual self-defense. The impressions of the recent brief era of reforms were still fresh in their minds. They still remembered the initial steps of Alexander II's government in the direction of the complete civil emancipation of Russian Jewry, the appeals of the intellectual classes of Russia calling upon the Jews to draw nearer to them, the bright prospects of rejuvenated Russia. The niggardly gifts of the Russian government were received by Russian Jewry with an outburst of gratitude and devotion which bordered on flunkism. The intellectual young Jews and Jewesses who had passed through the Russian public schools made frantic endeavors not only towards association but also towards complete cultural amalgamation with the Russian people. Assimilation and Russification became the watchwords of the day. The literary ideals of young Russia became the sacred tablets of the Jewish youth. But suddenly, lo and behold, that same Russian people, in which the progressive forces of Jewry were ready to merge their identity, appeared in the shape of a monster which belched forth hordes upon hordes of rioters and murderers. The government had changed front, and adopted a policy of reaction and fierce Jew hatred, while the liberal classes of Russia showed but scant sympathy with the downtrodden and maltreated nation. The voice of hostile press, the Novoe Vremya, the Rus, and others resounded through the air with full vigors, whereas the liberal press, owing partly but only partly to the tightening grip of the censor, defended the Jews in a perfunctory manner. Even the publicists of the radical type, who were principally grouped around the periodical Otechestvenia Records of the Fatherlands, looked upon the pogroms merely as the brutal manifestation of an economic struggle and viewed the whole complicated Jewish problem with all its century-long tragic implications in the light of a subordinate social economic question. The only one whose soul was deeply stirred by the sight of the new sufferings of an ancient people was the Russian satirist Shadrin Shaltykov, and he poured forth his sentiments in the summer of 1882 after the completion of the first cycle of pogroms in an article marked by a lyric strain so different from his usual style. But Shadrin was the only Russian writer of prominence who responded to the Jewish sorrow. Turgenev and Tolstoy held their peace, whereas the literary celebrities of Western Europe, Victor Hugo, Renaud, and many others came forward with passionate protests. The Russian intelligentsia remained cold in the face of the burning tortures of Jewry. The educated classes of Russian Jewry were hurt to the quick by this chilly attitude, and their former enthusiasm gave way to disillusionment. Footnote: the article appeared in the Otechestvenia in August 1882. The following sentences in that article are worthy of reproduction. History has never recorded in its page a question more replete with sadness, more foreign to the sentiments of humanity, and more filled with tortures than the Jewish question. The history of mankind as a whole is one endless martyrology, yet at the same time it is also a record of endless progress. In the records of martyrology, the Hebrew tribe occupies the first place. In the annals of progress, it stands aside as if the luminous perspective of history could never reach it. There is no more heart-rending tale than the story of this endless torture of man by man. In the same article, the Russian satirist draws a clever parallel between the merciless Russian kulak, or boss, who ruins the peasantry, and the pitiful Jewish exploiter, the half-starved tradesman, who in turn is exploited by everyone. End of footnote. This disillusionment found its early expression in the lamentations of repentant assimilators. One of these assimilators, writing in the first months of the pogroms, makes the following confession. The cultured Jewish classes have turned their back upon their history, have forgotten their traditions, and have conceived a contempt for everything which might make them realize that they are the members of the eternal people. With no definite ideals, dragging their Judaism behind them as a fugitive galley slave drags his heavy chain, how could these men justify their belonging to the tribe of Christ killer and exploiters? Truly, pitiful has become the position of these assimilators who but yesterday were the champions of national self-effacement. Life demands self-determination. To sit between two stools has now become an impossibility. The logics of events has placed them before the alternative either to declare themselves openly as renegades or to take their proper share in the sufferings of their people. Another representative of the Jewish intelligentsia writes in the following strain to the editor of a Russian Jewish periodical. When I remember what has been done to us, how we have been taught to love Russia and Russian speech, how we have been induced and compelled to introduce the Russian language and everything Russian into our families so that our children know no other language but Russian, and how we are now repulsed and persecuted, then our hearts are filled with sickening despair from which there seems to be no escape. This terrible insult gnaws at my vitals. It may be that I am mistaken, but I do honestly believe that even if I succeeded in moving to a happier country where all men are equal, where there are no pogroms by day and Jewish commissions by night, I would yet remain sick at heart to the very end of my life. To such an extent do I feel worn out by this accursed year, this universal mental eclipse which has visited our dear fatherland. Russian Jewish literature of that period is full of similar self-revelations of disillusioned intellectuals. However, this repentant mood did not always lead to positive results. Some of these intellectuals, having become part and parcel of Russian cultural life, were no longer able to find their way back to Judaism, and they were carried off by the current of assimilation, culminating in baptism. Others stood at the crossroads, wavering between assimilation and Jewish nationalism. Still others were so stunned by the blow they had received that they reeled violently backwards and proclaimed as their slogan the return home, in the sense of complete renunciation of free criticism and of all strivings for inner reforms. However, in the healthy part of Russian Jewry, this change of mind resulted in turning their ideas definitely in the direction of national rejuvenation upon modern foundations. The idea of a struggle for national rejuvenation in Russia itself had not yet matured. It appeared as an active force only in the following decade. During the era of pogroms, the salvation of Judaism was primarily associated with the idea of emigration. The champions of American emigration were prone to idealize this movement, which had in reality sprung from practical necessity, and they saw in it, not without justification, the beginning of a new free center of Judaism in the diaspora. The Hebrew poet Judah Leib Gordon addresses the daughter of Jacob, the Jewish people, disgraced by the son of Hamor, the Russian government, in the following words: "Come, let us go where liberty's light doth shine upon all with equal might, where every man without disgrace is free to adhere to his creed and his race, where thou too shalt no longer fear dishonor from brutes, my sister dear." The exponents of American emigration were inspired by the prospect of an exodus from the land of slavery into the land of freedom. Many of them looked forward to the establishment of agricultural and farming settlements in that country and to the concentration of large Jewish masses in the thinly populated states of the Union, where they hoped the Jews might be granted a considerable amount of self-government. Side by side with the striving for transplantation of Jewish centers within the diaspora, another idea, which negatives the diaspora altogether and places in its stead the resuscitation of the Jewish National Center in Palestine, struggled to life amidst the birth pangs of the pogroms. The first theoretic exponent of this new movement, called Love of Zion, was Emil Lilienblum, who, in a former stage of radicalism, had preached the need of religious reforms in Judaism. As far back as in the autumn of the first pogrom year, Lilienblum published a series of articles in which he interpreted the idea of Palestinian colonization, which had but recently sprung to life, in the light of a common national task for the whole of Jewry. Lilienblum endeavored to show that the root of all the historic misfortunes of the Jewish people lay in the fact that it was in all lands an alien element which refuses to assimilate in its entirety with the dominant nation, with the landlord, as it were. The landlord tolerates his tenant only so long as he finds him convenient. Let the tenant make the slightest attempt at competing with the landlord, and he will be promptly evicted. During the Middle Ages, the Jews were persecuted in the name of religious fanaticism. Now, a beginning has been made to persecute them in the name of national fanaticism, coupled with economic factors, and this second chapter of our history will no doubt contain many a bloody page. Jewish sufferings can only be removed by removing its cause. We must cease to be strangers in every land of the globe and establish ourselves in a country where we ourselves made the landlords. Such a country can only be our ancient fatherland, Palestine, which belongs to us by the rights of history. We must undertake the colonization of Palestine on so comprehensive a scale that, in the course of 1 century, the Jews may be able to live in hospitable Europe almost entirely and settle in the land of our forefathers to which we are legally entitled. These thoughts, expounded with that simplified logic which will strike certain types of mind as incontrovertible, were fully attuned to the sentiments of the Jewish masses which were standing with girded loins, ready for their exodus from the New Egypt. The immigration societies formed in the beginning of 1882 counted in their ranks many advocates of Palestinian colonization. Bitter literary feuds were waged between the Americans and Palestinians. A young poet, Shimon Frug, composed the following enthusiastic Exodus March, which he prefaced with the biblical verse, "Speak unto the children of Israel, that they go forward. Thine eyes are keen, thy feet are strong, thy step is firm. Why then, my nation, dost thou on the road stop and droop, thy grey head lost in contemplation? Look up and see, in numerous bands, thy sons return from all the lands. Forward then march, through a sea of sorrow, through a chain of tortures, towards the dawn of the morrow. Forward, to the strain of the songs of the days gone by. For future ages like thunders to us cry, Rise, my people, from thy grave, and live once more, a nation free and brave. And in our ears songs of a new life ring, and hymns of triumph the storms too as sing." This march voiced the sentiment of those who dreamed of the promised land, whether it be on the shores of Jordan or on the banks of the Mississippi. 2. Pinska's auto-emancipation. The conception of emigration as a means of national rejuvenation, which had sprung to life amidst the thunder and lightning of the pogroms, found a thoughtful exponent in the person of Dr. Leon Pinska, a prominent communal worker in Odessa, who had at one time looked to assimilation as promising a solution of the Jewish problem. In his pamphlet, Auto-Emancipation, published in September 1882, which is marked by profound thinking, Pinska vividly describes the mental agony experienced by him at the sight of the physical slavery of the Jewry of Russia and the spiritual slavery of the emancipated Jewry of Western Europe. To him, the Jewish people in the diaspora is not a living nation, but rather the ghost of a nation, haunting the globe and scaring all living national organisms. The salvation of Judaism can only be brought about by transforming this ghost into a real being, by re-establishing the Jewish people upon a territory of its own, which might be obtained through the common endeavor of Jewry and through international Jewish cooperation in some convenient part of the globe, be it Palestine or America. Such is the way of Jewish auto-emancipation, in contradistinction from the civic emancipation which had been bestowed by the dominant nationalities upon the Jews as an act of grace, and which does not safeguard them against anti-Semitism and the humiliating position of second-rate citizens. The Jewish people can be restored if, instead of many places of refuge scattered all over the globe, it will be concentrated in one politically guaranteed place of refuge. For this purpose, a General Jewish Congress ought to be called, which should be entrusted with the financial and political issues involved in the plan. The present generation must take the first step towards this national restoration. Posterity will do the rest. Pinsker's pamphlet, which was written in German and printed abroad with the intention of appealing to the Jews of Western Europe, failed to produce any effect upon that assimilated section of the Jewish people. In Russia, however, it became the catechism of the Love of Zion movement and eventually of Zionism and territorialism. The theory expounded in Pinsker's pamphlet made a strong appeal to the Russian Jews, not only on account of its close reasoning, but also because it gave powerful utterance to that pessimistic frame of mind which seemed to have seized upon them all. Its weakest point lay in the fact that it rested on a wrong historic premise and on a narrow definition of the term nation in the sense of a territorial and political organism. Pinsker seemed to have overlooked that the Jews of the diaspora, taken as a whole, have not ceased to form a nation, though of a type of its own, and that in modern political history, nations of this cultural complexion have appeared on the scene more and more frequently. Lacking a definite practical foundation, Pinsker's doctrine could not but accommodate itself to the Palestinian colonization movement, although its insignificant dimensions were entirely out of proportion to the far-reaching plans conceived by the author of Auto-Emancipation. Lilienblum and Pinsker were joined by the old nationalist Smolenskin and the former assimilator Levanda. Ha-Shahar and Ha-Melet in Hebrew and Razviet in Russian became the literary vehicles of the new movement. In opposition to these tendencies, the Voskhod of St. Petersburg reflected the ideas of the progressive Russian Jewish intelligentsia and defended their old position, which was that of civil emancipation and inner Jewish reforms. In the middle between these two extremes stood the Russian weekly Ruski Jewry, the Russian Jew in St. Petersburg, and the Hebrew weekly Ha-Zefira, the Dawn, in Warsaw, voicing the moderate views of the Haskalah period with a decided bent toward the nationalistic movement. 3. Miscarried religious reforms. The storm of pogroms not only broke many young twigs on the tree of enlightenment, which had attained to full bloom in the preceding period, but it also bent others into monstrous shapes. This abnormal development is particularly characteristic of the idea of religious reforms in Judaism, which sprang to life in the beginning of the 80s. A fortnight before the pogrom at Elizabethgrad, which inaugurated another gloomy chapter in the annals of Russian Jewry, the papers reported that a new Jewish sect had appeared in the city under the name of the Spiritual Biblical Brotherhood. Its members denied all religious dogmas and ceremonies and acknowledged only the moral doctrines of the Bible. They condemned all mercantile pursuits and endeavored to live by physical labor, primarily by agriculture. The founder of this brotherhood was a local teacher and journalist, Jacob Goldin, who stood at that time under the influence of the South Russian Stundist as well as of the socialistic Russian populist. The Spiritual Biblical Brotherhood was made up altogether of a score of people. In a newspaper appeal which appeared shortly after the spring pogroms of 1881, the leader of the sect, hiding his identity under the pen name of Brother Bibleist, called upon the Jews to divest themselves of those character traits and economic pursuits which excited the hatred of the native population against them, the love of money, the hunt for barter, usury, and petty trading. This appeal, which sounded in unison with the voice of the Russian Jew-baiters and appeared at a time when the wounds of the pogrom victims were not yet healed, aroused profound indignation among the Jews. Shortly afterwards, the spiritual biblical brotherhood fell asunder. Some of its members joined the like-minded sect in Odessa, which had been founded there in the beginning of 1883 by a teacher, Jacob Priluker, under the name of New Israel. The aim of New Israel was to facilitate, by means of radical religious reforms conceived in the spirit of rationalism, the contact between Jews and Christians and thereby pave the ways for civil emancipation. The twofold religious social program of the sect was as follows. The sect recognizes only the teaching of Moses. It rejects the Talmud, the dietary laws, the rites of circumcision, and the traditional form of worship. The day of rest is transferred from Saturday to Sunday. The Russian language is declared to be the native tongues of the Jews and made obligatory in everyday life. Usury and similar distasteful pursuits were forbidden. As a reward for all these virtuous endeavors, the sect expected from the Russian government, which it petitioned to the effect, complete civil equality for its members, permission to intermarry with Christians, and the right to wear a special badge by which they were to be marked off from the Talmudic Jews. As an expression of gratitude for the anticipated government benefits, the members of the sect pledged themselves to give their boys and girls who were to be born during the coming year the names of Alexander or Alexandra in honor of the Russian Tsar. The first religious half of the program of New Israel might possibly have attracted a few adherents, but the second business-like part of it opened the eyes of the public to the true aspiration of these reformers who, in their eagerness for civil equality, were ready to barter away religion, conscience, and honor, and who did not balk at betraying such low flunkeyism at a time when the blood of the victims of the Balta pogrom had not yet dried. Thus, it was that the withering influence of reactionary Judaeophobia compromised and crippled the second attempt at inner reforms in Judaism. Both movements soon passed out of existence, and their founders subsequently left Russia. Godin went to America and, renouncing his sins of youth, became a popular Yiddish playwright. Priluker settled in England and entered the employ of the missionaries who were anxious to propagate Christianity among the Jews. A few years later, during 1884 and 1885, New Israel cropped up in a new shape, this time in Kishinev, where a puny congregation of New Testament Israelites were founded by I. Rabinovich, having for its aim the fusion of Judaism with Christianity. In the house of prayers, in which this congregation, consisting altogether of 10 members, worshipped, sermons were also delivered by a Protestant clergyman. A few years later, this new missionary device was also abandoned. The pestiferous atmosphere which surrounded the Russian Jewish life at the time could do no more than produce this poisonous growth of religious reform. For the wholesome seeds of such a reform were bound to wither after the collapse of the ideals which had served as a lodestar during the period of enlightenment. End of section 25. Section 26 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manikdbaisha, Portugal. Chapter 26, Increased Jewish Disabilities, Part 1. 1. The Pahlen Commission and New Schemes of Oppression. The temporal rules of May 3, 1882, had been passed, so to speak, as an extraordinary war measure outside the usual channel of legislative action. Yet, the Russian government could not but realize that sooner or later it would be bound to adopt the customary legal procedure and place the Jewish question before the highest court of the land, the Council of State. To meet this eventuality, it was necessary to prepare materials of a somewhat better quality than had been manufactured by the gubernatorial commissions and the Central Jewish Committee, which owed their existence to Ignatyev, forming part and parcel of the general anti-Jewish policy of the discharged minister. Even prior to the promulgation of the temporary rules, the Council of Ministers had called the Tsar's attention to the necessity of appointing a special high commission to deal with the Jewish question and to draft legal measures for submission to the Council of State. This suggestion was carried out on February 4, 1883, on each day an imperial ukase was issued calling for the formation of a High Commission for the revision of the current laws concerning the Jews. The chairmanship of the commission was first entrusted to Markov, a former minister of the Interior, and after his untimely death to Count Pahlen, a former minister of Justice, who guided the work of the commission during the 5 years of existence, hence its popular designation as the Pahlen Commission. The membership of the commission was made up of 6 officials representing the various departments of the Ministry of the Interior and of 1 official for each of the Ministries of Finance, Justice, Public Instruction, Crown Domains, and Foreign Affairs, and lastly of a few experts who were consulted casually. The new bureaucratic body received no definite instructions as to the period of time within which it was expected to complete its labors. It was evidently given to understand that the work entrusted to it could well afford to wait. The first session of the High Commission was held fully 10 months after its official appointment by the Tsar, and its business proceeded at a snail's pace, surrounded by the mysterious air characteristic of Russian officialdom. For several years, the High Commission had to work its way through the sad inheritance of the defunct gubernatorial commissions, represented by mounds of paper with the most fantastic projects of solving the Jewish question, endeavoring to bring these materials into some kind of system. It also received a number of memoranda on the Jewish question from outsiders, among them from public-minded Jews who in most cases used Baron Horace Ginzburg as their go-between, memoranda which sought to put the various aspects of the question in their right perspective. After 4 years spent on the examination of the material, the Commission undertook to formulate its own conclusions, but for reasons which will become patent later on, these conclusions were never crystallized in the form of legal provisions. While the High Commission was seriously engaged in the revision of the current laws concerning the Jews, in other words, was repeating the Sisyphus task abandoned by scores of similar bureaucratic creations in the past, the government pursued with unabated vigor its old-time policy of making the life of the Jews unbearable by turning out endless varieties of new legal restrictions. These restrictions were generally passed outside the law, i.e., without their being previously submitted to the Council of State. They were simply brought up as suggestions before the Council of Ministers and after adoption by the latter, received legal sanctions through ratification by the Tsar. Without awaiting the results of the revision of Jewish legislation, which it had itself undertaken, the Russian government embarked enthusiastically upon the task of forging new chains for the hapless Jewish race. For a number of years, the High Commission was nothing more than a cover to screen these cruel experiments of the powers at the helm of the state. At the very time in which the ministerial officials serving on the High Commission indulged in abstract speculations about the Jewish question, and invented various methods for its solution. The Council of Ministers anticipated this solution in the spirit of rabid anti-Semitism and was quick to give it effect in concrete life. The wind which was blowing from the heights of Russian bureaucracy was decidedly unfavorable to the Jews. The belated coronation of Alexander III, which took place in May 1883, and in accordance with Russian tradition, brought, in the form of an imperial manifesto, various privileges and alleviations for different sections of the Russian population, left the Jews severely alone. The Tsar lent an attentive ear to those zealous governors and governors general who, in their most humble reports, propounded the new-fangled theory of the injuriousness of the Jews. The marginal remarks frequently attached by him to these reports assume the force of binding resolutions. In the beginning of 1883, the Governor-General of Odessa, Gurko, took occasion in his report to the Tsar to comment on the excessive growth of the number of Jewish pupils in the gymnasia and their injurious effect upon their Christian fellow pupils. Gurko proposed to fix a limited percentage for the admission of Jews to these schools, and the Tsar made the annotation, "I share this conviction. The matter ought to receive attention." The matter did, of course, receive attention. It was brought up before the Committee of Ministers, but the latter was reluctant to pass upon it at once, and thought it wiser to have it prepared and duly submitted for legislative action at some future time. However, when the Governor-General of Odessa and the Governor of Kharkov, in their reports for the following year, expatiated again on the necessity of fixing a school norm for the Jews, the Tsar made another annotation in a more emphatic tone. "It is desirable to decide this question finally." This sufficed to impress the Committee of Ministers with the conviction that the growing influx of the non-Christian element into the educational establishments exert, from a moral and religious point of view, a most injurious influence upon the Christian children. The question was submitted for consideration to the High Commission under the chairmanship of Count Pahlen. The Minister of Public Instruction was ordered to frame post haste an enactment embodying the spirit of the imperial resolution. Soon, the new fruit of the Russian bureaucratic genius was ready to be plucked, the school norm, which was destined to occupy a prominent place in the fabric of Russian Jewish disabilities. The center of gravity of the system of oppression lay, as it always did, in the restriction attaching to the rights of domicile and free movement, restrictions which frequently made life for the Jews physically impossible by cutting off their access to the sources of livelihood. The temporary rules of the 3rd of May displayed in this domain a dazzling variety of legal tortures, such as might have excited the envy of medieval inquisitors. The May laws of 1882 barred the Jews from settling outside the cities anew, i.e., in the future, exempting those who had settled in the rural districts prior to 1882. These old-time Jewish rustics were thorn in the flesh of the Russian anti-Semites who hoped for a sudden disappearance of the Jewish population from the Russian countryside. Accordingly, a whole set of administrative measures were put in motion with a view to make the life of the village Jews unbearable. In another connection, we had occasion to point out that the Russian authorities, as well as the Christian competitors of the Jews, made it their business to expel the latter from the rural localities as vicious members by having the peasant assemblies render special verdict against them. This method was now supplemented by new contrivances to dislodge the Jews. A village Jew who happened to absent himself for a few days or weeks to go to town was frequently barred by the police from returning to his home on the ground that he was a new settler. There are cases of Jewish families on record which, according to custom, had left the village for high holidays to attend services in an adjacent town or townlet, and which, on their return home, met with considerable difficulties because their return was interpreted by the police as a new settlement. In the dominions of the anti-Jewish satrap Drentlen, the administration construed the temporary rules to mean that Jews were not allowed to move from one village to another, or even from one house to another within the precincts of their native village. Moreover, the police was authorized to expel from the villages all those Jews who did not possess their own houses upon their own land, on the ground that these Jews, in renting new quarters, would have to make a new lease with their owners, and such a lease was forbidden by the May laws. These malicious misinterpretations of the law affected some 10,000 Jews in the villages of Chernigov and Poltava. These Jews lived habitually in rented houses or in houses which were their property but were built upon ground belonging to peasants, and they were consequently liable to expulsion. The cry of these unfortunates, who were threatened with eviction in the dead of the winter, was heard not in nearby Kiev, but in far-off St. Petersburg. By a senatorial ukase published in January 1884, a check was put on these administrative highway methods. The expulsion was stopped, though a considerable number of Jewish families had in the meantime been evicted and ruined. At the same time, other restrictions which were in like manner deduced from the temporary rules were allowed to remain in full force. One of these was the prohibition of removing from one village to another, even though they were contiguous, so that the rural Jews were practically placed in the position of serfs, being affixed to their places of residence. This cruel practice was sanctioned by the law of December 29, 1887. As a contemporary writer puts it, the law implied that when a village in which a Jew lived was burned down, or when a factory in which he worked was closed, he was compelled to remove into one of the towns or townlets, since he was not allowed to search for a shelter and livelihood in any other rural locality. In accordance with the same law, a Jew had no right to offer shelter to his widowed mother or to his infirm parents who lived in another village. Furthermore, a Jew was barred from taking over a commercial or industrial establishment bequeathed to him by his father if the latter had lived in another village. He was not even allowed to take charge of house bequeathed to him by his parents if they had resided in another village, though situated within the confines of the Pale. While this network of disabilities was ruining the Jews, it yielded a plentiful harvest for the police, from the highest to the lowest officials. Graft, the Russian Habeas Corpus Act, shielded the persecuted Jews against the caprice and violence of the authorities in the application of the restrictive laws, and Russian officialdom held on tightly to Jewish rightlessness as their own special benefice. Hatred of the Jews has, at all times, gone hand in hand with love of Jewish money. 2. Jewish disabilities outside the Pale. Outside the Pale of settlement, the net of disabilities was stretched out even more widely and was sure to catch the Jews in its meshes. Throughout the length and breadth of the Russian Empire, outside the 15 governments of Western Russia and the 10 governments of the Kingdom of Poland, there were scattered a handful of privileged Jews who were permitted to reside beyond the Pale. Men with an academic education, first guild merchants who had for a number of years paid their guild dues within the Pale, and handicraftsmen so long as they confined themselves to the pursuit of their craft. The influx of illegal Jews into this tabooed region was checked by measures of extraordinary severity. The example was set by the Russian capital, the window towards Europe, which had been broken through by Peter the Great. The city of St. Petersburg, harboring some 20,000 privileged Jews who lived there legally, became the center of attraction for a large number of illegal Jews who flocked to the capital with the intention, deemed a criminal offense by the government, of engaging in some modest business pursuit without paying the high guild dues, or of devoting themselves to science or literature without a diploma from a higher educational institution in their pockets. The number of these Jews who obtained their right of residence through a legal fiction by enrolling themselves as artisans or as employees of the privileged Jews were very considerable, and the police expended vast amount of energy in waging a fierce struggle against them. The city governor of St. Petersburg, Gresser, who was notorious for the cruelty of his police regime, made it his specialty to hunt down the Jews. A contemporary writer, in reviewing the events of the year 1883, gives the following description of the exploits of the Metropolitan Police. The campaign was started at the very beginning of the year and continued uninterruptedly until the end of it. Early in March, the Metropolitan Police received orders to search most rigorously the Jewish residences and examine the passports. In the police stations, special records were instituted for the Jews. St. Petersburg was to be purged of the odious Hebrew tribe. The contrivances employed were no longer novel and were the same which had been successfully tried in other cities. The Jews were raided in regular fashion. Those that were found with doubtful claims to residence in the capital were frequently accompanied by their families, immediately dispatched to the proper railroad stations, escorted by policemen. The time for departure was measured by hours. The term of expulsion was generally limited to 24 hours or 48 hours, as if it involved the execution of a court-martial sentence. And yet, the majority of the victims of expulsion were people who had lived in St. Petersburg for many years and had succeeded in establishing homes and business places which could not be liquidated within 24 hours or thereabout. The hurried expulsions from the capital resulted in numerous conversions to Christianity. Amusing stories circulated all over town concerning Jews who had decided to join the Christian church and had applied for permission to remain in the capital for 1 or 2 weeks, the time required by law for a preliminary training in the truth of the new faith, but whose petition was flatly refused because the police believed that a similar training might also be received within the boundaries of the Pale of Settlement. As a matter of fact, fictitious conversions of this kind were but seldom resorted to in the fight against governmental violence. As a rule, the evasion of the law was effected by less harmful, perhaps, but no less humiliating and even tragic fictions. Many a Jewish newcomer would bring with him on his arrival in St. Petersburg an artisan's certificate and enroll himself as an apprentice of some full-fledged Jewish artisan. But woe betide if the police happened to visit the workshop and failed to find the fictitious apprentice at work. He was liable to immediate expulsion, and the owner of the shop was no less exposed to grave risks. Some Jews, in their eagerness to obtain the right of residence, registered as manservants in the employ of Jewish physicians or lawyers. These would-be servants were frequently summoned to the police stations and cross-examined as to their character of their services. The answer expected from them was something like, "I clean my master's boots, carry behind him his portfolio at court, etc." Several prominent Jewish writers lived for so many years in St. Petersburg on this flunkish basis, among them the talented young poet Shimon Frug, the singer of Jewish sorrow, who was fast establishing for himself a reputation both in Jewish and in Russian literature. It can easily be realized how precarious was the position of these men. Any day, their passports might be found ornamented by a red police notation ordering their expulsion from the capital within 24 hours. All Russia was stirred at that time by the sensational story of a young Jewess who had come to St. Petersburg or Moscow to enter the college courses for women, and in order to obtain the right of residence, found herself compelled to register fictitiously as a prostitute and take out a yellow ticket. When the police discovered that the young woman was engaged in studying instead of plying her official trade, she was banished from the capital. In 1886, England was shocked by the expulsion from Moscow of the well-known English Member of Parliament, the banker Sir Samuel Montagu, later Lord Sweetling. Despite his influential position, Montagu was ordered out of the Russian capital within 24 hours like an itinerant vagrant. None of these tragedies, however, was able to produce any effect upon the ringleaders and henchmen of the Russian Inquisition. The energy of the authorities spent itself primarily in the fight against the natural, yet, according to the Russian court, illegal struggle of the Jews for their existence and against the sacred right of men to move about freely. The merciless Russian law, trampling upon this inviolable right, drove human beings from village to town and from one town to another. In the hotbed of militant Judaeophobia in Kiev, raids upon illegal Jewish residents were the order of the day. During the year 1886 alone, more than 2,000 Jewish families were evicted from the town. Not satisfied with the expulsion of the Jews from the towns prohibited to them by law, the authorities contrived to swell the number of these towns by adding new localities which were part of the Pale and as such open to the Jews. In 1887, the large South Russian cities Rostov-on-the-Don and Taganrog were transferred from the Pale of settlement to the tabooed territory of the Don Army. Those Jews who had lived in these cities before the promulgation of the law were allowed to remain, but the new settling of Jews was strictly forbidden. Not satisfied with constantly lessening the area in which, without any further restrictions, the Jewish population was gasping for breath, the government was on the lookout for ways and means to narrow also the sphere of Jewish economic activity. The medieval system of Russian society, with its division into estates and guilds, became an instrument of Jewish oppression. The authorities openly followed the maxim that the Jew was to be robbed of his profession, to the end that it may be turned over to his Christian rival. Under Alexander II, the government had endeavored to promote handicrafts among the Jews as a counterbalance against their commercial pursuits, and had therefore conferred upon Jewish artisans the right of residence all over the empire. The change of policy under Alexander III is well illustrated by the ukase of 1884, closing the Jewish School of Handicrafts in Zhytomyr, which had been in existence for 23 years. The reason for the enactment is stated with brazen impudence. Owing to the fact that the Jews living in the towns and townlets of the southwestern region formed the majority of handicraftsmen, and thereby hampered the development of handicrafts among the original population of that region, which is exploited by them, the existence of a specific Jewish school of handicrafts seems, in view of the lack of similar schools among the Christians, an additional weapon in the hands of the Jews for the exploitation of the original population of that region. Here, the pursuit of handicrafts is actually stigmatized as a means of exploitation. The true meaning of that terrible word, an invention of the Russian government, is thereby put in a glaring light. The Jew is an exploiter so long as he follows any pursuit, however honorable and productive, in which a Christian might engage in his stead. The slightest attempt of the Jew to enlarge his economic activity met with the relentless punishment of the law. The Jewish artisan, though permitted to live outside the pale, had only the right to sell the products of his own workmanship. When found to sell other merchandise which was not manufactured by him, he was liable under Article 1171 of the Penal Code, not only to be immediately expelled from his place of residence, but also to have his goods confiscated. The Christian competitors of the Jews, shoulder to shoulder with the police, kept a careful watch over the Jewish artisans, and saw to it that a Jewish tailor should not dare to sell a piece of material, a watchmaker, a new factory-made watch with a chain, being only allowed to repair old watches, a baker, a pound of flour, or a cup of coffee. The discovery of such a crime was followed immediately by cutting short the career of the poor artisan in accordance with the provisions of the law. End of section 26. Section 27 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon Dubnow, translated by Israel Friedlander. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manikt Baisho, Portugal. Chapter 26, Increased Jewish Disabilities, Part 2. 3. Restrictions in education and in the legal profession. A salient feature of that gloomy era of counter-reform was the endeavor of the government to dislodge the Jews from the liberal professions and, as corollary, to bar them from the secondary and higher schools, which were the training ground for these professions. What the government had in view was to reduce the number of those privileged Jews who, under the law passed in the time of Alexander II, had been rewarded for their completion of a course of studies in an institution of higher learning by the right of unrestricted residence throughout the empire. The authorities now found it to their purpose to hamper the spread of education among the Jews rather than promote it. The highly placed obscurantists contended that the Jewish students exerted an injurious influence upon their Christian comrades from the religious and moral point of view, while the political police reported that the Jewish college men are quick in joining the ranks of the revolutionary workers. The fear of educated Russian subjects who were not of the dominant faith was natural in a country in which Pobedonostchev, the moving spirit of inner Russian politics, looked upon popular education in general as a destructive force, fraught with danger to throne and altar. There can be but little doubt that the previously mentioned imperial resolutions indicating the necessity of curtailing the number of Jews in Russian educational establishments were inspired by the Grand Inquisitor. Notwithstanding the opposition of the majority of the Pahlen Commission, whose members had not yet entirely discarded the enlightened traditions of the reign of Alexander II, the question was decided in accordance with the wishes of the Tsar. Here, too, as in the case of the temporal rules, the government was resolved to enact the new disabilities by the sovereign will of the emperor without submitting them to the highest legislative body of the land, the Council of State, for fear that undesirable debates might arise in that august body concerning the expedience of putting an embargo on education. On December 5, 1886, the Tsar, acting on the suggestions of the Committee of Ministers, directed the Minister of Public Instruction, Dielanov, to adopt measures for the limitation of the admission of Jews to the secondary and higher educational establishments. For 6 long months, the minister, whose official duty was the promotion of education, was wavering between a number of schemes designed to restrict education among the Jews. Suggestions for such restrictions came from officials of the ministry and from superintendents of school districts. Some proposed to close the schools only to the children of the lower classes among the Jews, in which the unsympathetic traits of the Jewish character were particularly conspicuous. Others recommended a restrictive percentage for Jews in general without any class discrimination. Still others pleaded for moderation, lest excessive restriction in admission to Russian universities should force the Jewish youth to go to foreign universities and make them even more dangerous, since they were bound to return to Russia with liberal notions concerning the political form of government. At last, in July 1887, the Minister of Public Instruction, acting on the above-mentioned imperial resolution, published his 2 famous circulars limiting the admission of Jews to the universities and to secondary schools. The following norm was established. In the Pale of Settlement, the Jews were to be admitted to the schools to the extent of 10% of the Christian school population. Outside the Pale, the norm was fixed at 5%, and in the 2 capitals, St. Petersburg and Moscow, at 3%. Although decreed before the very beginning of the new scholastic year, the percentage norm was nevertheless immediately applied in the case of the gymnasia, the real schools, and the universities. In the higher professional institutions, such as the technological, veterinarian, and agronomical schools, the restrictions had been practiced even before the promulgation of the circular or were introduced immediately after it. This was the genesis of the educational percentage norm, the source of sorrow and tears for 2 generations of Russian Jews, both fathers and sons, now having run the gauntlet. In the months of July and August of every year, thousands of Jewish children were knocking at the doors of the gymnasia and universities, but only tens and hundreds obtained admission. In the towns of the Pale, where the Jews form from 30 to 80% of the total population, the admission of Jewish pupils to the gymnasia and real schools were limited to 10%, so that the majority of Jewish children were deprived of a secondary education. The position of the gymnasium and real school graduates who were unable to continue their studies in the institutions of higher learning was particularly tragic. Many of these unfortunates addressed personal appeals to the Minister of Public Instruction, Dielanov, who, being good-natured, would, despite his reactionary proclivities, frequently sanction the admission of the petitioners over and above the school norm. But the majority of the young men, barred from the college, found themselves compelled to go abroad in search of education and, being generally without means, suffered untold hardships. Nevertheless, the cruel restrictions could not suppress the need for education in a people with an ancient culture. Those that had failed to gain admission to the gymnasia completed the prescribed course of studies at home, under the guidance of private tutors or by private study, and afterwards presented themselves for examination for the maturity certificate as externs, braving all the difficulties of this thorny path. Having successfully passed their secondary course, they found again their way barred as soon as they wished to enter the universities, and the martyrs of learning had no choice left except to take up their pilgrim staff and travel abroad. Year in, year out, 2 processions of emigrants wended their way from Russia to the West. One was traveling across the Atlantic in search of bread and liberty. The other was headed towards Germany, Austria, England, and France in search of higher education. The former was driven from their homes by a peculiar interdictio ignis et aquae, the other by an interdictio scientiae. Having closed the avenues of higher education to the bulk of Russian Jewry, the government now went a step further and contrived to dispossess even those Jews who had already managed to obtain a higher education in spite of all difficulties. It was not satisfied with barring college-bred Jews from the civil service and an academic career, thus limiting the Jewish physicians and lawyers to private practice. It was anxious to restrict even this narrow field of activity still open to Jews. In view of the fact that the Jewish jurists had no chance to apply their knowledge in the civil service and were entirely excluded from the bench, they naturally turned to the bar, with the result that they soon occupied a conspicuous place there, both quantitatively and qualitatively. Their success was a source of annoyance to the Russian anti-Semites, both those who hated the Jews on principle and those who did so selfishly, being themselves members of the bar. These enemies of Judaism called the attention of the government to the large number of Jewish lawyers at the St. Petersburg bar, a circumstance due partly to the natural gravitation towards the administrative and legal center of the country, and partly to the fact that the admission of Jews to the bar met with less obstruction from the judicial authorities in the capital than in the provinces, where professional jealousy frequently stood in the way of the Jews. The reactionary Minister of Justice, Manasain, managed to convince the Tsar that it was necessary to check the further admission of Jews to the bar. However, from diplomatic considerations, it was thought wiser to carry this restriction into effect not under an anti-Jewish flag, but rather as a general measure directed against all members of non-Christian persuasions. The restriction was therefore extended to Mohammedans and a handful of privileged Karaites, and the religious intolerance of the new measure was thus thrown into even bolder relief. On November 1889, an imperial ukase decreed as follows: that, pending the enactment of a special law dealing with this subject, the admission of public and private attorneys of non-Christian denominations by the competent judicial institutions and bar associations shall not take place except with the permission of the Minister of Justice, on the recommendation of the presidents of the above-mentioned institutions and associations. It goes without saying that the Russian Minister of Justice made ample use of the right conferred upon him of denying admission to Jews as public and private attorneys, while readily sanctioning the admission of Mohammedans and Karaites. The minister almost invariably refused to confirm the election of young Jewish barristers, however warmly they may have been recommended by the judicial institutions and bar associations. In this way, many a talented Jewish jurist who might have filled the university chair with distinction or might have attained brilliant success in the legal profession was forced out of his path and deprived of an opportunity to serve his country by his labors and pursue a career for which he had fitted himself at the university. Instead, these derailed professionals went to swell the host of those who had been wronged and disinherited by the injustice of the law. 4. Discrimination in military service. It seemed as if the government was intent on making a one-sided compact with Russian Jewry. We shall deprive you of all the elementary rights due to you as men and citizens. We shall rob you of the right of domicile and freedom of movement and of the chance of making a livelihood. We shall expose you to physical and spiritual starvation and shall cast you out of the community of citizens, yet You dare not swerve an inch from the path of your civic obligations. A lurid illustration of this unique exchange of services was provided by the manner in which military duty was imposed upon the Jews. Russian legislation had long since contrived to establish revolting restrictions for the Jews also in this domain. Jews with physical defects which rendered Christians unfit for military service, such as a lower stature and narrower chest, were nevertheless taken into the army. In the case of a shortage of recruits among the Jewish population, even only sons, the sole wage earners of their families or of their widowed mothers were drafted, whereas the same category of conscripts among Christians were unconditionally exempt. Moreover, a Jew serving in the army always remained a private and could never attain to an officer's rank. As if the government intended to make sport of the Jewish soldiers, the latter were deprived of their right of residence in the localities outside the Pale, where they had been stationed, and as soon as their term of service had expired, were sent back into the territory of the Russian Jewish ghetto. Thus even Nicholas I was out-Nicholased. The discharged Jewish soldiers who had served under the old recruiting law enjoyed, both for themselves and their families, the right of residence throughout the empire. The new military statute of 1874 withdrew from the retired Jewish soldiers this reward for faithfully performed duty, and in 1885 the Senate sustained the disfranchisement of these Jews who had spent years of their life in the service of their fatherland. A Jew from Berdichev, Vilna, or Odessa, who had served 5 or 6 years somewhere in St. Petersburg, Moscow, or Kazan, was forced to leave these tabooed cities and return home on the very day on which he had taken off his soldier's uniform. Yet, despite this curious encouragement of Jewish patriotism, the government had the audacity to charge the Jews continually with the evasion of their military duty. That a tendency towards such evasion was in vogue among the Jews admits of no doubt. It would have been contrary to human nature if people who were subject to assaults from above and kicks from below, whose right of residence was limited to 1/20 of the territory of their fatherland, who were robbed of shelter, air, and bread, and deprived of the hope to place themselves, even by means of military service, on an equal footing with the lowest Russian muzhik, should have felt a profound need of sacrificing themselves for their country, and should not have shirked their heaviest civil obligations to a larger extent than the privileged Russian population, in which cases of evasion were by no means infrequent. In reality, however, the complaints about the shortage of Jewish recruits were vastly exaggerated. Subsequent statistical investigations brought out the fact that, owing to irregular apportionment, the government demanded annually from the Jews a larger quota of recruits than was justified by their numerical relations to the general population in the Pale of Settlement. On an average, the Jews furnished 12% of the total number of recruits in the Pale, whereas the Jewish population of the Pale formed but 11% of the total population. The government further refused to consider the fact that, owing to inaccurate registration, the conscription lists often carried the names of persons who had long since died or who had left the country to emigrate abroad. In fact, the annual emigration of Jews from Russia, the result of uninterrupted persecutions, reduced the number of young men of conscription age. But the Russian authorities were of the opinion that the Jews who had remained behind should serve in the Russian army instead of those of their brethren who had become citizens of the free American Republic. The evasion of military duty and the annual shortage of a few hundred recruits, as against the many thousands of those enlisted, was charged as a grave crime against that very people towards which the government on its part failed to fulfill even its most elementary obligations. Reams of paper were covered with all kinds of official devices to cut short this evasion of military duty by the Jews. On one beautiful April morning of 1886, the government came out with the following enactment. The family of a Jew guilty of evading military service is liable to a fine of 300 rubles, $150. The collection of the fine shall be decreed by the respective recruiting station and carried out by the police. It shall not be substituted by imprisonment in the case of destitute persons liable to that fine. In addition, a military reward was promised for the seizure of a Jew who had failed to present himself to the recruiting authorities. By virtue of this barbarous principle of collective responsibility, new hardship was inflicted upon the Jews of Russia. Since the law provided that the fine for evading military service be imposed upon the family of the culprits, the police interpreted that term liberally, taking it to include parents, brothers, and near relatives. The following procedure gradually came into vogue. In the autumn of every year, the Russian conscription season, the names of the young Jews who had completed their 21st year are called out at the recruiting station from a prepared list. When a Jew whose name has been called has failed to present himself on the same day, the recruiting authorities issue an order on the spot, imposing a fine on his family. The police then appear in the house of his parents to collect the sum of 300 rubles. In default of cash, they attach the property of the paupers and have it subsequently sold at public auction. In the case of those who possess nothing that can be taken from them, the police insist on their giving a signed promise not to leave the town. Their passports are taken from them, so that not being able to absent themselves from town to earn a living, they are frequently left to starve. If the parents are dead or absent, the brothers and sisters of culprits, and then his grandfathers and grandmothers, are held answerable with their property. Thus, a large number of Jewish families were completely ruined merely because one of their members had emigrated abroad, or, as was frequently the case, had surrendered his soul to God in his beloved fatherland itself, and the relatives had failed to see to it that the dead soul was stricken from the recruiting lists. Yet, despite all these efforts, there still remained a considerable number of uncollected fines, arrears, as they were officially termed, to the profound regret of the Russian Jew baiters, who had to look on while the victims were slipping unpunished from their hands. End of section 27. Section 28 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon Dubnov, translated by Israel Friedlander. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manicure Baisho, Portugal. Chapter 27, Russian Reaction and Jewish Emigration, Part 1. 1. Aftermath of the Pogrom policy. In this wise, beginning with the May laws of 1882, the government gradually succeeded in monopolizing all anti-Jewish activities by letting bureaucratic persecutions take the place of street pogroms. However, in 1883 and 1884, the street made again occasional attempts to compete with the government. On May 10, 1883, on the eve of Alexander III's coronation, a pogrom took place in the large southern city of Rostov-on-the-Don. About 100 Jewish residences and business places were demolished and plundered. All portable property of the Jews was looted by the mob, and the rest was destroyed. As was to be expected, the efforts of the police and troops were unable to stop the disorder, and only after completing their day's work, the rioters fled, pursued by lashes and shots from the Cossacks. The Russian censorship strictly barred all references to the pogroms in the newspapers for fear of spoiling the solemnity of the coronation days. The press was only allowed to hint at alarming rumors, the effect of which extended even to the stock exchange of Berlin. Not before a year had passed was permission given to make public mention of the Rostov events. There was reason to fear that the pogrom at Rostov was only a prelude to the new series of riots in the south. But more than 2 months has passed and all seems to be quiet. Certainly, however, on July 20th, on the Greek Orthodox festival dedicated to the memory of the prophet Elijah, the Russian mob made an attack upon the descendants of the ancient prophet at Yekaterinoslav. The memory of the great biblical Nazarite who abhorred strong drink was appropriately celebrated by his Russian votaries in Yekaterinoslav, who filled themselves with an immense quantity of alcohol and became sufficiently intoxicated to embark upon their daring exploits as robbers. The ringleaders of the pogrom movement were not local residents, but itinerant laborers from the Great Russian government, who were employed in building a railroad in the neighborhood of the South Russian city. These laborers, to quote the expression of a contemporary, attended to the military part of the undertaking, whereas the civil functions were discharged by the local Russian inhabitants. While the laborers and the stronger half of the residents were demolishing the houses and stores and throwing all articles and merchandise upon the street, the women and children grabbed everything that came into their hands and carried them off by hand or in wagons to their homes. The looting and plundering continued on the second day, July 21st, until a detachment of soldiers arrived. The mob, intoxicated with their success, attempted to beat off the soldiers, but naturally suffered defeat. The sight of a score of killed and wounded had a sobering effect upon the crowd. The pogrom was stopped after 500 Jewish families had been ruined and the Jewish sanctuary had been defiled. In one devastated synagogue, the human fiends got hold of 11 Torah scrolls, tearing to pieces some of them and hideously desecrating other copies of the Holy Writ, inscribed with the commandments, "Thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery," which evidently ran counter to the beliefs of the rioters. The example set by Yekaterinoslav, the capital of the government of the same name, proved to be contagious, for during August and September, pogroms took place in several neighboring towns and townlets. Among these, the pogrom at Novomoskovsk on September 4th was particularly violent, nearly all Jewish houses in the town having been destroyed by the mob. The year 1884 was marked by a novel feature in the annals of pogroms. An anti-Jewish riot outside the Pale of Jewish settlement in the ancient Russian city of Nizhny Novgorod, which sheltered a small Jewish colony of some 20 families. While comparatively circumscribed as far as the material loss is concerned, the Nizhny Novgorod pogrom stands out in ghastly relief by the number of its human victims. A report, based on official data, which endeavors to tone down the colors, gives the following description of the terrible events. The disorders, a euphemism for excesses accompanied by murder, began on July 7, about 9 o'clock in the evening, due to the instigation of several half-drunk laborers who happened to overhear a Christian mother telling a child who was playing with a Jewish girl to stop playing with her, as the Jews might slaughter her. The work of destruction began with the Jewish house of prayer, which was crowded with worshippers. It was followed by the demolition of 5 more houses owned by the Jews. In these houses, the mob destroyed everything that fell into its hands. The doors and windows were broken, and everything inside was thrown into the streets. On this occasion, 6 adults and 1 boy was killed. 5 Jews were wounded, 2 of whom died soon afterwards. The governor of Nizhny Novgorod reported that the disorders could not possibly have been foreseen. Yet, there can be no doubt that the people were to a certain extent prepared for them. The investigations of the police and the judicial inquiry both converged to prove that the Nizhny Novgorod excesses were prompted primarily, if not exclusively, by the desire for plunder. In all demolished houses, not a single article of value that could be removed was destroyed, and not only money, but anything at all that was fit for use was looted. That the disorder broke out on the 7th of June was, in the opinion of the governor, entirely accidental, but that they were directed against the Jews was due to the fact that the people had been led to believe that even the gravest crime was practically unpunishable so long as they were committed against the Jews and not against other nationalities. An additional reason for the pogrom was the reputed wealth of a goodly number of the Jewish families of Nizhny Novgorod. The judicial investigation brought out the fact that before attacking the offices of Deitzelman, a big Moscow merchant, the mob was directed by shouts. "Let us go to Deitzelman. There is a lot to be gotten there." The murder of Deitzelman, who was beloved by his Russian laborers and that of other Jews, was not prompted by revenge, but by mere purposeless savagery. It is impossible to assume that the mob was moved to action by the rumor which had been spread by the ringleaders of the rioting hordes concerning the kidnapping of a Christian child by the Jews. The more so, since at the very beginning of the excesses, the police produced the supposedly kidnapped child whole and intact and showed it to the crowd. The pogrom was due primarily to the savagery of brutal and unenlightened mobs who found an opportunity to vent their beastly instincts, fortified by the conviction of complete immunity, which is referred to in the report of the governor. Even the central government in St. Petersburg was alarmed by the St. Bartholomew Night, which had been enacted at Nizhny Novgorod. At the recommendation of the governor Baranov, the murderers were tried by court-martial and suffered heavy punishment. Nevertheless, the same governor thought it his duty to appease the Russian popular conscience by ordering the expulsion of those Jews whom the police had found to live outside the Pale without a legal basis. In this wise, the Russian administration once more managed to follow up a street pogrom by a legal one, not realizing the fact that the atrocities perpetrated upon the Jews by the mob were merely a crude copy of the atrocities perpetrated upon them by the government, and that the outlawed condition of the Jews bred the lawlessness and violence of the mob, which was fully aware of the anti-Semitic sentiments of the official world. The bloody Saturnalia of Nizhny Novgorod had, however, the beneficent effect that the government, fearing the spread of the conflagration outside the Pale and even outside Jewry, took energetic steps to prevent all further excesses. As a matter of fact, the Nizhny Novgorod pogrom was the last in the annals of the 80s, with the exception of a few unimportant occurrences in various localities. For 6 years, the land was quiet, and the monopoly of silent pogroms, in the shape of the systematical denial of Jewish rights, remained firmly in the hands of the government. 2. The conclusions of the Pahlen Commission. Whilst the Russian bureaucrats who had been ordered by the Tsar to take active measures towards solving the Jewish problem abandoned themselves entirely to a policy of repression, those of their fellow bureaucrats who had been commissioned to consider and judge the same question from a purely theoretic point of view came to the conclusion that the repressive policy pursued by the government was not only injurious but even dangerous. Contrary to expectations, the High Commission, under the chairmanship of Count Pahlen, consisting of aged dignitaries and members of various ministries, approached the Jewish question, at least as far as the majority of the Commission was concerned, in a much more serious frame of mind than did the promoters of the active anti-Jewish policies, who had no time for contemplation and were driven by the pressure of their reactionary energy to go ahead at all costs. In the course of 5 years, the Pahlen Commission succeeded in investigating the Jewish question in all its aspects. It studied and itself prepared a large mass of historic, juridic, as well as economic and statistical material. It probed the labors of Ignatiev's gubernatorial commissions, quickly ascertaining their biased tendency, and examined the entire history of the preceding legislation concerning the Jews. It finally came to the conclusion that the whole century-long system of restrictive legislation had failed of its purpose and must give way to a system of emancipatory measures to be carried out gradually and with extreme caution. The majority of the members of the Commission concurred in this opinion, including Count Pahlen, its chairman. In the following, we present a few brief extracts from the conclusions formulated by this conservative and bureaucratic commission in its comprehensive general memoir, which was written in the beginning of 1888. Can the attitude of the states towards a population of 5 millions, forming 1/20 of its subject, though belonging to a race different from that of the majority, whom that state itself had incorporated, together with the territories populated by them, into the Russian body politic, differ from its attitude towards all its other subjects. Hence, from the political point of view, the Jew is entitled to equality of citizenship. Without granting him equal rights, we cannot, properly speaking, demand from him equal civic obligations. Repression and disfranchisement, discrimination and persecution have never yet led to improve groups of human beings and make them more devoted to their rulers. It is therefore not surprising that the Jew, trained in the spirit of a century-long repressive legislation, have remained in the category of those subjects who are less accurate in the discharge of their civic duty, who shirk their obligations toward the state, and do not fully join Russian life. No less than 650 restrictive laws directed against the Jews may be enumerated in the Russian code, and the discriminations and disabilities implied in these laws are such that they have naturally resulted in making until now the life of an enormous majority of the Jews in Russia exceedingly onerous. The prejudice against the Jews is largely nurtured by the dislike which the common people secretly harbor toward them until today as non-Christians. The names non-Christian and Christ killer may often be heard from the lips of the Russian common man as abusive terms directed against the Jew. The attitude of our church and the law of the state towards the Jewish religion is different, for while they designate the Jewish religion as a pseudo-doctrine, they nevertheless sanction religious toleration on as large a scale as possible and refrain from carrying on a compulsory and official missionary propaganda. In the course of the last 25 years, a new accusation has been brought forward against the Jews in Russia and those outside of Russia. The Jews have been found to form a considerable percentage among the champions of anarchistic and revolutionary doctrines, consisting mostly of half-educated youngsters who have drifted away from one shore and have not succeeded in reaching the other. This extremely deplorable fact is used as evidence for the purpose of showing that Judaism itself contains within it a destructive force and is therefore doubly dangerous to state and society. The Jewish progressives and socialists want to speak of their mission to reconstruct the world and of their innate love of mankind. These statements need hardly be taken seriously, for the present-day Jewry, by the very essence of its nature, professes strictly conservative principles which to a large extent are egotistic and have for their aim the practical welfare of its adherents. The interpretation of the spirit of Judaism in a directly opposite sense is but an unsuccessful attempt on the part of Jewish anarchists who wish to proclaim themselves as the apostles of a new national mission invented by them. The fact of their forming a large percentage in the camp of those opposed to the Russian civic order may be explained by the artificial manner in which vast numbers of pupils from among the lowest classes of the Jewish population are attracted into the secondary and elementary educational establishments. These pupils are without means of a livelihood, and they lack, moreover, all religious beliefs. They are embittered not only by their personal unfortunate position, but also by the pressure of the restrictive laws which weigh heavily upon their fellow Jews in Russia. The defects which should be truly combated by government and society are a. Jewish exclusiveness and separatism, b. the endeavor of the Jews to bring the economic forces of the population in the midst of which they live under their influence, i.e., exploitation. Having established the true dimensions and characteristics of the Jewish evil, we are naturally expected to answer a question of an opposite nature. Are the Jews to any extent useful to state and society? This question, though very frequently heard, is not quite intelligible, for every subject who fulfills his obligations is useful to state and society. It would be strange to put a similar question concerning other nationalities of Eastern origin in Russia, such as the Greeks, Armenians, and Tatars. And yet, this question is raised with great frequency in the case of the Jews for the purpose of proving the need of repressive measures and framing a stronger indictment against the Jewish population. There is no doubt that in certain lines of endeavor, the Jews are extremely useful. This was already realized by Catherine, who admitted them to the South Russian coast in order to introduce commercial activities and bring life into the country. The peculiar nature of their commerce and credit is useful to the state because they connect the remotest regions by commercial ties and are satisfied with considerably smaller profits than are the Christian merchants. We must not, first of all, engage in too comprehensive plans of reform and imagine that the Jewish question can be considered in all its aspects and solved at one stroke. Gradation and cautiousness must above all become the guiding principles of the future activity of the legislator. The repressive policy taken by itself has been and will always be the first and main source of the clannishness of the Jews and their aloofness from Russian life. The prohibitive laws have not improved the Jews. On the contrary, they have developed in them the spirit of opposition and have prompted them to devise all the time most dexterous means of evading the law and thereby corrupting the lower executives of the state power. These laws affect the daily doings of every member of the Jewish population, and they extend to such spheres of life and activity in which state control is almost impossible. They touch the domain of private contract law, the prohibition of land leases, the domain of physical liberty and the need of human locomotion, the prohibition of transgress the pale of settlement or to live in villages within 50 versts of the border, the domain of daily pursuits and earnings, the prohibition of several professions, and many others. No law will ever be able to check effectively the legal violations in these hourly acts and common relations of life. It is impossible to attach a policeman or a public prosecutor or a justice of the peace to every Jew. And yet, it is perfectly natural that, being restricted in the most elementary rights of a subject, to take as one instance only the right of free movement, every Jew should daily attempt to violate and evade such burdensome regulations. This is perfectly natural and intelligible. About 90% of the whole Jewish population form a mass of people that are entirely unprovided for and come near being a proletariat, a mass that lives from hand to mouth amidst poverty and most oppressive sanitary and general conditions. This very proletariat is occasionally the target of tumultuous popular uprisings. The Jewish mass lives in fear of pogroms and in fear of violence. It looks with envy upon the Jews of the adjacent governments of the Kingdom of Poland, who are almost entirely emancipated, though living under the jurisdiction of the same state. The law itself places the Jews in the category of alien races on the same level with the Samoyeds and pagans. In a word, the abnormal condition of the present position of the Jews in Russia is evidenced by the instability and vagueness of their juridic rights. Looking at the problem not at all as Jewish apologists or sympathizers, but purely from the point of view of civic righteousness and the highest principles of impartiality and justice, we cannot but admit that the Jews have a right to complain about their situation. However unpleasant it might sound to the enemies of Judaism, it is nevertheless an axiom which no one can deny that the whole 5 million Jewish population of Russia, unattractive though it may appear to certain groups and individuals, is yet an integral part of Russia, and that the questions affecting this population are at the same time purely Russian questions. We are not dealing with foreigners whose admission to Russian citizenship might be conditioned by their usefulness or uselessness to Russia. The Jews of Russia are not foreigners. For more than 100 years, they have formed a part of that same Russian Empire, which has incorporated scores of other tribes, many of which count by the millions. The very history of Russian legislation, notwithstanding the fact that this legislation has developed largely under the influence of a most severe outlook on Judaism, teaches us that there is only one way and one solution: to emancipate and unite the Jews with the rest of the population under the protection of the same laws. All this is attested not by theories and doctrines, but by the living experience of centuries. Hence, the final goal of any legislation concerning the Jews can be no other than its abrogation, a course demanded equally by the needs of the times, the cause of enlightenment, and the progress of the popular masses. The fitness of the Jews for full civil equality, to be attained by degrees and in the course of many long years, will be the final goal of the reforms, and will lead at last to the disentangling of that age-long knot. In saying this, we do not mean to imply that by that time the Jews will cast off or transform all those obnoxious qualities which are at present responsible for fight in which all are engaged against them. But as in the case of Europe, the fight can only be terminated by according them full emancipation and equal citizenship. To place obstacles in the way of this solution would be nothing more than a fruitless attempt to check the course of development of human society and Russian civil life. Unsympathetic as the Jews may be to the Russian masses, it is impossible not to agree with this axiomatic truth. Turning now to the execution of its task, the High Commission has up to the present been able to carry out but a very small part of the program indicated. It was tied down by that gradation and cautiousness which it considers an indispensable condition for every improvement in the status of the Jews. The principal task of the legislation, as far as it affects the Jews, must consist in uniting them as closely as possible with the general Christian population. It is not advisable to frame a new legislation in the form of special statute or regulation, since such a course would be fundamentally subversive of the efforts of the government to remove Jewish exclusiveness. The system of repressive and discriminating measures must give way to a graduated system of emancipatory and equalizing laws. The greatest possible cautiousness and gradations are the principles to be observed in the solution of the Jewish question. End of section 28. Section 29 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manik Baisho, Portugal. Chapter 27, Russian Reaction and Jewish Emigration, Part 2. 3. The Triumph of Reaction. With all their moderate and cautious phraseology, the conclusions of the Pahlen Commission, whose members, as hidebound conservatives, were forced to reckon with the anti-Semitic trend of the governing circles, implied an annihilating criticism of the repressive policy of that very government by which the Commission had been appointed. From the loins of Russian officialdom issued the enemy who opposed it in its manner of dealing with the Jewish question. It must be added, however, that the opinions voiced by the Commission in its memorandum were by no means shared by its entire membership. For while the majority of the Commission were in favor of gradual reforms, the minority advocated the continuation of the old repressive policy. Owing to these internal disagreements, the Commission was slow in submitting its conclusions to the government. One more attempt was made to procrastinate the matter. At the end of 1888, the Commission invited a group of Jewish experts, being desirous, as it were, to listen to the last words of the prisoner at the bar. The choice fell upon the same Jewish notables of St. Petersburg who had displayed so little courage at the Jewish Conference of 1882. The cross-examination of these Jewish representatives turned on the question of the internal Jewish organization, the existence of a secret Kahal, the purposes of the basket tax, and so on. Needless to say, the replies were given in an apologetic spirit. The Jewish experts renounced the idea of a self-governing communal Jewish organization and pleaded merely for a limited communal autonomy under the strict supervision of the government. True, a few of the questions referred besides to the legal position of the Jews, but this was done more as matter of form. Everybody knew that the opinion of the majority of the Commission, favoring cautious and gradual reforms, did not have the same prospect of success as the views of the anti-Semitic minority, which advocated the continuance of the old-time repressive policy. Soon, the worst apprehensions proved to be true. Count Tolstoy, the reactionary Minister of the Interior, blocked the further progress of the plans formulated by the Pahlen Commission, which should have been submitted in due course to the Council of State. There were persistent rumors to the effect that Alexander III, being decidedly in favor of continuing the policy of oppression towards the Jews, had attached himself to the opinion of the minority of the Pahlen Commission. According to another version, the question was actually brought up before the Council of State and there too, the anti-Semites proved to be in the minority, but the Tsar threw the weight of his opinion on their side. The project of the commission, being out of harmony with the current government policies, was disposed of at some secret session of leading dignitaries. The labor of 5 years was buried in the official archives. As for the Jews themselves, they were at no time deceived about the effects that were likely to attend the work of the High Commission. They clearly understood that if the government had been genuinely desirous of revising the system of Jewish disabilities, it would have stopped, for a time at least, to manufacture new legislative whips and scorpions. The dark polar night of Russian reaction reigned supreme. There seemed to be no end to these orgies of Russian night owls, the Pobedonostchev and Tolstoys, who were anxious to resuscitate the savagery of ancient Muscovy and who kept the people in the grip of ignorance, drunkenness, and political barbarism. Everyone in Russia kept his peace and held his breath. The progressive elements of the empire were held down tightly by the lead of reaction. The press groaned under the yoke of ferocious censorship. The mystic doctrine of non-resistance, preached by Leo Tolstoy, was attuned to the mood prevailing among educated Russians, for, in the words of the Russian poet, their hearts, subdued by storms, were filled with silence and lassitude. In Jewish life, too, silence reigned supreme. The sharp pangs of the first pogrom year were now dulled, and only suppressed moans echoed the uninterrupted silent pogrom of oppression. These were years of which the Jewish poet Shimon Fruk could sing. Round about all is silent and cheerless, like a lonesome and desert-like plain, if but one were courageous and fearless, and would cry out aloud in its pain. Neither storm wind nor starshine by night, and the days neither cloudy nor bright. O my people, how sad is thy state! How grey and how cheerless thy fate! But in this silence the national idea was slowly maturing and gaining in depth and in strength. The time had not yet arrived for clearly marked tendencies or well-defined system of thought. But the temper of the intellectual classes of Russian Jewry was a clear indication that they were at the crossroads. The titled intelligentsia, reared in Russian schools, who had drifted away from Judaism, was now joined by that other intelligentsia, the product of Heder and Yeshiva, who had acquired European culture through the medium of Neo-Hebraic literature, and was in closer contact with the masses of the Jewish people. True, the Jewish periodical press in the Russian language, which had arisen towards the end of the 70s, had lost in quantity. The Razviet had ceased to appear in 1883, and the Ruski Yevre in 1884. The only press organ to remain on the battlefield was militant Voskhod, which was the center for the publicistic, scientific, and poetic endeavors of the advanced intellectuals of that period. But the loss of the Russian branch of Jewish literature was made up by the growth of the Hebrew press. The old Hebrew organs, Ha-Melitz and Ha-Zephira, took on a new lease of life and grew from weeklies into dailies. Voluminous annuals with rightful claims to scientific and literary importance, such as Ha-Asif, The Harvest, and Knesset Israel, The Community of Israel in Warsaw, and other similar publications began to make their appearance in Russia. New literary forces began to rise from the ground, though only to attain their full bloom during the following years. Taken as a whole, the ninth decade of the 19th century may well be designated as a period of transition from the older Haskalah movement to the more modern national revival. 4. American and Palestinian emigration. As for the emigration movement, which had begun during the storm and stress of the first pogrom year, this passive but only effective protest against the new Egyptian oppression proceeded at a slow pace. The Jewish emigration from Russia to the United States served as a barometer of the persecutions endured by the Jews in the land of bondage. During the first 3 years of the 80s, the new movement showed violent fluctuations. In 1881, there were 8,193 emigrants. In 1882, 17,497. In 1883, 6,907. During the following 3 years, from 1884 to 1886, the movement remained practically on the same level, counting 15,000 to 17,000 emigrants annually. But in the last 3 years of that decade, it gained considerably in volume, mounting in 1887 to 28,944, in 1888 to 31,256, and in 1889 to 31,889. The exodus from Russia was undoubtedly stimulated by the law imposing a fine for evading military service and by the introduction of the educational percentage norm, two restrictions which threw into bold relief the disproportionate relation between rights and duties in Russian Jewry. In the empire of the Tsars, the Jews were denied the right of residence and the privilege of a school education, but forced at the same time to serve in the army. In the United States, they at once received full civil equality and free schooling without any compulsory military service. It goes without saying that the emigrants, who had no difficulty in obtaining equality of citizenship, were nevertheless compelled, during their first years of residence in the New World, to engage in a severe struggle for their material existence. Among the emigrants who had come to America in those early years, there were many young intellectuals who had given up their liberal careers in the land of bondage and were now dreaming of becoming plain agriculturalists in the free republic. They managed to obtain a following among the emigrant masses and founded, in the face of extraordinary difficulties and with the help of charitable organizations, a number of colonies and farms in various parts of the United States, in Louisiana, North and South Dakota, New Jersey, and elsewhere. After a few years of vain struggling against material want and lack of adaptation to local conditions, a large number of these colonies were abandoned, and only a few of them have survived until today. In the course of time, the idealistic pioneer spirit which had animated the Russian intellectuals gave way to a sober realism which was more in harmony with the conditions of American life. The bulk of the emigrant masses settled in the cities, primarily in New York. They worked in factories or at the trades, the most important of which was the needle trade. They engaged in business, in peddling and in farming, and lastly, in the liberal professions. Many an immigrant passed successfully through all these economic stages before obtaining a secure economic position. The result of all these wanderings and vicissitudes was a well-established community in the United States of some 200,000 Jews, who formed the nucleus for the rapidly growing new Jewish center in America. One of the active participants and leaders in this movement, who had in his own life experienced all the hardships connected with it, concludes his account of the emigration to the United States at the end of the 80s with the following words. No one who has seen the poor, downtrodden, faint-hearted inhabitant of the infamous Pale, with the Damocles sword of brutal marble dangling constantly over his head, shaking like an autumn leaf at the sight of an inspector or even a plain policeman, who had seen this little Jew transformed, under the influence of the struggle for existence and an independent life, into a free American Jew who holds his head proudly, whom no one dared to offend, and who has become a citizen in the full sense of the word. No one who has seen this wonderful transformation can doubt for a moment the enormous significance of the emigration movement for the 200,000 Jews that had found shelter in America. Idealistic influences rather than realistic factors were at work in the Palestinian colonization movement, which proceeded on a parallel line with the American emigration, as a small stream sometimes accompanies a large river. The ideas preached by the first lovers of Zion were but slowly assuming concrete shape. The pioneer colonists in the ancient fatherland met with enormous obstacles in their path. The opposition of the Turkish government, which hindered in every possible way the purchase of land and acquisition of property, the neglected condition of the soil, the uncivilized state of the neighboring Arabs, the lack of financial means and of agricultural experience. Despite all these drawbacks, the efforts of a few men led to the establishment in the very first year of the movement, in 1882, of the colony Rishon LeZion near Jaffa. Subsequently, a few more colonies were founded, such as Ekron and Gedera in Judea, Yeshut Hamallah, Rosh Pina, Zikron Jacob in Galilee, the last two founded by Romanian Jews. Called into life by enthusiasts with inadequate material resources, these colonies would have scarcely been able to survive had not their plight aroused the interest of Baron Edmond de Rothschild in Paris. Beginning with 1884, the Baron, pursuing purely philanthropic aims, gave his support to the colonies, spending enormous sums on cultivating in them the higher forms of agriculture, particularly wine growing. Gradually, the Baron became the actual owner of a majority of the colonies, which were administered by his appointees, and most of the colonists were reduced to the level of laborers or tenants who were entirely in the hands of the Baron's administration. This state of affairs was unquestionably humiliating and almost too hard to bear for men who had dreamed of free life in the Holy Land. Yet, there can be no doubt that under the conditions prevailing at the time, the continued existence of the colonies was only made possible through the liberal assistance which came from the outside. The progress of the Palestinian colonization, slow though it was, provided a concrete basis for the doctrines preached by the lovers of Zion in Russia. The propaganda of these Hobebe Zion, the Hebrew equivalent for lovers of Zion, who acknowledged as their leaders the first exponent of the territorial restoration of Jewry, Pinsker and Lillian Blum, led to the organization of a number of societies in various cities. Towards the end of 1884, the delegates of these societies met at a conference in the Prussian border town Katowice, such a conference being impossible in Russia in view of the danger of police interference. On that occasion, a fund was established under the name of Mazkret Moshe, a memorial to Moses, in honor of the English philanthropist Sir Moses Montefiore, whose 100th birthday was celebrated in that year. The fund, which formed the main channel for all donations in favor of the Palestinian colonies, was administered by the two Hobebe Zion centers in Odessa and Warsaw. The movement, which had been called into life by representatives of the intelligentsia, succeeded in winning over several champions of rabbinical orthodoxy, among them Samuel Mohilever, the well-known rabbi of Bialystok. Their affiliation with the new party was largely instrumental in weakening the opposition of the Orthodox masses, which were inclined to look upon this political movement as a rival of the traditional messianic idea of Judaism. The lack of governmental sanction hampered the Hobebe Zion societies in Russia in their activities, and the funds at their disposal were barely sufficient for the upkeep of one or two colonies in Palestine. Realizing this, the Conference of the Lovers of Zion, which met at Druskenniki in 1887, decided to apply to the Russian government for the legalization of Hobebe Zion organization, a consummation which was realized a few years later in 1890. Thus did, during the first decade of the war waged by the Tsars against their Jewish subjects, the tide of Russian Jewish emigration slowly rolled towards various shores, until a fresh storm in the beginning of the new decade whipped its waves to unprecedented heights. Whereas in the course of the 80s, the Russian government wished to give the impression as if it merely tolerated the departure of the Jews from Russia, although in reality it was the ultimate aim of its policies. In the beginning of the 90s, it suddenly cast off its mask and gave it public sanction to a Jewish exodus from the Russian Empire. As if to strengthen the effect of this sanction, the Jews were to taste even more fully the whip of persecution and expulsion than they had done during the preceding decade. End of section 29. Section 30 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 2, From the Death of Alexander I until the Death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manikdbaisho, Portugal. Chapter 28, Judaeophobia Triumphant. Part 1. 1. Intensified Reaction. The poisonous Judaeophobia bacilli seemed to thrive more than ever in the highest government circles of St. Petersburg. However, not only the hatred against the Jews, but also the fury of general political reaction became more rabid than ever, even after the miraculous escape of the imperial family in the railroad accident near Borky on October 17, 1888. Amidst the ecclesiastic and mystic haze with which Pogroms and his associates managed to veil this episode, the conviction became deeply ingrained in the mind of the Tsar that it was the finger of God which pointed to him the way in which Russia might be saved from Western reforms and brought back into the fold of traditional Russian orthodoxy. This conviction of Alexander III led to the counter-reforms, which marked the concluding years of his reign, having for their purpose the strengthening of the police and church regime in Russia, such as the curtailment of rural and urban self-government, the increase of power of the nobility and clergy, the institution of zemstvo-chiefs, and the multiplication of Greek Orthodox parochial schools at the expense of secular schools. The same influences also stimulated the luxurious growth of Judaeophobia, which from now on assumed in the highest government circles a most malignant character. A manifestation of this frame of mind may be found in the words of the Tsar, which he penned on the margin of a report submitted to him in 1890 by a high official, describing the sufferings of the Jews and pleading for the necessity of stopping the policy of oppression. But we must not forget that it was the Jews who crucified our Lord and spilled his priceless blood. Representatives of the court clergy publicly preached that a Christian ought not to cultivate friendly relations with the Jew, since it was the command of the gospel to hate the murderers of the Savior. The Ministry of the Interior, under the direction of two fanatic reactionaries, Durnov and Pleb, set on foot all the inquisitorial contrivances of the police department, of which both these officials had formerly been the chiefs. Footnote: Borke is a village in the government of Kherson. Of the 15 cars of the imperial train, only 5 remained intact. 58 persons were injured, 21 fatally. The members of the imperial family were saved, although their car had been completely wrecked. The following quotation from Harold Frederick, The New Exodus, page 168 et seq., is of interest in this connection. It was reported about that the Tsar regarded the escape alive of himself and family from the terrible railway accident at Borke as the direct and miraculous intervention of Providence. The fact was that the imperial train was being driven at the rate of 90 versts an hour over a road calculated to withstand at the utmost a speed of 35 versts, that the engineer humbly warned the Tsar of the danger and was gruffly ordered to go still faster if possible, and that the miracle would have been the avoidance of calamity. End of footnote. The press was either tamed or used as tool of the government policies. The most widely read press organs of the capital, with the exception of the moderately liberal Novosti, the News, which managed to survive the shipwreck of the liberal press, became either openly or secretly the official mouthpiece of the government. The venal Novoe Vremya, which the Russian satirist Shchedrin had branded as the sewer, embarked toward the end of the 80s on the noble enterprise of hunting down the Jews with a zeal which was clear evidence of a higher demand for Judaeophobia in the official world. There was no accusation, however hideous, which Suvorin's paper, steered simultaneously by the Holy Synod and by the police department, failed to hurl in the face of the Jews. As an organ generally reflecting the views of the government, the Novoe Vremya served at that time as a source of political information for all the dignitaries and officials. The ministers, governors, and the vast army of subordinate officials who wished to ascertain the political course at a given moment consulted this well-informed daily, which, as far as the Jewish question was concerned, pursued but one aim: to make the life of the Jews in Russia unbearable. Apart from the Novoe Vremya, which was read by the Tsar himself, the work of Jew baiting was also carried on with considerable zeal by the Russian weekly Grazdanin, the Citizen, whose editor, Count Meshelsky, enjoyed not only the personal favor of Alexander III, but also a substantial government subsidy. These metropolitan organs of publicity gave the tone to the whole official and semi-official press in the provinces, and the public opinion of Russia was systematically poisoned by the venom of Judaeophobia. When the Pahlen Commission was discharged, the Tsar having attached himself to the opinion of the minority, the government had no difficulty in finding new kind-hearted officials who were eager to carry the project framed by this reactionary minority into effect. The project itself, which had been elaborated in the Ministry of the Interior under the direction of Plehve, the sinister chief of police, was guarded with great secrecy, as if it concerned a plan of military operations against the belligerent power. But the secret leaked out very soon. The minister had sent out copies of the project to the governors general, soliciting their opinions, and ere long, copies of the project were circulating in London, Paris, and Vienna. In the spring of 1890, Russia and Western Europe were filled with alarming rumors concerning an enactment of some 40 clauses, which were designed to curtail the commercial activities of the Jews, to increase the rigor of the temporary rules within the Pale, and restrict the privileges conferred upon several categories of Jews outside of it, to establish medieval Jewish ghettos in St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Kiev, and similar measures. The foreign press made a terrible outcry against these contemplated new acts of barbarism. The voice of protest was particularly strong in England. The London Times assailed in violent terms the reactionary policies of Russia, and a special organ called Darkest Russia was published for this purpose by Russian political refugees in England. The Russian government denied these rumors through its diplomatic channels, though at the very same time the well-informed Novoye Vremya and Grazdanin were not barred from printing news items concerning the projected disabilities or from recommending ferocious measures against the Jews for the purpose of removing them from all branches of labor. This comedy was well understood abroad. At the end of July and in the beginning of August, interpellations were introduced in both houses of English Parliament as to whether Her Majesty's government found it possible to make diplomatic representations in defense of the persecuted Russian Jews, for whom England would have to provide were they to arrive there in large masses. Premier Salisbury in the House of Lords and Ferguson, the Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs in the House of Commons, replied that these proceedings, which, if rightly reported to us, are deeply to be regretted, concern the internal affairs of the Russian Empire and do not admit of any interference on the part of Her Majesty's government. When shortly afterwards preparations were set on foot for calling a protest meeting in London, the Russian government hastened to announce, through British ambassador in St. Petersburg, that no new measures against the Jews were in contemplation, and the meeting was called off. Rumor had it that the Lord Mayor of London, Henry Isaacs, who was a Jew, did not approve of this meeting, over which, according to the English custom, he would have to preside. The action of the Lord Mayor may have been tactful, but it was certainly not free from an admixture of timidity. 2. Continued harassing. While anxiously endeavoring to appease public opinion abroad, the Russian government at home did all it could to keep the Jews in an agitated state of mind. The legal drafts and the circulars which had been sent out secretly by the central government in St. Petersburg elicited the liveliest sympathy on the part of the provincial administrators. Not satisfied with signifying to the ministry of their approval of the contemplated disabilities, many officials of high rank began to display openly their bitter hatred of the Jews. At one and the same time, during the months of June, July, and August of 1890, the heads of various local provincial administrations published circulars calling the attention of the police to the audacious conduct of the Jews who, on meeting Russian officials, failed to take off their hats by way of greeting. The governor of Mogilev instructed the police of his province to impress the local Jewish population with the necessity of polite manners, in the sense of more reverent attitude towards the representatives of Russian authority. In compliance with this order, the district chiefs of police compelled the rabbis to inculcate their flock in the synagogues with reverence for Russian officialdom. In Mstislavl, a town in the government of Mogilev, the president of the nobility assembled the leading members of the Jewish community and cautioned them that those Jews who would fail to comply with the governor's circular would be subjected to a public whipping by the police. The governor of Odessa, the well-known despot Zelenoy, issued a police ordinance for the purpose of curbing the impudence displayed by the Jews in places of public gathering, and particularly in the suburban trolley cars, where they do not give up their seats and altogether show disrespect towards persons of advanced age or those wearing a uniform, testifying to their high position. Even more brutal was the conduct of the Governor-General of Vilna, Kakhanov, who, despite his high rank, allowed himself, in replying to the speech of welcome of a Jewish deputation, to animadvert not only on Jewish cleanliness but also on the licentiousness of the Jewish population, manifesting itself in congregating on the streets and similar grave crimes. The simultaneous occurrence of this sort of official actions in widely separated places point to a common source, probably to some secret instructions from St. Petersburg. It would seem, however, that the provincial henchmen of the central government had overreached themselves in their eagerness to carry out the behest of curbing the Jews. The pettiness of their demands, which moreover were illegal, such as the order to take off the hats before the officials or to give up the seats in the trolley cars, merely served to ridicule the representatives of Russian officialdom, giving frequent rise to tragic-comic conflicts in public and to utterances of indignation in the press. The public pronouncements of these gentle chinovniks, who were anxious to train the Jewish masses in the fear of Russian bureaucracy and inculcate in them polite manners, aroused the attention both of the Russian and the foreign press. It was universally felt that these partial performances of uncouth administrators were only the manifestations of a bottomless hatred, of a morbid desire to insult and to humble the Jews, and that these administrators were capable at any moment to proceed from moralizing to more tangible forms of ill treatment. This danger intensified the state of alarm. While making the preparations for storming the citadel of Russian Jewry, the government took good care to keep it meanwhile in its normal state of siege. The resourcefulness of the administration brought the technique of repression to perfection. The officials were no longer content with inventing cunning devices for expelling old Jewish residents from the villages. They now made endeavors to reduce even the area of the urban pale in which the Jews were huddled together, panting for breath. In 1890, the provincial authorities, acting evidently on a signal from above, began to change numerous little townlets into villages, which, as rural settlements, would be closed to the Jews. As a result, all the Jews who had settled in these localities after the issuance of the temporary rules of May 3, 1882, were now expelled, and even the older residents who were exempt from the operation of the May laws shared the same fate unless they were able, which in many cases they were not, to produce documentary evidence that they had lived there prior to 1882. Simultaneously, a new attempt was made to drive the Jews from the forbidden 50-verst zone along the western border of the empire, particularly in Bessarabia. These expulsions had the effect of filling the already overcrowded cities of the Pale with many more thousands of ruined people. At the same time, the life of the outlawed Jews was made unbearable in the cities outside the Pale, particularly in the large centers such as Kiev, Moscow, and St. Petersburg. The Governor-General of Kiev prohibited the wives of Jewish artisans who were legally entitled to residence in the city to sell eatables in the market on the technical ground that under the law, artisans could only trade in the articles of their own manufacture, thus robbing the poor Jewish workman of the miserable pittance which his wife was anxious to contribute by honest labor towards the maintenance of the family. A great political blow for the Jews was the clause in the new reactionary statute concerning the Zemstvo organizations issued on June 12, 1890, under which the Jews, though paying the local taxes, were completely barred from participating in the election of deputies to the organization of local self-government. This clause was inserted in the legal draft by the three shining lights of the political inquisition active at that time, Pobedonostchev, Drunovo, and Plev. They justified this restriction on the following grounds. The object of the new law is to transform local self-government into a state administration and to strengthen in the former the influence of the central government at the expense of the local government. Hence, the Jews, being altogether an element hostile to government, are not fit to participate in the Zemstvo administration. The Council of State agreed with this bureaucratic motivation, and the humiliating clause passed into law. While a large part of the Russian public and of the Russian press had succumbed to the prevailing tendencies under the high pressure of the anti-Semitic atmosphere, the progressive elements of the Russian intelligentsia were gradually aroused to a feeling of protest. Vladimir Solovyov, the Christian philosopher and the friend of the Jewish people who had familiarized himself thoroughly with its history and literature, conceived the idea of issuing a public protest against the anti-Semitic movement in the Russian press, to be signed by the most prominent Russian writers and other well-known men. During the months of May and June 1890, he succeeded under great difficulties to collect for his protest 66 signatures in Moscow and over 50 signatures in St. Petersburg, including those of Leo Tolstoy, Vladimir Korolenko, and other literary celebrities. Despite its mild tones, the protest which had been framed by Solovyov was barred from publication by the Russian censor. Professor Ilovaisky of Moscow, a historian of doubtful reputation but a hidebound Jew baiter, had informed the authorities of St. Petersburg of the attempt to collect signatures in Moscow for a pro-Jewish petition. As a result, all newspapers received orders from the Russian press department to refuse their columns to any collective pronouncements touching the Jewish question. Footnote: the following extracts from this meek appeal deserve to be quoted. The movement against the Jews, which is propagated by the Russian press, represents an unprecedented violation of the most fundamental demands of righteousness and humanity. We consider it our duty to recall these elementary demands to the mind of the Russian public. In all nationalities, there are bad and ill-minded persons, but there is not and cannot be any bad and ill-minded nationality, for this would abrogate the moral responsibility of the individual. It is unjust to make the Jews responsible for these phenomena in their lives, which are the result of thousands of years of persecution in Europe and of the abnormal conditions in which this people has been placed. The fact of belonging to a Semitic tribe and professing the Mosaic Creed is nothing prejudicial and cannot of itself serve as a basis for an exceptional civil position of the Jews as compared with the Russian subjects of other nationalities and denominations. The recognition and application of this simple truth is important and is first of all necessary for ourselves. The increased endeavor to kindle national and religious hatred, which is so contradictory to the spirit of Christianity and suppresses the feeling of justice and humaneness, is bound to demoralize society at its very root and bring about a state of moral anarchy, particularly so in view of the decline of humanitarian ideas and the weakness of the principle of justice already noticeable in our life. For this reason, acting from the mere instinct of national self-preservation, we must emphatically condemn the anti-Semitic movement, not only as immoral in itself, but also as extremely dangerous for the future of Russia. End of footnote. Solovyov addressed an impassioned appeal to Alexander III, but received through one of the ministers the impressive advice to refrain from raising a cry on behalf of the Jews under pain of administrative penalties. In these circumstances, the plan of a public protest had to be abandoned. Instead, the following device was resorted to as a makeshift. Solovyov's teacher of Jewish literature, F. Goetz, was publishing an apology of Judaism under the title of A Word from the Prisoner at the Bar. Solovyov wrote the preface to this little volume and turned over to its author for publication the letters of Tolstoy and Korolenko in the defense of the Jews. No sooner had the book left the press than it was confiscated by the censor, and in spite of all petitions, the entire edition of this innocent apology was thrown into the flames. In this way, the Russian government succeeded in shutting the mouths of a few defenders of Judaism, while according unrestricted liberty of speech to its ferocious assailants. End of section 30. Section 31 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 2, from the death of Alexander I until the death of Alexander III, 1825 to 1894, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Accession, Manik Baisho, Portugal. Chapter 28, The Judaeophobia Triumphant, Part 2. 3. The Guildhall Meeting in London. The cry of indignation against Jewish oppression, which had been smothered in Russia, could not be stifled abroad. The Jews of England took the initiative in this matter. On November 5, 1890, the London Times published a letter from N.S. Joseph, Honorary Secretary to the Russo-Jewish Committee in London, passionately appealing to the public men of England to intercede on behalf of his persecuted co-religionists. The writer of the letter called attention to the fact that while the Russian government was officially denying that it was contemplating new restrictions against the Jews, it was at the same time applying the former restrictions on so comprehensive a scale and with such extraordinary cruelty that the Jews in the Pale of Settlement were like a doomed prisoner in a cell, with its opposite walls gradually approaching, contracting by slow degrees his breathing space, till they at last immure him in a living tomb. The writer concludes his appeal in these terms. It may seem a sorry jest, but the Russian law, in very truth, now declares, the Jew may live here only, and shall not live there. If he lives here, he must remain here, but wherever he lives, he shall not live. He shall not have the means of living. This is the operation of the law as it stands, without any new edict. This is the sentence of death that silently, insidiously, and in the veiled language of obscurely worded laws has been pronounced against hundreds of thousands of human beings. Shall civilized Europe, shall the Christianity of England behold this slow torture and bloodless massacre and be silent? The appeal of the Russo-Jewish Committee and the new gloomy tidings from Russia, published by the Times, decided a number of prominent Englishmen to call the protest meeting, which had been postponed half a year previously. 83 foremost representatives of English society addressed a letter to the Lord Mayor of London, calling upon him to convene such a meeting. The office of Lord Mayor at that time was occupied by Joseph Savory, a Christian, who did not share the susceptibilities which had troubled his Jewish predecessor. Immediately on assuming office, Savory gave his consent to the holding of the meeting. On December 10, 1890, the meeting was held in the magnificent Guildhall belonging to the City of London, and was attended by more than 2,000 people. The Lord Mayor, who presided over the gathering, endeavored in his introductory remarks to soften the bitterness of the protest for the benefit of official Russia. As I hear, he said, the Emperor of Russia is a good husband and a tender father, and I cannot but think that such a man must necessarily be kindly disposed to all his subjects. On His Majesty, the Emperor of Russia, the hopes of the Russian Jews are at present moment fixed. He can by one stroke of his pen annul those laws which now press so grievously upon them, and he can thus give a happy life to those Jewish subjects of his who now can hardly be said to live at all. In conclusion, the Lord Mayor expressed the wish that Alexander III may become the emancipator of the Russian Jews, just as his father Alexander II had been the emancipator of the Russian serfs. Cardinal Manning, the warm-hearted champion of Jewish emancipation, who was prevented by his illness from being present, sent a long letter which was read to the meeting. The argument against interfering with the inner politics of a foreign country, the cardinal wrote, had found its first expression in Cain's question, "Am I my brother's keeper?" There is a united Jewish race scattered all over the world, and the pain inflicted upon it in Russia is felt by the Jewish race in England. It is wrong to keep silent when we see 6 million men reduced to the level of criminals, particularly when they belong to a race with a sacred history of nearly 4,000 years. The speaker who followed the Lord Mayor pictured in vivid colors the political and civil bondage of Russian Jewry. The first speaker, the Duke of Westminster, after recounting the sufferings of Russian Jewry, moved the adoption of the protest resolution, notwithstanding the fact that the great protest of 1882 at the Mansion House meeting had brought no results. We read in the history of the Jewish race that God hardened the heart of Pharaoh so that he would not let the people of Israel go. But deliverance came at last by the hand of Moses. After brilliant speeches by the Bishop of Ripon, the Earl of Meath, and others, the following resolution was adopted: that, in the opinion of this meeting, the renewed sufferings of the Jews in Russia from the oppression of severe and exceptional edicts and disabilities are deeply to be deplored, and that in this last decade of the 19th century, religious liberty is a principle which should be recognized by every Christian community as among the natural human rights. At the same time, a second resolution was adopted to the following effect: that a suitable memorial be addressed to His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of all the Russias, respectfully praying His Majesty to repeal all the exceptional and restrictive laws and disabilities which afflict his Jewish subjects, and begging His Majesty to confer upon them equal rights with those enjoyed by the rest of His Majesty's subjects, and that the said memorial be signed by the Right Honorary the Lord Mayor in the name of the citizens of London, and be transmitted by His Lordship to His Majesty. A few extracts from the memorandum may be quoted by way of illustrating the character of this remarkable appeal to the Russian Emperor. We, the citizens of London, respectfully approach Your Majesty and humbly beg your gracious leave to plead the cause of the afflicted. Cries of distress have reached us from thousands of suffering Israelites in your vast empire, and we Englishmen, with pity in our souls for all who suffer, turn to Your Majesty to implore for them your sovereign aid and clemency. 5 millions of Your Majesty's subjects groan beneath the yoke of exceptional and restrictive laws. Remnants of a race, whence all religions sprung, ours and yours, and every creed on earth that own one God, men who cling with all devotion to their ancient faiths and forms of worship, These Hebrews are in your empire, subject to such laws that under them they cannot live and thrive. Pent up in narrow bounds within your Majesty's wide empire, and even within those bounds, forced to reside chiefly in towns that reek and overflow with every form of poverty and wretchedness, forbidden all free movements, hedged in every enterprise by restrictive laws, forbidden tenure of land, or all concern in land. Their means of livelihood have become so cramped as to render life for them well nigh impossible. Nor are they cramped alone in space and action. The higher education is denied them, except in limits far below the due proportion of their needs and aspirations. They may not freely exercise professions like other subjects of your Majesty, nor may they gain promotion in the army, however great their merit and their valor. Sire, we who have learned to tolerate all creeds, deeming it principle of true religion to permit religious liberty, we beseech your Majesty to repeal those laws that afflict these Israelites. Give them the blessing of equality. In every land where Jews have equal rights, the nation prospers. We pray you, then, annul those special laws and disabilities that crush and cow your Hebrew subjects. Sire, your royal sister, our Empress Queen, whom God preserve, bases her throne upon her people's love, making their happiness her own. So may your Majesty gain from your subjects' love all strength and happiness, making your mighty empire mightier still, rendering your throne firm and impregnable, reaping new blessings for your house and home. The memorial was signed by Jewry, who was Lord Mayor at that time, and forwarded by him to St. Petersburg. It was accompanied by a letter dated December 24 from the Lord Mayor to Lieutenant General de Richter, aide-de-camp of the Tsar for the reception of petitions, with the request to transmit the document to the Emperor. It is almost unnecessary to add that this touching appeal for justice by the citizens of London failed to receive a direct reply. There were rumors that the London petition threw the Tsar into a fury, and the future court analyst of Russia will probably tell of the scene that took place in the imperial palace when this document was read. An indirect reply came through the clinging official press. The mouthpiece of Russian government abroad, the newspaper Le Nord in Brussels, which was especially engaged in the task of whitewashing the black politics of its employers, published an article under the heading "A Last Word Concerning Semitism," in which the rancor of the highest government circles in Russia found undisguised expression. The Semites, quote the semi-official organ with an impudent disregard of truth, have never yet had such an easy life in Russia as they have at the present time, and yet they have never complained so bitterly. There is a reason for it. It is a peculiarity of Semitism. A Semite is never satisfied with anything. The more you give him, the more he wishes to have. In the evident desire to fool its readers, Le Nord declared that the protesters at the London meeting might have saved themselves the trouble of demanding religious liberty for the Jews, which in the London petition was understood, of course, to imply civil liberty for the professors of Judaism, since nobody in Russia restricted the Jews in their worship. Nor did the civil disabilities weigh heavily upon the Jews. On the contrary, they felt so happy in Russia that even the Jewish emigrants in America dreamt of returning to their homelands. 4. The protest of America. The same attitude of double-dealing was adopted by the smooth-tongued Russian diplomats toward the government of the United States. Aroused over the inhuman treatment of the Jews in Russia, and alarmed by the effects of a sudden Russian Jewish immigration to America, which was bound to follow as a result of this treatment, the House of Representatives adopted a resolution on August 20, 1890, requesting the President to communicate to the House of Representatives, if not incompatible with the public interest, any information in his possession concerning the enforcement of proscriptive edicts against the Jews in Russia, recently ordered as reported in the public press, and whether any American citizens have, because of their religion, been ordered to be expelled from Russia or forbidden the exercise of the ordinary privileges enjoyed by the inhabitants. In response to this resolution, President Harrison laid before Congress all the correspondence and papers bearing on the Jewish question in Russia. A little later, on December 19 of the same year, the following resolution of protest was introduced in the House of Representatives and referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Resolved that the members of the House of Representatives of the United States have heard with profound sorrow and with feelings akin to horror the reports of the persecution of the Jews in Russia, reflecting the barbarism of past ages, disgracing humanity, and impeding the progress of civilization. Resolved that our sorrow is intensified by the fact that such occurrences should happen in a country which has been and now is the firm friend of the United States, and in a nation that clothed itself with glory not long since by the emancipation of its serfs and by its defense of helpless Christians from the oppression of the Turks. Resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Secretary of State with the request that he sent it to the American minister at St. Petersburg, and that said minister be directed to present the same to His Imperial Majesty Alexander III, Tsar of all the Russias. Resolved that the members of the House of Representatives of the United States have heard with profound sorrow the reports of the sufferings of the Jews in Russia, and this sorrow is intensified by the fact that these occurrences should happen in a country which is and long has been the friend of the United States, which emancipated millions of its people from serfdom, and which defended helpless Christians in the East from persecution for their religion, and we honestly hope that the humanity and enlightened spirit then so strikingly shown by His Imperial Majesty will now be manifested in checking and mitigating the severe measures directed against men of the Jewish religion. In the meantime, the Department of State was flooded with protest against the Russian atrocities. Almost every day, Secretary of State James G. Blaine writes to the Charles Emory Smith, United States Minister at St. Petersburg, on February 27, 1891. Communications are received on these subjects, temperate and couched in language respectful to the government of the Tsar, but at the same time indicative and strongly expressive of the depth and prevalence of the sentiments of disapprobation and regret. The American minister was therefore instructed to exert his influence with the Russian government in the direction of mitigating the severity of the anti-Jewish measures. He was to point out to the Russian authorities that the maltreatment of the Jews in Russia was not purely an internal affair of the Russian government, inasmuch as it affected the interests of the United States. Within 10 years, 200,000 Russian Jews had come over to America, and continued persecutions in Russia were bound to result in a large and sudden immigration which was not unattended with danger. While the United States did not presume to dictate to Russia, nevertheless, the mutual duties of nations require that each should use his power with a due regard for the other and for the results which its exercise produces on the rest of the world. The remonstrances of the American people, which were voiced by their representatives at St. Petersburg, were received by the Russian government in a manner which strikingly illustrates the well-known duplicity of its diplomatic methods. While endeavoring to justify its policy of oppression by all kinds of libelous charges against the Russian Jews, it gave at the same time repeated assurance to the American minister that no new proscriptive laws were contemplated, and the latter reported accordingly to his government. On February 10, 1891, the American minister, writing to Secretary Blaine, gives a detailed account of the conversation he had had with the Russian Minister for Foreign Affairs, de Geers. The latter went out of his way to discuss with him unreservedly the entire Jewish situation in Russia, and while making all kinds of subtle insinuations against the character of the Russian Jew, he expressed himself in a manner which was calculated to convince the American representative of the conciliatory disposition of the Russian government. Less than 3 weeks later followed the cruel expulsion edict against the Jews of Moscow. While the Russian government, abashed by the voice of protest, made an effort to justify itself in the eyes of Europe and America and perverted the truth with its well-known diplomatic skill, the Russkaya Zizn, the Russian Life, a St. Petersburg paper which was far from being pro-Jewish, published a number of heart-rending facts illustrating the trials of the outlawed Jews at Moscow. It told of a young talented Jew who maintained himself and his family by working on a Moscow newspaper and not having the right of residence in the city, was wont to save himself from the night raids of the police by hiding himself on a signal of his landlord in the wardrobe. Many Jews who lived honestly by the sweat of their brow were cruelly expelled by the police when their certificates of residence contained even the slightest technical inaccuracy. By way of illustrating the religious liberty of the Jews in the narrower sense of the word, the paper mentioned the fact that after the opening of the new synagogue in Moscow, which accommodated 500 worshippers, the police ordered the closing of all the other houses of prayer to the number of 20, which had been attended by some 10,000 people. The governor of St. Petersburg, Gresser, made a regular sport of taunting the Jews. One ordinance of his prescribed that the signs on the stores and workshops belonging to the Jews should indicate not only the family names of their owners, but also their full first names as well as their fathers' names exactly as they were spelled in their passports, with the end in view of averting possible misunderstandings. The object of this ordinance was to enable the Christian public to boycott the Jewish stores and, in addition, to poke fun at the names of the owners, which, as a rule, were mutilated in the Russian registers and passports to the point of ridiculousness by semi-illiterate clerks. Gresser's ordinance was issued on November 17, 1890, a few days before the protest meeting in London. As the Russian government was at that time assuring Europe that the Jews were particularly happy in Russia, the ordinance was not published in the newspapers, but nevertheless applied secretly. The Jewish storekeepers, who realized the malicious intent of the new edict, tried to minimize the damage resulting from it by having their names painted in small letters so as not to catch the eyes of the Russian anti-Semites. Thereupon, Gresser directed the police officials in March 1891 to see to it that the Jewish names on the store signs should be indicated clearly and in a conspicuous place in accordance with the prescribed drawings, and to report immediately to him any attempt to violate the law. In this manner, St. Petersburg reacted upon the cries of indignation which rang at that time through Europe and America. End of section 31.